I just learned about a really weird situation involving Pokimane and a creepy employee of a major company, and it's left me feeling the same way I felt when I was a young sprout that watched Inception for the first time. Confused. Usually when I'm talking about things on the internet, I like to set the dinner table to prepare all of you for the meal we're about to consume together, give you like little cliff notes on what the whole thing is about, but in this case, I just can't. My tiny little smooth reptile brain can't fully grasp what exactly happened here. It's such a wild web of wacky, shady, sketchy shit that it's just not computing in my little noodle here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and start playing some of the clips and do my best to break it down because it's a really interesting and strange case.
Someone that I and many streamers have been working with for years, someone who was also employed at a large company in the industry, has targeted and manipulated girls, specifically in my community, by falsifying a romantic and sexual relationship with me.
Now, Pokimane treats their name like Voldemort. She doesn't speak it. She doesn't talk about who the employee is in order to protect the anonymity of the victims. Admittedly, I don't really understand that concept, considering if this is a powerful, prominent figure in the industry, I feel like it would have been a great service to actually name and shame them so that way people know to avoid them in the future. But I'm not familiar enough with the situation to say for sure if that actually was optimal. Maybe this is the right way of playing it to keep it clean and safe for everyone. I don't know. But anyway, this Sith Lord of Cringe was a high-level employee at a company that was big into the streaming space. Most people are speculating it was a former Twitch employee, and if you held me down and waterboarded me and forced me to make a guess, I would also say it was most likely a former Twitch employee because Pokimane mentions that this person had a lot of connections with a ton of streamers, and there's just not many brands that work with a lot of streamers that they'd share in common. So I feel like the most likely answer is a former Twitch employee. And let's just face it, let's just be honest with each other here, alright? There's no reason to beat around the bush. I don't need to serve you syrup on your pancakes, I'll give them to you raw. There are some fucking creepy Twitch employees that have worked there. It's just the facts. This would not be the first Twitch employee to be a weirdo that has abused their power. There have been cases where some lower level employees have done very sketchy things in their position, and this would kind of fit that modus operandi of someone doing something similar.
Leaking privileged information he gathered from his job, as well as threatening to harm himself if these girls turned against him. He is well networked in the industry. He knows many streamers. He has helped us with many things. This was someone that we were genuinely grateful for their help. A few months ago, a few girls in my community came forward to me with some concerns and asked to speak to my manager. They proceeded to send my manager countless screenshots and videos of their conversation with him, proving the lying and manipulation that was going on.
The more Pokimane explains this person, the more I picture them as an unhealthily obsessed parasocial weirdo Reddit fanfic loser drooling all over themselves for a streamer because they're so delusional that they think they're entitled to a relationship with him because they donate money. But in this case, that stalker creep type actually had power. According to Pokimane, this was someone that they had worked with for multiple years now and had actually used confidential information from their conversations to try and manipulate Pokimane's female viewers into liking him somehow. This is where his supervillain plan makes no sense to me. It is more confusing than quantum science. So his plan is to reach out to Pokimane's female viewers and let them know that he is dating and having sex with Pokimane, and then fabricating screenshots to prove it, in order to what? Like, how does that further his goal of getting laid, I guess? It makes no sense. We're dividing by zero trying to understand what this guy's thought process was. Pokimane explains that he would reach out to the female viewers, inform them of his relationship to her, and then what? Like, what was his end goal? I don't get it. Like, if it was other streamers, I would almost understand it, where he reached out to them to try and, like, form some kind of business relationship. Like, oh, hey, I saw you in Pokimane's chat. Well, I actually fuck her. So, you know, you can trust me. I know what I'm doing. And I also work at this company. Like, that would almost make sense. And I guess maybe that is part of it, but she doesn't single out that he only reached out to streamers. He apparently reached out to just anyone in her chat that was female. So, like, this guy was casting the widest net imaginable, just swiping right on everyone on Tinder in Pokimane's chat. And then letting them know that he's dating her and they're sexually active, making love together, I guess. And then he'd even trauma dump by saying that he's suicidal in order to try and force them into a sympathetic situation where they'd feel obligated to communicate with him and stay in touch with him. Otherwise, they'd be afraid that he'd fucking kill himself, throw himself off of a goddamn rooftop or something if they ignored his Discord message. Like, this guy is just a fucking weirdo scumbag, and his plan doesn't make any sense.
So basically, he would reach out to girls that he knew were like in my chat or viewers of mine. He would approach them, and because of his connections with streamers and the company he worked at, he seemed like a very trustworthy individual. He would then tell the girls that he's suicidal and deals with mental health issues, which of course would garner him a lot of sympathy. And again, these girls are so sweet, so of course they would hear him out. And then once he felt that he gained their trust enough, he would start sharing these photoshopped Discord conversations with me. Like, he would share it with them, but they were of me and him, as well as making up like wild stories about me. He acted like he knew and hung out with me and my friends in person. This is someone I've never met.
Again, what the fuck was his plan? It doesn't make sense. If his whole thing is about, I'm dating Pokimane, so you can trust me, and I also work at this company so you can, like, turbo trust me, give me a big fist bump, I'm just here looking out for you. I saw you in her chat, and I thought, man, being the benevolent saint I am, I can help this girl. That's why I'm reaching out to you. But then what? Like, you're already conveying you're in a relationship with someone, so why would they then be enticed to try and, like, hook up with you if that's the goal? If the goal was, like, to get pussy or whatever. It just, none of it makes any sense at all. This is, like, actual, like, deranged lunacy.
He fabricated all of this just to manipulate these girls. He claimed that his relationship with me made him suicidal, and he used this to make the girls feel like they couldn't turn their backs on him. He told elaborate stories of our alleged sexual encounters in detail to girls that are like in my community, use like inappropriate photos, like nudes that weren't of me, and he would send them to the girls and say that it was me. He also leaked confidential information to these girls to gain their trust.
What a master scheme from Megamind here. Hey, here's Pokimane's nudes. So, do you want to work with me? Like, I don't get it. So he'd Photoshop nudes or deepfake nudes, potentially, and claim that they're Pokimanes to the girls in her community to try and manipulate them into being his friend and then romantically getting involved with him. Like, how does that work? Like, how does sending nudes claiming that they're Pokimane lead to those girls you're sending them to being like, wow, I can't wait to fuck this guy. This guy's having sex with Pokimane? I need to have sex with this guy. Like, what in tardation is going on here? What a load of hooey. This dude ate way too much glue growing up and then got addicted to porn or something because what the fuck? It doesn't make sense. Now, it's not that I'm doubting it happened. I absolutely do believe this happened, and it does highlight an issue where when someone like this guy does get in a position of power, they have the ability to abuse it. She mentions that he'd leak confidential information. She goes on to give an example where he would leak what she'd make off of a brand deal. So he would tell these girls in Pokimane's community, here's what Pokimane's making off of this brand deal. As a way of being like transparent and making it seem like, wow, this guy knows his shit. So he would leak confidential shit, which you can't do, obviously, and faking the nudes and everything in order to, for some reason, manipulate them into wanting to be with him. All of it is so fucking weird. So bizarre.
Afterwards, he would then try to develop romantic and sexual relationships with these girls after gaining their trust. He would hit on them, offer to fly them out, meet up in person, buy them gifts, ask for inappropriate photos of them after sending them fake inappropriate photos of me.
This is so fucking stupid. This guy is an absolute imbecile. Here's some naked photos of Pokimane. Now, can you send me pictures of your boobies? I'd like to see your titties, please. Madame. would you like to come out to my neck of the woods? I'll fly you out, and we can discuss more of Pokimane's nudes together. Because as you know, I'm in a sexual relationship with her, of course. Like, none of it makes sense. Like, it is so wild and such a shitty thing to do, and it doesn't even make sense why he'd do it in the first place, because the plan itself is nonsensical. It's so weird. So weird. So he disclosed the confidential information about like brand deals and money like that after reaching out, like cold calling like a fucking telemarketer to just women in Pokimane's chat to try and earn their trust through pretending to be suicidal and in a relationship with Pokimane. And then somehow that's supposed to translate to them flying out to him to have sex. How? Why? It's so fucking weird. So yeah, I just wanted to go over this because I've been racking my brain on it for a couple hours now. I heard this, or I saw these clips a couple hours ago, and I've just been stewing on it, just marinating, trying to really get a grasp on what the fuck actually was going on in this dude's fucking brain to do this goofy. I've stumbled across the creepiest dating coach the cyberspace has ever seen. He's like a Galactus level threat to getting laid. Like, if you ever wanted to ensure every woman is frightened of you, follow his advice. But also, if you want to follow his advice, make sure you got your piggy bank ready to turn over because you got to pay for his course on it. This is his slogan: alpha dominance in dating, rise above the rest. And then if you scroll down on his homepage, it says, navigate the fog when it comes to women, it's time to level up. Now, I'm going to show you all the videos he's been posting to try and drive sales to his picking up women course, the steaming ham tutorial step-by-step guide. And he's pretty much exactly what you're picturing right now after reading It's Time to Level Up. He legitimately looks and speaks like a Redditor who's just reading off of old Ask Reddit pages from 12 years ago.
You do not have to accept her rejection.
You couldn't script a worse start to this lesson. You don't have to accept her rejection. Brother, that's like the number one thing you should accept, not just with women, but with people in general. Nobody likes the pushy douchebag that refuses to take no for an answer. The guy's out here cosplaying as a car salesman, treating romance like it's a Yu-Gi-Oh duel. No, I will not allow this to happen because I have this trap card. The conversation will continue whether you like it or not.
I'm a professional dating coach and I teach guys how to understand the female mind. Now, if you're one of the people that haven't applied anything in my course or my videos or anything like that, this video is not for you. This is an advanced technique.
This ain't your grandma's flirting no more. This ain't Weenie Hut Juniors. This is forbidden jutsu. While you were out partying, he was inside, studying the techniques, and he's bestowing upon us his sage wisdom with the advanced stuff. This is a man who has mastered the female mind, and he's sharing all of its secrets with us and telling us all the techniques to make it bend to our will.
You don't have to accept her rejection. Now, here's an example. I was talking to a girl, and she said, I'm not really interested. And I, instead of just going, okay, and then just turning away, I did this. Why would you not be interested in me? I'm the best.
It's genius! The chosen one! Lisan Al-Gaib! How could we have not thought of that technique? Whoa! Instead of just accepting when a girl isn't into you, you say, wait, but you should be. No, you! He's done it! He's cracked the code! His midichlorian count is beyond our comprehension. Behold, the patron saint of pussy has come! Yes! So instead of accepting a rejection, you keep pestering her about you being the best. If that's not the most cringe shit in the world, I don't know what is.
Absolutely the best. And she's like, oh, how? I'm like, well, you'd have to come over to my house to find out. And you'd also have to be okay with kink, and you'd also have to be okay with my mastery of the ropes and the fact I have multiple women. And actually, maybe not. Maybe you wouldn't be the best for me.
Yeah, fucking right, dweeb. She'd see through that lie so quickly. The only thing you're best at is top lane one-trick Teemo in your fucking anime club Discord group. No shot that would ever work in a real situation. If you said that to a living, breathing human being in the real world, she would be so immediately creeped out by you, she'd be running away, fucking screaming for help. Going up to a stranger who has just rejected you and then saying you're the best and the only way she'll find out how is if she comes over and has to be into kink and all of that. what fantasy are you living in? You're so fucking porn-brained if you think that would ever work on just a total stranger. It makes you sound like a serial killer, like she'd go over and it'd be a scene out of Dexter's early seasons, fucking plastic put up everywhere as you're about to dismember her. She'd have to be okay with your mastering of the ropes and your multiple women. A, saying multiple women in this context makes it sound like multiple victims more than anything, and B, I don't know who put this into the heads of some, like, really desperate men, but most women don't like to hear that you're fucking a ton of other women, too. Like, that's not really a turn-on or anything. I know that a lot of delusional dudes think it makes them seem more desirable to women, like, oh, it's okay if you tell me no, I have, like, 16 other women that will tell me yes. Your loss, I suppose. But it's not really, like, a flex or anything. It seems super weird. It is super weird.
She started going back and forth with me, and I started building attraction in that because now I had sidestepped her fucking rejection. Granted, keep in mind, I didn't force it. I didn't say, no, you're gonna... I just played into her little fucking game. I knew she was playing with me a little bit, or just kind of disengaging, and I gave her a little bit of fun. You want to know what I did with her later?
Of all of the things in the world that have never happened, that has never happened the most. That is the most didn't happen shit of all time. What a bunch of baloney. Actual horseradish on this story. Just a blatant lie trying to get dudes to buy into this fantasy that he's selling, to try and go to his website and give him money for the worst advice you'll ever hear. So, if you do go to his website and check out, like, why you should buy it, there's a nugget of wisdom in there that I can't help but share. But according to him and nobody else, he basically can't leave the house without having thousands of sodden panties tossed at him from women that are vying for his cock. So if you go to why you should purchase the course and what you get, he says, proven results, with over 100,000 Tinder matches in 2 years, which is an outrageous number. He's fucking entire cities worth of women. Like, your girlfriend has probably been with this guy. In fact, ask your mom right now if she cheated on your father with this guy. I bet if you walked up to any woman on the street right now and said his name, they'd have a Winter Soldier moment going through it. Now, I'm not saying his name because I'm not trying to have people, like, harass him, but I'm fighting a really strong urge to not mention his name because it's so fucking silly. His name is Alpha plus his name. It's actually kind of adorable. He calls himself the Alpha. But anyway, as well as a little over 1,000 women in his dating lifestyle and multiple women currently with him. So he's not in a monogamous relationship. A guy like this with 100,000 Tinder matches, he has entire harems with him at all times. Slobbering on his cock. His cock is never in his pants. It's always in someone else's mouth or pussy. The methods are time-tested and proven not just by him, but also by his clients across multiple types of men. These methods just work. Don't settle for mediocrity in your dating life. Embrace the alpha mindset and unleash your true potential to attract the partners you desire. Cracking the alpha dating mind will equip you with skills, mindset, and charisma to become a dominant force in the dating world. Gain the confidence, magnetism, and success you deserve in every romantic pursuit. Invest in yourself. Unleash your alpha potential today. I mean, my credit card's already flying out of my wallet right now. I need to unlock my alpha potential.
Ask a girl, can I get your number? She said, no, I just got out of a relationship, and I don't know if I'm ready to date or whatever. And I handed her my phone and said, go ahead, type it in. It'll be fine.
Another story more fake than the Tooth Fairy here, but the way that he tells this story is haunting. I'm getting chills listening to it, like I feel threatened.
We can get Chardonnay, we can talk like girlfriends and talk about your old relationship with this guy. We're not going to do that, but it's going to be okay. Another example. Once again, not forcing it, not being super aggressive. She can say no again, which at that point I would have disengaged. But guess what she didn't do? Didn't say no. And that was the first time it happened. And then I did it again and again and again and again and again. And most of them ended up coming over my house, ended up sleeping with me. You just gotta know how to do it correctly.
I can see how he had 100,000 Tinder matches and has multiple women that he's with at all times. He is a smooth operator here. I admit I was skeptical at first, but after hearing this expertise, it's clear. There's not going to be any vagina left in the world for the rest of us men, now that he's out there on the prowl. Lord help us all.
Here's something I need you to do. I need you to enter the female mind for a second.
Oh, okay, yes sir. Oh man, he's delivering an order. Alright, I'll try and jack into the female mind real quick. Oh god, it's so scary in here! Alpha, pull me out. I don't know what I'm doing. I need your guidance.
I'm a professional dating coach and I teach guys how to understand the female mind. Now, this will help you get more numbers because you got to fucking understand how their mind works and what they go through every day. Imagine if every fucking day of your life you were approached for about 45 times, which is the number that I've come up with my extensive study.
Very scientific gathering methods, I'm sure. Yes, I've approximately calculated that every single woman is approached roughly 45.3, repeating, of course, times per day. Now, since you're in the female mind, since I've instructed you to do so, you'll recognize the mental burden that this takes on the female mind, of which I, your dating coach Alpha, have mastered.
Things like, why don't you give me yours, is a fucking thing that's going to weed out 95% of the spineless males that aren't persistent, that aren't fucking clever, that aren't witty, that can't have fun with her.
Yeah, those beta cucks. Not like Alpha here, who's so clever and witty he came up with the absolutely nefarious, diabolical, even, genius method of saying, hey, I'm the best. Whoa, man, he's good. To give him more credit, there was more to it. I'm the best, and you can only find out by coming over and being okay with my mastery of the ropes, the blade, and be kinky. Also, give me your number so we can talk about your ex-boyfriend. Really good stuff. Like, actually very good stuff. I see why it's so effective now that I'm in the female mind.
And there's a reason she does it. Without being extremely forceful, sidestep it. Like I just said in the last 2 videos. You're welcome.
Disregard everything the woman wants. You do what you want, and you don't accept rejection. This guy's good. I see it now.
Let's talk about my nails. I'm a professional dating coach and I teach guys how to understand the female mind. Here's the thing. If you think this thing you learned in high school or that is the best way to get a girl to, oh my God, to an O, Jesus Christ.
Not even God could have mercy on your soul if you had that belief. Alpha's about to tear that shit down and blast your ass with real knowledge on how to get a girl to an O. And you can tell he's reliable because he's wearing his sunglasses and his leather jacket with the collar popped. So you know he just finished a threesome with 2 supermodels right before hopping in this car right now. And he's taking time out of his busy day of fucking mashing pissers with the hottest women on the planet to try and teach us barbarians how we can be even an iota of the man that Alpha is.
I can drag my fingers down a girl's back and cause one. If you don't know what a TO is, I can't go into, you should know them. TO and AO, Skin-O, especially a mental O. If you've never had given a girl a mental O, gotta tell ya, you're a kiddie league. Stepping into the arena with the pros, and you have no idea what you're doing.
You disgusting coward, you're a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Yeah, you're in the junior leagues. You're not ready for the men's Thunderdome. If you don't know what a TO is, which he refuses to elaborate on and gets really hung up on, so it makes me wonder if he knows what it is. But if you don't know what that is, even if you're not familiar with this nomenclature, you're already fucked. If you've never given a girl a mental O, hoo-wee, you stink, brother. But yeah, so I was trying to analyze these terms because I've never heard them before. So putting together context clues, I think a TO is a titty orgasm. I think an AO is an anal orgasm. Fucking, I've never heard these before. TO, AO, Cheerio, which is a breakfast cereal. Who uses those terms?
Guy, sorry. A little tip. Put a glove on with a long nail and rake. Not hard. You're welcome.
Now, this is going to come as a shock to all of you watching this, and you're probably not going to believe me, but it's the truth. Somehow, people on TikTok were making fun of this guy, so he responded to the haters.
So, I'm going to try to gain composure in this one. I've filmed this video way too many fucking times.
No, you didn't. That's an absolute lie. You're trying to put on a strong face because you're the alpha, but it's pretty clear the comments and what people are saying got to you, got under your skin, and you're making this as a strong response to it where you're laughing in their face. But the laugh is so unbelievably forced and fake, it's very clear. This shit looks like some kind of high school drama club audition laugh.
But I kind of want to show you guys. I kind of want to show you the elite level of hate that I'm dealing with. Dude, look, I am literally, that's fucking real fucking cry laughing. All right.
He just has a full-blown Joker meltdown. This app deserves a new class of dating coach, and I'm gonna give it to him. Yeah, that's kind of just the whole video response where he's like, I can't believe all this hate. You guys are giving me fame. You playing right into the palm of my hands type shit. But anyway, you get the idea. Just another dog shit dating coach scam looking to capitalize off of people's insecurity and desperation. Hey, you'll never guess who just got COVID again. Not this guy. No, yeah, I'm just pulling your leg. It is me. How'd you going, though? I fooled you with the old razzle-dazzle. I've got the old coronavirus for the third time, the legendary three-peat. I catch COVID more often than Ash Ketchum catches Pokimane, and it makes me really, really upset. But luckily, the doctor prescribed the most potent remedy to fix this, a panacea, if you will. The cut. Last time I had COVID, I watched The Button. This time, I'm watching my new favorite Redditor identify porn stars.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
What's your name?
Anya.
Today you're guessing who's a porn star.
Okay.
How much do you know about porn?
Probably not as much as I think I do.
Do you watch porn?
Of course, like who doesn't? Bigger is better for me, and I like bigger butt and bigger boobs.
Right away, he just gets me on his side because he's doing the snap. Bigger butts, bigger boobs. It reminds me of SpongeBob and Rock Bottom. Bigger butts, bigger boobs. So, I like his style. I'm going to be honest, I think there's a chance he's just hamming it up for the camera, and he's not normally this quirky, but I don't care. I'm going to suspend disbelief and just enjoy this specimen.
You get a chance to ask some questions.
Oh, actually, I wrote them down when I was waiting. I have a sticky note. Can I use the sticky note?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. First, before we start, I'd like to thank every single one of you who is an adult actor movie, because you make my day every single day.
Who do you
Every single day? That's a lot of porn consumption. You make my day every day. He's talking about it like it's some kind of holy ritual. Hey, all power to you, bud, I guess. Now, he's not the only contestant here, but he's the only one that I want to focus on because he is the most entertaining. The game is identifying who's the adult movie star based on a series of questions they ask. And this guy is like the raid boss of porn knowledge. Man's got an encyclopedia in his brain for anything involving mashing pissers on film.
Would your male genital size matter, or the mastery of you using it matter most?
I think size matters, but the connection is more important.
Yeah, see, this is a family guy. No way he's a porn star.
This guy really thought he could pull a fast one on the ace Redditor. It only took him one question. And the question is as old as time itself that stumped scholars for generations. Does size matter? Or is it about the mastery of the wiener? To which he responds with an answer that was less than satisfactory to our protagonist. I guess the connection is the thing that matters least in porn. I don't really know. I'm not going to pretend that I'm some kind of porn connoisseur, but I trust the Redditor.
Yeah, you look great. People would want to watch you, bang people or get banged by other people. What would you say is your most attractive feature?
My ass.
Pansexual.
Yeah, and polyamorous, so.
Or, okay. No, I mean, same.
No,
like,
I am. Yeah.
Would you say that the human interaction matters in the adult movies?
Honestly, I would say so, yeah. Because, when I watch porn, I like to see people actually connecting and not being fake.
Milady, I definitely think that you're not an adult industry actor.
Okay.
That was the coldest milady ever dropped in the history of our species. He just used milady in a way that, melted my heart. I was like, oh, shit. This man, he means business. He is too fucking good at this game. I think it's because he knows every single porn star in existence, so he probably walked into this room and immediately recognized who's in the adult industry, so he already knows the answer to the questions. He just does this to kind of play along a little bit and have fun. The other two contestants asked her questions, and her answers made it seem like she's definitely in the porn industry. But meanwhile, this guy's just asking her, what about the connection? And then he immediately starts doing complex algorithms in his head, making all kinds of deep calculations, and then eventually concludes, "Milady, you are not an adult actress. Please, scram. Take a hike."
This is definitely the best thing that ever happened to me because, just being with such a gorgeous female is thrilling. My heart is pumping hard. As a person who vibes for the feelings, I believe a person such attractive would not waste her time in the adult industry.
Do you think people enjoy being in the adult industry?
I believe males enjoy it more than ladies because for the ladies it is a higher demand for their qualifications.
He didn't even need a question for this round. He was able to eyeball it. He is a porn savant. Instead, he spends his time rizzing her up a little bit, talking about it being the best moment of his life. It's making his heart pump so hard, it's so thrilling. He goes full Shakespearean on this for a bit. You know, "Milady doth made me come in me trousers." It's a little more like pirate themed than Shakespeare. But yeah, I was half expecting him to reach out for a fist bump before sending her back in line, because he knew she wasn't in the adult industry. I just love the way he speaks. He's projecting himself, like his voice, as though he's giving a class project presentation. Like he's making a speech, a monologue, if you will.
Okay, buddy.
Hello. For males, the biggest determination of them being an adult actor is the size of their male genitalia. What is the size of your manhood?
6 inches.
Man, come on, you're less than me? Oh God, I love today, come on. You definitely are not an adult industry person.
Those are fighting words right there. To his face, the disrespect. He's just trying to casually flex here in front of the porn stars that might be watching that he has a penis in excess of 6 inches, allegedly. But he didn't hang hog, so we don't know for sure if it's true or not. But I mean, I have no reason to doubt him. All I have to wonder is, why is he blasting this guy for no reason? We caught just a glimpse of his true power right there. For a brief moment, his mask cracked, and we saw the devilish R-Atheism supervillain lying beneath the nice guy exterior. In this moment, he is euphoric, not because of some phony god's blessing, but because he is enlightened by the size of his cock.
Because working 40 to 60 hours a week sounds like a lot of porn to make. What's the duty cycle on a vagina? That's what I got.
I'm gonna say not a porn star.
I think you are in the adult industry. So I believe this is the most wifey costume you can put on. You definitely carry a nice big front, and it's really hard to say for the bag because of the dress, but I believe the bag definitely fits the front as well.
He is the only contestant to say that she is in the adult industry, which is interesting to go against the grain like that. The others were confident that she is not a porn star. However, our main character thinks differently. Like, he is actually built different. It's like watching Michael Jordan in his prime. If Michael Jordan picked out porn stars instead of playing basketball. Like, you can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. And you can't even contain him, because he's watching porn every day and blowing his load. This is a man who is at the top of his game.
That's valid. The main question is, what is the size of your package?
7 1/4.
Yeah, see, this dude beats me, so most definitely in one.
How many do you think you guessed correctly?
I would say 2.
Okay, with a show of hands, who did Matt guess correctly? Take a look.
Okay. Boy, I'm on fire today, come on!
Look at him. No one. Look at that. Now just imagine the dick. Go on, big dick.
So here comes all the big reveals, and what if I told you our Redditor Matt actually fucking blew it? What if I told you he was so goddamn bad at this? Would you believe me? Because you should. He did not perform super well here, unfortunately. It wasn't the best showing from our boy. He's gonna have to hit the books again and start doing a little more research on porn. So they're going down the entire lineup here. The first guy... Okay, sorry. Had to blast you with that real quick. The first guy that the other dude calls Big Dick is a porn actor. So, Matt was wrong there. He did not guess that correctly.
Didn't get your runner right.
You got me wrong. You said I wasn't in the industry, but
Okay.
I am.
Okay, I should have guessed that.
Why should you have guessed that I was in the industry?
The open top, the open personality, the rebellious boots, and the tattoos.
Hindsight's 20/20, Matt. Unfortunately, he's 0 for 2 right now in this performance, and he's backpedaling a little bit here. He's talking about what he could have done differently, you know, if he had drawn up a better game plan, maybe if he had asked more questions instead of just like looking at somebody and immediately making the judgment on whether or not they're a porn actor or not. He probably could have done a little bit better, but you can't fault him for being confident in his abilities. This man is apparently, you know, jerking his meat every single day. You would expect him to at least recognize who is and who isn't based on very little, because this man he's in like the cerebro of porn, apparently, since he says, you know, porn actors make his day every day. So I can't exactly be surprised that he was this confident.
Where have I been wrong and where have I been right about the adult industry overall?
I think that you think that a lot of people don't like the connective part of it, like what I said earlier. Actually, a lot of people in the industry, we do like to actually have connections with the people that we're working with, even if we're just friends.
Cool.
Yeah.
This definitely is a learning moment. You know nothing about the people.
I love that he's giving them an exit survey. Excuse me, madame. What exactly did I do wrong here? What am I missing? Because surely I may have overlooked some details here to have been incorrect in my assumptions. Can you educate me? To which he does, hey, the connection does matter to a lot of people in the industry. And he's like, does it now? You learn something new every day.
Did you remove any of your ribs?
No.
Because I've never seen such a thin waist.
Well, I've had 2 BBLs, so.
I don't know what that is.
It stands for Brazilian butt lift, and it's also known as fat transfer, where they liposuction your waist or other parts of your body and usually move it to the buttocks.
How much that costs? Because I need to get that out of my body immediately.
It depends where you go. Miami's really cheap, actually.
Okay, we're going to Florida.
Matt, I speak on behalf of everybody in Florida. We welcome you with open arms, buddy. I can't wait to see you down here. I also like that he's pretending to not know what a BBL is. I feel like that's become so prevalent with people talking about it that he had to know and he was just playing it a bit coy, which I respect. Though I do think it's a little odd that he'd open with, have you had any ribs removed? But anyway, I don't know if the world's ready for Matt with a BBL. I don't know if we can handle it. That'd be like Cell reaching his perfect form. Matt being caked up for no reason on a Tuesday? Just fucking let it rip. Matt with the BBL would go insano style.
You guessed me wrong. I am in the adult entertainment industry.
Come on.
You got me wrong.
I got you wrong.
I do not make porn.
Did you ever think about it?
Oh yeah, plenty of time.
Now he's just speed running his shame. The guy that he belittled for saying that his manhood was not big enough to be in the adult industry because it's less than him is actually, no, you were wrong. I am in the adult industry, to which he gives just a very sad little fist bump. And then the last little cherry on top is being wrong about his final guess, which is someone he thought was in the industry, but wasn't. And looking back on it, his reasoning was very, not that deep. It's just, is his cock bigger than mine? Yes. Must be a porn star. No. Absolutely can't be under any circumstances. Not the best tactics, and you can clearly see it didn't pan out super well for him.
We've had a memorable moment from today.
Besides meeting Girthmaster?
Girthmaster?
Got to meet the Girthmaster.
Meeting Girthmaster for the first time, I've followed him for a while.
What is it about Girthmaster?
He's such a nice, personable person, and also his dick, but.
I'm Girthmaster.
Now this last section here really just upset me. Everyone said their most memorable moment was meeting the Girthmaster. But I have to say, that should be the second most memorable moment behind getting to meet Matt, the Redditor. Girthmaster's a cool name, no doubt. It reminds me of the old WWE wrestler they tried to jumpstart named the Shockmaster, who during his debut fell out of a breakaway thing, and then his Stormtrooper bedazzled helmet fell off, and he also had the worst voice changer of all time. But apparently, unlike the Shockmaster, the Girthmaster is very successful. But I would argue he's not as successful as Matt. I really think he got done a little dirty here. I would have liked to see more people celebrating that they got to meet Matt. But anyway, brace yourself, Rick and Morty fans. I've got another huge squanch for you today. It's more bad news. For those that are unfamiliar with the situation, I'll go ahead and briefly break down the cliff notes for you. It recently came to light that one of the series creators, Justin Roiland, has been facing felony domestic violence charges for an incident that took place in 2020. It's been an ongoing thing, but has only recently made it to the public eye, and as you can imagine, this news has been a massive hit to the plumbus for the entire fandom. They're very serious charges. Felony domestic violence as well as a false imprisonment charge. That's serious shit. There's nothing swifty about domestic violence. So when all of this news broke, a lot of people were rightfully upset, but since he still hasn't stood trial for these things, it still was left up in the air with what's going to happen to the series going forward. There's been a ton of hearings and even a pre-trial, but still no official trial date has been set, though that does seem like it's right around the corner. And as I mentioned, I was assuming that Adult Swim wouldn't make any statements or any changes like firing Justin Roiland or anything like that until after the trial, whether it's a conviction and he's found guilty or he's found innocent. I didn't think they would act in the meantime. But just like my doctor when he said I would grow up to be 5'8", I was wrong. Just a couple hours ago, Adult Swim flopped their meat on the table, releasing this statement, which is super cut and dry and to the point. Adult Swim has ended its association with Justin Roiland. Rick and Morty will continue. The talent and dedicated crew are hard at work on season 7. This was very shocking to me because, again, I didn't think they'd do this when he still hasn't been found guilty on the charges yet. So it really seems like they must know at least more than the public does about this case and feel confident that whatever's happened here is not good and it's not someone that they'd want to associate with their brand anymore. Though it is also possible that they're just doing this because keeping him around is bad optics for Rick and Morty, which is by far their biggest cash cow that Adult Swim is still suckling the tits off of. So maybe they're worried that by keeping Justin Roiland around, it'll be a huge hit to their bottom line because of everything that's already surfaced. Even outside of the charges here, the majority of people have already kind of ruled that Justin Roiland is creepy at the very least. There was this massive flood, this opening of Pandora's box of weird DMs that Justin Roiland was accused of sending to people, as well as text messages going out to people and employees. I'm not sure if those are 100% confirmed, but they are turbo stinky. That shit is fucking foul. The flirting sounds like it's actually him playing the Morty character and trying to flirt with real people, so he'd say things like insane in the membrane and even text like he's Morty saying like, oh, whoa, hubba, hubba, whoa, jeez. It's all pretty bad, but again, I don't know if any of that's 100% confirmed, so I'm not going to bother pulling it up. But yeah, once all of that shit pulled itself out from the deepest pits of hell and hit the Twitter space, it pretty much banished his reputation to the Shadow Realm even before the courts did it for him. So the people have already charged and found Justin Roiland guilty of cringe, which is another massive crime and huge sin. But I'm hoping Adult Swim did their due diligence and actually investigated this themselves internally to see what was true and what's not, as opposed to just looking at Twitter screenshots, since some of the people that accused him of sending these fucking weird messages were former employees, I believe. So surely there'd be a way for Adult Swim to verify the authenticity of some of the claims, and I'm hoping that's what they did before making this decision. I hope it wasn't just impulsively done as a way of trying to save face in the public eye. But as of right now, we just don't know a whole lot about it. There's not a ton of information about the specifics of the case, and Adult Swim's statement is only 26 words in total. Like, there's just barely more letters in this statement than a single League of Legends username. And there's also not any deeper information from other outlets. There's no big scoop that's breaking somewhere. Right now, everything's just pretty unclear of exactly what's going on behind the scenes. And I don't think the statement Adult Swim put out is a problem or anything with it being so brief. It makes sense considering how serious and sensitive this case is, so I'm not surprised that they didn't go into details about it because I imagine they probably can't. Now, there is another big development that I haven't seen a ton of people mention yet, and it has to do with Justin Roiland's video game company, Squanch Games. Now, I'm sure you know of the game High on Life. It's been glorbing a ton of trick holes all over the planet, a very divisive game, but a very popular one nonetheless. That was published by Squanch Games, and now they've put out a statement letting everyone know that Justin Roiland has resigned. But Squanch Games will continue to develop games even without him at the helm. Squanch Games is also no stranger to controversy here, because they also had their own little scandal where they settled a sexual harassment lawsuit in 2019. Yep, once again, just more horrible shit all around. There's just nothing good recently for Rick and Morty fans, but I will quickly wiggle my finger and say, I told you so, because I made the prediction that if they do shit-can Justin Roiland for all of this, they would still continue Rick and Morty without him. A lot of people said that if Justin Roiland isn't there at Rick and Morty, developing it, writing it, voicing it, that they just wouldn't let it continue, it'd just die. But I made the argument that it is just too lucrative. It's a fucking billion-dollar franchise that is by far the biggest thing Adult Swim has under their belt. I said that with that kind of money, there's no way they just bury it, even with Justin Roiland not being there anymore. That's exactly what they've done. Justin Roiland will no longer be there, but they are going to continue to make it going forward, without his presence. That means there's going to be new voice actors voicing Rick and Morty, as well as probably very different writing. For some people that might actually be exciting, but for most fans of the franchise, I imagine that's pretty upsetting to hear, and I think a lot of people will drop it after season 7 if it's super drastically different. I made the prediction that should they continue going forward without Justin Roiland, Rick and Morty would peter out like a little sad wet fart over time, just falling off, dwindling further and further. And I stand by that shit like a proud kid at a science fair with his little baking soda volcano. I really do think that this will be the slow demise of Rick and Morty with the entire different group at the helm. I think if Justin Roiland's not there, the best thing to have done would just be stop it altogether. But like I said, there's far too many clams on the table for that. The amount of doubloons Rick and Morty brings in is ridiculous. So there was never really any chance of that, but this is going to be just a very slow and steady decline in the quality of it, I would imagine. But who knows? Maybe I'm super wrong about that as well. It's very possible. Maybe they bring in a really talented team and they just fucking knock it out of the park without Justin Roiland being there. Maybe it's even better without him being there. A lot of people, myself included, have become very tired of his style of writing where it's all just kind of the same formula of stutter through a joke and then over-explain everything and repeat yourself 50 fucking times in the space of like 20 seconds. So maybe it actually does improve. It's possible, but I do find it unlikely. But anyway, that's kind of where this whole situation's at. Justin Roiland himself hasn't put out a statement. His legal team did put out a statement talking about how optimistic they are with the case and proving his innocence, but he himself hasn't said anything, which I think is obvious and par for the course here given the magnitude of this situation. So I don't think we'll hear from him anytime soon. The title of Drunkest Man Ever is an extremely slippery one. There's too many variables at play for it to ever be objective or measurable. How could you possibly dictate who is the true king? Who would you bestow the crown upon? Yet I continue to see this title in body cam footage, so I kind of just compare it to other drunk people in body cams that have similar nomenclature surrounding them. And Midwest Safety posted one today about the drunkest man that they've seen. And this guy is a very impressive specimen. Now, he'd probably be in the top 10 drunkest body cams I've seen for sure.
This is the drunkest person we've ever seen.
I'm bothering my own room.
Okay, hold on.
Let me talk to you over here. I'll talk to you. If you want to talk,
fine.
if you want to talk to me.
Yeah, you can talk to me. I'm cool with you.
What's going on, sir?
Hey, come here.
Why are we getting called out here?
I cannot believe a real-life human being has that voice. It sounds like he's perpetually huffing helium. It's a cartoon character.
I'm waiting here for her. They gave her a hard issue about getting in a room. This is possibly my girlfriend.
Okay.
Hey, we're gonna have here a good time.
Spoiler alert, there was no good time to be had here. Also, I can't help but find romance in that statement. This is possibly my girlfriend. And they say chivalry is dead. Her heart must have melted right there, hearing those words leave his lips. And also her eardrums may have bled from the high-pitched frequencies of his voice uttering any words at all. But god damn it if he didn't have the fucking silver tongue here. Real Casanova.
So, she said she was hungry.
Are you staying here or no?
Yeah, I paid to stay here. I paid out of my own pocket.
When did you pay to stay here?
This evening. But that's fine. If he wants to shoot me out, trust me.
Okay.
Holiday Inn will fucking get a fucking sweet kiss in the ass. Okay.
A lot to unpack here. His potential girlfriend, she left. I don't know if this was like a Tinder date in their first meeting. Maybe that's a complete stranger and she just started panicking when this fucking lunatic called her over. I have no idea. Maybe she heard his voice, thought it was nails on a chalkboard, like he was about to curse her with some kind of spell, so she just tried to play it safe, and now she finally sees her opportunity to leave, she takes it. So you will not see her for the rest of this adventure. Now, he's talking about how he paid for this room out of his own pocket, and with everything here going cattywampus, they're gonna get a sweet kiss in the ass. Wow. I don't know if that's a punishment or a promise, but he's about to go kiss them in their ass. He's gonna rim them out for him being shooed out of the hotel.
It sounds like you got a room that you're paying for upstairs.
Yes.
You're gonna go up to your room, you don't cause any more issues, you're good to go.
That's fine. I agree with you.
If we have to come back here again, they're gonna ask you to leave, and if you don't want to leave, then we can't take you to jail for criminal trespass because now you're trespassing.
I hope they have it on video. And when they stick it in their ass.
They can get our video surveillance right here.
But this little over here.
Okay, we're not doing that.
He's completely forgot about his possible girlfriend, the Schrodinger's relationship here. In his mind, she just despawned. So she will never be referenced again, like at all. So the officer here is saying, look, go back to your room. If we have to come back again, if you keep causing a ruckus, if you still are causing trouble around here, then we might have to arrest you for trespassing. And this guy just keeps talking about asses, about things going up in butts, whether it's his lips or a stick. He is not really grasping what's going on here.
Technically, I could have brought a van over here.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. If I have to come back, you're going to jail.
That's
Is that
right.
fair?
That's right. I agree with you.
You got your room keys?
Yes.
Okay.
When it's
you
over
hey,
here. I'm just saying, nothing against
I'm
you.
not.
Nobody has a fucking clue what this guy was referring to about bringing a van over, but I can promise you, a weirdo like this plus a van, that's bad news. That's a recipe for disaster. I also don't know who he's talking to so upset off camera. Probably like the manager or something who has called the police about this guy's disturbance. That'd be my guess, but I'm not entirely sure.
What's your first name?
Shad.
Is that C-H? Chad?
S-H-S-H-A-D.
Stand by with this officer.
Yep,
Okay?
no problem. I'm gonna just shit up Roiland tomorrow. You know his gonna get fucked up. His gonna get twisted. Matter of fact, I better be here tomorrow when he gets fucked up. Because I'm gonna sit here with a smile on my face while he's getting twisted and he's getting kicked out the fucking door.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Nobody knows what he's talking about, but it makes you think, where will you be when his shit gets twisted? Thought-provoking.
Sir, we're already going up to your room.
We're going up to your room.
Yeah, and you can suck my cock. I mean, I don't give what the you guys got a warrant? You guys got a warrant to get in my room.
Listen.
Do you have a warrant?
Could you just listen to me for a few
No, I'm not gonna listen to you. You got a warrant?
Checkmate. He found it. The ultimate weapon. Do you have a warrant? That's like in Pirates of the Caribbean when Elizabeth Swann calls out parlay. Officers are powerless now. They have no warrant to be riding that elevator and walking this absolutely trashed, inebriated super specimen to his room. He's got him. Eating out of the palm of his hands. He is twisting their shit.
You got a warrant?
We're not going into your
We're not going.
Come on.
Warrant.
No, we're taking you to your room. Come on.
Nope.
All right,
Warrant.
then if you don't want to go to your
shoving
room,
me into a room that I don't
do you want to
know.
go to your room, sir, or do you
It
want to
may have cocaine in it.
I don't care. I'm not going
I don't
in.
give a fuck.
A perplexing play here from the master tactician. I'm not familiar with this strategy in the Art of War where he just self-reports that there's cocaine in his room, potentially. The officers just kind of brush that one off. They really just do not want to deal with anything in regards to this fucking loser. So they just are like, please, we're not going into your room. We don't care about the coke in it. Just go to your room. And he just keeps shouting, warrant, warrant, cocaine. Maybe. Warrant.
You're gonna meet me at the door and you gotta kiss my ass. Oh my God. Check this out. There you go.
All right.
Kiss it.
Put your pants back up.
There you go.
Okay.
That's what you want?
No, we want you to.
Oh, that's what you guys wanted to see.
Lord help us, he brought the cheeks out. He has unleashed the brown balloon knot to open air. Code red. This is bad. It's just gotten out of control. Fucking guy is walking down the hallway ass out. And he's talking like, oh, this is what you guys wanted to see, right? You want to see my fucking butt, huh? That's what everyone wants to see.
Okay.
Is that illegal?
Yeah.
There you go. Well,
Pull your pants back up.
I ain't doing nothing.
You're
And
cursing,
when did I
pulling down your
start wearing-
pulling down your pants.
When did I start that? Is that under video
Yeah,
surveillance?
we do have body cameras.
I hope you do. I hope you do.
We do.
So I've been cutting around things a little bit. I'm pretty sure it wasn't the manager that he was talking to downstairs yelling at. It was the security guard who called the officers, and now he's saying he doesn't have his room key, even though he did say he had his room key when they were downstairs. So now they're having to go through hoops to get him in his room so they can finally just get this menace contained into like a quarantine zone in there. So now that's what's happening, and the officer's talking to him. He reminds him about pulling his pants down, but he doesn't believe that. He's already completely forgotten that he ever pulled his pants down. So it's a disaster right now.
Check it.
Sounds like they're letting you stay in the room, so I'd be awful thankful.
I don't want you to stay in my room. I don't want you to stay in
You're
my
not
room.
even hearing what I'm saying. I never even said that.
I don't want you to stay in my room.
It is actually shocking to me that they are allowing him to just stay in the hotel. This guy is an absolute catastrophic force of foul degeneracy. And they are still letting him stay there. Very interesting. I'm surprised they didn't just immediately kick him the fuck out, but I guess they really just wanted this to be as like headache-free as possible, but in doing so, it's just making it more of a headache because now he is lingering here and continuing to just wreak havoc. He is not even able to process words. He thinks the officer was making like an advance on him to stay in his room with him, and he's rejecting it. He's like, absolutely not. You can't stay in my room with me. Are you out of your mind? You think we're gonna fuck? Just because I showed you my ass, what, you think you just get put your penis in it? No, absolutely not. You can't stay here. Why would you even suggest such a thing?
Okay. There's gonna be $1,000 bond on their f***ing van. No.
Okay.
No. I won't step in his van. I won't step in his room. $1,000 bond on their van.
Okay.
$1,000 bond on their van.
I don't know what you're talking
It's
about.
$1,000 for me to get in this bitch. Otherwise, I ain't paying nothing.
Okay, Chad.
I want my phone. You guys took my phone away.
No, we did not.
No, we didn't
No,
take the
you
phone.
guys did.
No, we did not.
I'm as confused as the officers here on this van side quest. I don't understand that plot line at all. But he did eventually go into his room, and as the officers were leaving, they heard him come back out, and now you can see phase 2 of the boss fight has become as he's chasing them down about them taking his phone, which they didn't. They never went anywhere near his phone.
Where your phone is, man.
My phone is in my pocket. You know what? I'm gonna get caught on the highway. You know what? You know what? F this motherfucker.
Then are you
know what? I'm
leaving?
gonna f this fucking bitch. I'm gonna fuck him right in the face.
No, I don't think so. Are you leaving or are you not? Where the phone is.
No. F this. You know what? Take me in. Violate me, bitch.
Why do we want to do that?
You guys want to?
No,
go
no,
ahead.
no,
Let's
we
go.
don't. No, we don't.
Let's go.
No, we don't.
It is shocking to me how often we see that move during like one of these body cams where someone is just so fucked up they're like, okay, you know what, just do it then. Alright, you want to come do it? We'll do it then. And then when they actually do end up getting arrested, they're like, what in tarnation? I can't believe this. Like, I don't understand that move there. So right now this whole hoopla is over. He thinks they took his phone, but then he says his phone's in his pocket. Turns out it's not in his pocket. He has misplaced his phone. And now he's got like all kinds of gobbledygook coming out of his mouth here. Just a bunch of mumbo jumbo. And now he's just saying like to violate him. Like it is off the rails.
You don't have here's
Just
the thing.
gather up.
They downstairs can suck these
That's
nuts.
fine.
Not you guys.
Okay, gather up
But they can suck these nuts. You want to see these nuts?
No.
You guys
Hold on.
want to see these nuts? Hey,
Back
check
off.
it. Not back off. F that. Hey, tell this bitch to come suck this fucking wiener. She can suck the duck out of this
Gather
fucking
your stuff up and let's get rolling.
Holy cannoli, the ass was just the appetizer. Now he's brought the cock out. He is alting. So now he fully just pulls out his genitals. He's like helicopter dicking it. And the officers are just really fed up. They're like, Chad, just get your shit and let's get out of here. Because it's either that or get trespassed. He either stays in the room or he leaves. Or if neither of those two things happen, he gets trespassed. They have been so unbelievably patient with this guy. I cannot believe how many chances they have given this guy to just stay in his fucking room and go to bed or just leave. He has said so many times that he's going to leave, he's going to get an Uber, this and that, and then he doesn't do any of that. And then they finally, after such a long struggle, get him to his room a couple of times, but then he refuses to stay there. He goes out of his way to chase them down and cause more trouble. And obviously this is only going to end one way. Like, there is no other outcome here. He will not stop until he is put behind bars.
You guys are the one that suggested it. Is Nicole still
I don't know.
Well, I want my fucking phone so I can call her.
But we don't know where that's at.
Can you?
Oh! Stop talking for 3 seconds. Is this
Go
your
ahead.
phone? Right here.
We're
Look.
going to be in room 600, room 600.
It's one of my phones.
Okay.
It's actually a company phone.
Okay, that is good.
Huge XP drop right there. They finished the side quest of locating the phone. You're not going to believe this. It was just sitting right there like on the nightstand. It was never lost at all. Right under his nose. But sometimes that's the hardest place to find. That's the last place you look. The number one place that you'd expect it to be. Go figure.
I don't want nothing from them. That.
Okay, you just, we're done.
I'm sorry, it's nothing against you.
Just threw the card and hit her.
You threw the card at my face.
So now I'm behind my back because I don't want to stay here. Okay, that's fine. Hey, guess what? I'm peeing down my leg. Hey, look, it's on the carpet.
That's excellent.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
They finally did it. They put the most annoying man in body cam history in the cuffs. But he gets the last laugh because he peed down his leg and got it all across the hotel floor here.
You guys are beating me.
No, we're not.
Oh my God,
we need you to walk to the police car, sir.
You guys are beating me.
No, we're not.
Oh my God, they're hurting me.
Sit down in the police car.
I did sit down in the police car. You guys dropped me. You guys dropped me.
No, we did not.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay, fine.
Ow! Ow!
We need you to stand.
It popped out of socket. Stop tasing me.
We're not.
Much like Sisyphus, these officers had their work cut out pushing this rock up the hill. He was not going easy. The amount of times they'd like get him to the police car and he'd just sit down, and his whole idea here was to just start like yelling and screaming and just spouting a bunch of lies like, oh, they're beating me, they're tasing me, they popped my shoulder out of its socket, ow, they're hurting. That kind of thing. The officers even mocked him a little bit for it. And it felt like no matter how much progress they made with getting him in the back there, the rock would just roll back down the hill all over again. He'd just sit down and then they'd have to lift him again, all the while he's screaming and shit about nothing and just making things up. But they do eventually get him in the back, and he's still not done. He's still got one more trick left up his sleeve.
Hey, how's it taste? It tastes like a tampon. Suck my dick, bitch.
Yeah, he does the classic start kicking and headbutting everything in the back seat, and he eventually like cuts himself on something. So when he gets out of the police car, he's covered in blood. He looks like he just went through like fucking WrestleMania by the time they get him out of the car. He did a lot of damage to himself. Probably not so much to the car, but I'm sure he got blood on a lot of the seats and probably the windows and shit. Apparently they get him to a hospital, and he was charged with battery on an officer. So yeah, another Midwest safety banger here. I do think this is definitely in, like, the upper echelon of belligerently drunk losers. Meet Chuck McCarthy, the people walker of Los Angeles. What does that mean? What is a people walker? My name's Chuck McCarthy, and I am not a sexual predator.
Today I have a walk.
Nor am I Amish.
We're gonna go pick her up. Oh, don't
I could see people walking being useful, like for protection in a dangerous neighborhood or something, but I wouldn't want Chuck to be the one walking me. No one's gonna be afraid of Chuck.
In a city like Los Angeles,
Chuck's just painting a bigger target on you.
To the other side, we'll start up a team. We have an app now.
To be fair, like I really do think this could be a good business if you had like jacked meatballs to walk you, like for protection.
In San Francisco,
having these soft hipsters that look like they're more afraid of gluten than the boogeyman is probably not good for this type of business, I'd say. Is it gonna be Chuck in the basement? Hey, I was just walking your dad. Can't even read this title. Ponies on the Delta Pony Play Festival. What does that mean? Oh, are these people that dress up as horses?
Yeah.
Called it. Called it. I'm busy. Oh, good. Get the ambulance out there. Bill. Oh, God.
Competition gets pretty crazy sometimes.
Who knew dressing up as horses could be so goddamn dangerous? Oh, fuck.
I'm known as the washing machine man because I'm the only person in the world that can escape successfully from...
Man, this guy is limber.
From 40 brands of washing machines in 42 countries.
Washing machine manufacturers hate him. They're still trying to design a washing machine that can stump the master. What a cool accolade, yeah. Credited with escaping 40 different washing machine brands. They can't hold me. Could this be the end of the washing machine man? Come on, he needs our energy. Chris Angel's mind freak. Oh, God. Is he making any progress at all in there? This is some edge of your seat type action now. Did he get beaten? So he lost. His perfect record was ruined.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'd probably say the same thing if I got stuck in a washing machine too. Unironically pretty impressive. Now do it with a brick toilet seat and then I'll be impressed.
Head's intact. Now if I do a lot of these, the scalp starts to bleed. Nothing bleeds like the scalp.
Jesus, 38 toilet seats.
I've never had an injury. I've never had a concussion or anything like that. In fact, I'm a member of Mensa, and for giggles, I retook the exam a few years ago. I'm testing in at an IQ of 148. In my normal life, I'm an adjunct.
He's also a
faculty
Navy SEAL with
professor at a
500
local
confirmed
college.
toilet
Once in
seat
a while,
kills.
My students will find out about this unusual. Have you ever hurt yourself? And
This looks like a guy with a high IQ.
So between perfecting
holding
the
a
head
broken
strike
oak
and
toilet seat that he
building up some
clobbered his head with.
resistance, I think I have the world's.
Please subscribe to the Wizard of Odd TV.
That sounded like a curse. You've all now been cursed with a credit card that can only be used on this stream. Blame him, not me. Mr. Elastic can make his feet turn backwards and walk. Such a lame power.
I am Mr. Elastic.
Whoa! Mr. Elastic has done it again!
I think, as far as I know, I am the only one in the world that is able to turn their feet around backwards and walk. Now, I have heard of one other individual that can turn his feet around, but he's not able to walk.
Yeah,
One of the
fucking
most
loser.
amazing things that I can do is I
Imagine
can turn my
only
feet
being
around
able to turn
backwards.
your feet 180
and then
degrees
walk in
around
this
but not being able to walk.
How I can do this
Fucking idiot.
is a world record of turning their feet around backwards and then walking the farthest distance. A lot of people
Man,
ask
that's just
how
weird to
fast
see coming
I
at
can
you.
go with my feet turned backwards. Let's find out.
I want him to break out into a full sprint. Come on. That's the best you can do, the sex offender
Also,
shuffle.
I hold a
Come on, give me some
record
real
for turning
speed.
my feet around backwards. That it's not real. Well, I tell you.
It's not even 180 degrees, you goddamn clickbaiter.
I do it. How you can know is you have me come and do it for you.
It's closed, but it's not a full...
See more amazing people.
garbage.
Subscribe to Wizard of Odd TV.
You're not Mr. Elastic. You're not a member of the Fantastic Four. Phony. Phony baloney alert. Hey, Grandma Shirley Webb. His penis probably comes just by him thinking about it because it's afraid of that speed.
Several times a day to build up calluses on my hands.
Man, why not channel that training into something useful instead of fucking clapping fast?
Clap really fast.
Spend 8 hours a day clapping in the mirror.
Seconds.
It's hard work, but it pays off because I'm in the Guinness Book of
People
World
often
Records
ask
that
me
no
how
one's
many
looked at
times
in
a second
10
I can
years.
Clap, so I'll give you a general idea here. This is about stage 1, about 1 per second, right? It's about 4, 6.
Oh, I might be competing with you pretty soon. I'm going turbo. All right, I'm spent. I can't imagine clapping for hours a day. Oh, I got lightheaded.
Know what they're witnessing.
Hey, so can I get your number now? If I can clap 1,000 times in a minute, you have to kiss me on the lips.
Speed clap.
That was 1,000.
A physicist told me that since this is less than a square inch of surface area, with my body weight, so it's about a
A
quarter inch
physicist
surface
didn't tell
area.
you
Actually,
shit.
it's
Someone on
probably
Reddit commented on your post
400
saying they were a
pounds
physicist.
of, pressure directly on this, pushing into my spine.
That looks like a
pushing the
15 diameter inches unit. It's gonna be pretty tough, I'd say, as a physicist.
No, thank you.
Yeah. Does he spin on it? That'd be cool. Oh my god, he spins on it. Never mind, that was a lot less cool than I thought it would be. Yeah, I didn't know what I was expecting. And yet that really disappointed me. It looks like I'm looking at a video game glitch where the NPC kind of bugs out. Looks like Ernest. Ernest Scared Stupid, if you guys remember those movies. Most of you are probably too young to remember Ernest. Man, that's a fucking fat reference though, god damn it, hold on. I can't let this reference be wasted on the youth. That is a dope-ass reference. Like, any of these shots, like, look at this. That reference is fucking fresh. I'm a comedic genius, look at that. Took me just one look to remember Ernest Scared Stupid. I remember in, like, middle school, that was considered, like, a really cool thing.
Turn my legs inside out.
Oh, he's putting the other guy out of business! Walk. Oh! No! You didn't just do it to him! No way! Oh god, right on the same channel too, where is he? Where are you, Mr. Backwards Leg Man that wouldn't stop bragging about how no one else can walk? Where is he? Uh-oh, this looks surprisingly similar.
Feet around backwards and then walking the farthest distance. A lot of people...
Oh, you might have to relinquish that Guinness World Record, my friend. Hold on, back that shit up. Walk at me.
Out.
People ask how fast
it's the same.
I can go.
This man is out of a job. This guy has just been overthrown by this guy who's got a lot. Yeah, I've set the t-shirt to dark mode, which means it's time to go full throttle into the danger zone. No more granny shifting. We're gonna talk about a controversial topic. Fansly advertisements on Twitch. This is actually a war that I've been drafted into and tossed into the front lines, so I've been catching fire and getting called out, labeled a hypocrite, and morally flexible when it comes to things my friends do that I call others out for. So I kind of want to talk about this entire subject here because I feel that it's just a load of dirty barnacles to call me hypocritical when it comes to Fansly advertisements. So allow me to show you to your table and deliver your entree of drama that you've ordered. So, the situation in a nutshell. A couple weeks ago, there was the Streamer Awards that happened on Twitch. I was unable to attend them in person, so I received permission from QT Cinderella to watch party them. This was a massive event that QT Cinderella put together. And one of the advertisers for it, one of the sponsors, was Fansly. So during the stream, a Fansly advertisement popped up, and this was my reaction to it.
A free trial of some of our hottest creators. On top of that, sign in using your Twitch account and see which of your favorite streamers are already creating adult content on Fansly. Fansly has a whole algorithm dedicated to discovering new content and creators through the Fansly For You feature. Swipe and discover today.
A very tame giggle as if someone came up and playfully tickled me for a moment. And people were upset because I didn't start spitting and shitting, taking up arms about how disgusting it was that Fansly was being advertised on this broadcast here. Reason being is because prior I had made a video talking about a couple of things. One of them was Aiden Ross when he showed porn to his audience. My statement was that Aiden Ross went on Pornhub in front of his audience, which a lot of them are kids, on the younger side of things. So I said that was weird. That was a weird thing to do. So when I giggled during the Fansly segment, it was used as a smoking gun to call out and attack me for being a hypocrite, because it's the same principle. Fansly was just shown on stream to an audience that undoubtedly had kids watching. How is that any different than Aiden Ross going on Pornhub? Charlie is a fucking hypocrite. He called it out for Aiden Ross, but doesn't do it when it's his friend QT Cinderella. When I first heard this argument, I thought it was just a bunch of fish paste. I thought it was being used satirically, because it didn't even compute that people were trying to compare these two things. Going on an actual legitimate Pornhub out of nowhere in front of your audience, and just having porn, real porn being played, versus an advertisement, which does lead to porn, but the advertisement itself has more clothes on than a lot of things that are already freely broadcast on Twitch that are easily accessible. I didn't think these two things deserved to be on the same playing field, but that's where I was wrong. I clearly failed the CAPTCHA here and was labeled a bot, because a lot of people do view these in the same category, in the same wheelhouse. a YouTuber named MewKitty made a whole video on it talking about Twitch streamers and their hypocrisy, a video that I make an appearance in towards the end, and it's exactly what I just talked about, where I said it was weird when Aiden Ross pulled up Pornhub, but I laughed when Fansly was a sponsor of the Streamer Awards. And not long after her video, Scott Schaefer made content covering the same topic where, once again, the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1 superstar Charles White comes into the frame once again with another banger cameo. And the argument is the same. Charlie called it out when Aiden Ross pulled up real porn, but didn't call it out when QT Cinderella advertised porn. And he did it because she's his friend, thus he is a hypocrite. And on stream I talked about this last night, and I'll go ahead and get this out of the way right away. During that stream, and in the exact same video MewKitty has posted on one of her channels, I outright say both are bad. It's pretty clear from reading her comments, not like her personal comments, but like the audience comments, that the majority of the people didn't even watch the full statement. Which isn't her fault, and I even don't blame the audience, because right now, the human race is being plagued by brain rot, parasite, short-form content, which has ruined the attention span of people. So I don't necessarily find it shocking that they didn't watch all 10 minutes of what I was saying. But in that clip, I outright say both can be bad. But they are not the same to me. Thus, I disagree that it's hypocritical that I made statements about Aiden Ross and the porn thing being really weird, and I didn't make the exact same statements for QT Cinderella's Fansly sponsor. I'll go ahead and prove that it's there right now, real quick, before getting into why I think they're so different, but ultimately both are not a great thing to be advertising to an audience that is undoubtedly going to have children watching. Of course, advertising Fansly, OnlyFans, or anything in front of an audience that has younger children on it, it's always going to be not a great decision. It's one of those things, yeah. Now let's make like an egg and hard boil this subject real quick. So, the difference between Aiden Ross pulling up Pornhub and QT Cinderella bringing up a Fansly sponsor is very clear right off rip. If all of you in the classroom right now have your thinking caps on, you'll notice a huge difference. I was able to play the entire Fansly ad as it aired, because they are all clothed. You are not getting immediate nudity or pornographic content. It is an advertisement for pornographic content going to the website, yes, but unlike Aiden Ross's moment with real Pornhub just being their actual fucking full-blown porn, you got pussy, tits, everything all right there immediately, that is not what you got with the QT Cinderella Fansly sponsorship. Thus, immediately, those two are already different. Showing the porn to an unsuspecting audience out of fucking nowhere is a lot worse than advertising a service that has porn on it. And that's something Scott Schaefer does touch on in his video. His is more of a deeper look at the subject, and MewKitty's is more memeing with it. I always thought her content was supposed to be silly and over-the-top trolling, but she does seem genuinely upset at me, and I imagine it's because of my statements, and I also did say I'm not the biggest fan of the way she edits her content. I called it Zoomer editing, which sounds mean-spirited when I really didn't mean it to be. She edits her videos like very chaotic, on purpose, where it's a lot of sound effects, you know, like a fucking gong being hit pretty often, or like really loud blasting music pretty often, and that's just never been my cup of tea. But I never meant it as an insult on her honor, it's just not something that I'm personally a huge fan of, the same way that she doesn't like my content. I didn't mean it to be mean, and I apologize that it may have come across that way. I certainly didn't mean it to. But the whole point of me mentioning this right now is I do want to say that Scott Schaefer did also talk about the difference between playing porn versus advertising the Fansly. He did touch on that. Last night I made the comparison that the Fansly ad actually had more clothing on the people in it than what you would already find on Twitch right now in the hot tubs category, where it is bikinis and very, very revealing clothing. And that is a category that Twitch itself advertises. If you go to Twitch when you're not logged in, a lot of the recommended channels are hot tub streams, so Twitch itself does peddle content that is clearly sexually charged. My point with this statement was to draw the immediate comparison that this Fansly advertisement wasn't immediately exposing young viewers to sexually explicit material, and it's even more easily accessible for them on Twitch already by just going to the category right next to the fucking Just Chatting one. That was the whole point of that. That's something XQC didn't quite understand, calling me wrong, saying that there's not a bleached butthole right away or something on hot tubs category, thus checkmate. Hits me with the scholar's mate. That wasn't my point. My point was the ad itself didn't contain any explicit imagery or anything highly sexual, at least nothing that was worse than what is already currently being advertised on Twitch in that category. And when you go to Fansly, there is still not immediately ass and titties in your face right away. Thus, I didn't think by scanning the QR code people would immediately just be fucking blasted with porn all over the place like Charles Xavier jacking into Cerebro. So I viewed the advertisement very differently than a lot of people because even when you scan the QR code, you still don't immediately get porn. There's already a lot of degrees of separation and a lot of obstacles to go through, as opposed to Aiden Ross, which just pulled up porn as a jump scare during fucking stream, right? It to me, still is very different. I also was under the assumption that Fansly was only accessible to 18 plus after you verified your age. I don't use the platform. I thought you had to verify you were 18 plus in order to even get to the pornographic content. Thus, I thought it was even harder for children to have got porn out of that advertisement if they weren't of age. Not only would they have had to leave the platform to get it, they would then have to verify their age and make an account for it. I thought there was a lot of steps to it, making it very difficult for them. But according to some research now, it actually seems like Fansly is extremely easily accessible for anyone of any age. There's not a whole lot of security to it based on the things I've read, which is knowledge I didn't have last night. So, I made the comparison that the Fansly advertisement reminded me of all of the strip club billboards that are spaced around all of the major interstates. Anytime I go up north to Pennsylvania, there is hundreds of strip clubs being advertised, and on those advertisements, there are women in bikinis and very, very, revealing lingerie. And they tell you exactly where to go for the strip club. Well, when you're driving through, there's a good chance a lot of those cars are going to have kids in it and see those advertisements. So I compared Fansly to a strip club billboard because, in principle, if Fansly worked the way I thought it did, where you had to be 18 years or older to enter, it's kind of like a strip club advertisement because a kid could see that, but still couldn't access the content because the strip club would obviously turn them away. Ideally, assuming you're not going to some kind of fucking shady, corrupt strip club. And I thought Fansly was the same way. But apparently that's not the case, so that comparison doesn't work anymore. And I recognize that now. And I also made the comparison to the old GoDaddy commercials, which were highly sexualized content that was broadcast during like Super Bowl, during sporting events, where it was things like a girl with huge honkers, her straps like breaking off, and like she's in a courtroom and like judges going hubba hubba hubba, and then like she's trying to say something and the other strap's like wiggling, and then it's like right when it breaks off and about to reveal the giant milkers, it says go to GoDaddy.com to finish it. And I wasn't really making a big point out of that. I just wanted to point out that, man, it really does feel like the early 2000s again with a lot of the internet arguments we get into these days. It's shit we've had for years. History really does kind of repeat itself. Because I do still think that's a pretty fair comparison. That's fundamentally like the same thing. The argument back then was, think of the children. They were watching this sport, and then all of a sudden, sexual content advertisement. So that's all I was really saying with that one. But yeah, in closing, I feel like there is no real good faith argument to be made that I'm hypocritical because I called Aiden Ross pulling up Pornhub weird and didn't immediately start calling out how weird it was for Fansly to be a sponsor of the Streamer Awards. I feel like the two aren't really comparable. Blasting porn, real porn, immediately to your audience out of nowhere, no warning, and right in their face, just on stream, is completely different than an advertisement to a platform which does have porn, but a lot of things that they'd have to do in order to access it. Granted, I've now learned that it's easier than I thought it was. I still think the two are drastically different. So I still just don't think it's hypocritical. As I've said, neither one of them is great. I don't think either one of them is an amazing thing to do, but they are just not the same, and it's really fucking silly to pretend that they are. They are very different. And over the past couple days, some news broke about something that's very near and dear to my heart, and I just wasn't sure if I had the mental fortitude to even really tackle the subject in a video, so I've been back and forth on whether or not to even address it, because it's going to be hard to get through this without shedding a few tears, but sometimes I think it's kind of important to show vulnerability. I'm not some emotionless husk. Men can cry. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I think that demonstrates strength. So you know what? If you're a man watching this, go outside right now, look at a beautiful sunset, and just cry your eyes out, you little bitch. Today, I'm going to be crying about the loss of the M&Ms spokes candies. Wow, even just saying that out loud was painful. It felt like poison and fire and flames leaving my mouth. But it's the truth, and sometimes it's a tough pill to swallow, but you gotta swallow regardless. It was revealed this week that the decision was made to binge the M&M Spokes Candy, the beloved characters of the M&M universe, which has deep and expansive lore that spans decades. It's some of the most well-crafted lore, up there with some of Tolkien's work, so to have them sidelined and even just blatantly retired is tough. They can take away our Spokes Candy, but they can't take away all the loads I've blown looking at them. God damn, those sexy M&Ms, the green M&M, especially with those high-heeled boots, hubba, Jesus fucking Christ. The nuts I've busted looking at that, and I know I'm not alone. For years, the M&M Spokes Candies have ranked among the hottest things in the world, like above waifus for weebs even, you know? I'll drop the sarcasm here. I'm sure for a while you've at least been somewhat aware of what's been going on with the M&M's Spokes Candies. For a long time, they were just like goofy little skits they do with the red M&M, you know, doing shit. Before movies at AMC theaters, they'd have that little short that would play where all the M&Ms get kidnapped, strapped to a rocket, and he's defusing a bomb, and then someone's phone goes off, and it's like, the M&Ms don't want you to have your phone on during a movie. Put it on silent, please. It was just a very large marketing campaign that used these characters for a long time. Well, over the last year or so, they took those characters and then gave them weird backstories. Like, they tried to make the M&Ms have some kind of relatable stories associated with them, so it was like this big marketing overhaul in order to deliver a message that, you know, everyone should come together, everyone is welcome with M&Ms, you know, let's unify the world with M&Ms and our fiction, our lore around them. It was a really goofy campaign and it got a lot of pushback, but at the forefront was someone named Tucker Carlson who had a fucking meltdown about the M&Ms no longer being sexy. Like, he could no longer, in good conscience, jerk off and ejaculate to the sight of them. He had this huge rant about it, like the green M&Ms, her boots were taken away and given like sneakers, and he lost his goddamn mind about it. And this became a huge meme, and it even became a point of debate and controversy. And then all of this bubbled over for the last year or so, and now they've recently come out and just completely scrapped everything to do with the Spokes Candies. Which is such a weird decision in the first place. You could have just said, alright, we won't even give them backstories, it doesn't matter. Because it's not that fucking important, it's just candy. You make candy, right? You're not changing the world. You're changing the weight of the world with how unhealthy your products are, but you're not, like, actually improving the world, you're just making fucking candy. You know, there's no reason to try and make these wild, pretentious statements about the candy you're making and the personality associated with it. It was a weird idea that wasn't executed well, but it led to some unforgettable moments and memes as a result of it. So I am a little sad to see that go. They've been replaced with Maya Rudolph, who's going to be doing a Super Bowl commercial for them. Now, I think there is a conspiracy that has a lot of weight to it, that this is a bait and switch where Maya Rudolph's going to announce, like, the M&Ms are sexier than ever, and then they're going to come out and all goatsy themselves or something. Like a big fucking orgy. Like, I do think there is a chance that this is all just another big marketing push in order to hype up this controversy and play into it. But I also could be totally wrong, and they really just didn't want to deal with any kind of, like, public, you know, outcry and hoopla, so they just decided to completely, you know, kill off the Spokes Candies. Just fucking put them down. But anyway, I went over this on stream and I want to show some of those clips just to go over it a little bit deeper, but that's basically the situation in a nutshell. Oh, they even put out a Twitter statement. America, let's talk. In the last year, we made some changes to our beloved Spokes Candies. We weren't sure if anyone would even notice, and we definitely didn't think it would break the internet. I hate that expression so fucking much. I really do. That is just so awful. But now we get it. Even a candy's shoes can be polarizing, which was the last thing M&Ms wanted since we're all about bringing people together. Therefore, we have decided to take an indefinite pause from the Spokes Candies. In their place, we're proud to introduce a spokesperson America can agree on, the beloved Maya Rudolph. We are confident Miss Rudolph will champion the... Who the fuck is this guy? He has nothing to do with M&Ms. We're confident Miss Rudolph will champion the power of fun to create a world where everyone feels they belong. What are these huge statements? You make chocolate. You just make chocolate. God damn it. What do you mean? We're saving the world one M&M at a time. This went like 3 different ways. This went fucking cattywampus real quick. Is he happy or sad? I can't tell. I'm gonna miss the sexy M&Ms. I still don't know what the fuck what the point was in all of this shit. This is the dumbest ad campaign ever. Alright, you guys remember the orange M&M? Yeah, so he has anxiety, but he doesn't let it define him. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll think about that next time I'm eating M&Ms. Which one got naked during one of the commercials? That was like, fuck, 10 years ago? There was the one where it like ripped off the coating. Do you think the decision to get rid of the mascots will hurt the company? Man, fuck no, what? The decision to even give them lore was useless anyway. It did nothing except... I mean, maybe it actually helped them because it got people talking about M&Ms. But no, I don't think it's gonna fucking hurt them. It's not like... I can't imagine there's a person out there being like, wow, I related so hard to the orange M&M, and now he's been benched, he's been sidelined. I can't in good conscience eat these M&Ms anymore. I don't see it happening. It's fucking chocolate. You think M&Ms each have a life story? You don't think the M&Ms each have a life story? Well, I mean, now they do. Or they did. For a brief period, I got to really connect with them. I don't know why the purple one Tucker keeps calling obese. She's actually thinner than the yellow one. And the blue one. These two are very rotund. Do you think they got paid their severance? I don't know. I'm expecting twitlongers from each of them, especially the orange one. About discrimination at the workplace for his anxiety or something. That would be... Now that would be hype. If Mars went the extra mile and made a Twitter account for each of them... Then we'd be talking. Then we could have a Matt Pat game theory on it. Didn't Kellogg's do this for Tony the Tiger and they shut it down because of furries being too horny? Well, they didn't do this for Tony the Tiger. They just made like a big push on Tony the Tiger on Twitter, but then furries kept drawing porn of him. So then they shut it down. Why would M&M just drop their characters? It's probably just the Super Bowl bait and switch. I don't think they actually dropped them. But if they did, I don't think it matters. Who fucking cares? Maybe one day the Spokes candies will come back and reclaim their glory, but for now, it's looking like we may have seen the last of this crew of M&Ms, and God bless. It's always wild and sad to me that we live in a time where no matter how vile the actions that you witness are, there will be people that will fight to defend them, tooth and nail, as if their life depends on it. And these aren't actions that have any justifiable explanation, just truly evil things that are 100% confirmed real with video evidence backing it up as well as confessions, and yet still, there are people, brain rot little worms, jumping through these hoops, performing the most outrageous mental gymnastics that would put Cirque du Soleil to shame in order to somehow spin it as a good thing and that everyone else is wrong for criticizing it. This phenomenon has never been more infuriating than today, with the Dalai Lama situation. For those that don't know, the Dalai Lama recently, and there is a video showcasing all of this, I won't be playing any of it for obvious reason, you'll understand once I explain it. He had a child up on stage. He then kisses that young boy on the lips, the full-blown Tom Brady experience. But unlike Brady, this is not the Dalai Lama's kid. And he's also not done. He then says, "And suck my tongue." And he sticks his tongue out and then puts his tongue right in the face of that young boy and holds it there for a moment, like he was waiting to see if the kid would suck on it, like he's trying to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop. And then when the kid doesn't, he then leans back and he starts giving a big hearty belly laugh like fucking Santa Claus on, on his sleigh, like, ah ha 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 ha, trying to play it off like he was just kidding. It was just a prank bro energy. And it's fucking disgusting. Obviously, I'm not going to show the video, but there is a video showing all of this. And somehow people are actually defending his actions. Now, I'm sure most of you know who the Dalai Lama is. You may even know him as His Holiness, though after this I imagine a lot of people will call him His Horniness, because this shit is fucking foul. So, like, I just don't understand, and we're going to get to his apology in a moment, but let's just break it down to the very immutable facts. He kisses a child on the lips that is not his kid, which I think is just a full stop fucking weird thing to do. Maybe like it's a cultural thing where that's more normal elsewhere, but even still, I find it very fucking odd. Especially with the way that he does it. The kid is pretty reluctant. He doesn't want to, but the Dalai Lama takes his like hand under his chin, pushes his head up, and then kisses him on the lips. It's like a fucking scene out of Twilight, or like some kind of really uncomfortable anime moment. Like, it's so gross. But what's indefensible, 100% indefensible, is him then sticking his tongue out and telling that child to suck on his tongue. So then he's got his wrinkly old tongue that he's hanging out like a dog who's panting after running around, and then he just wiggles it on up in there, right into that child's face, and holds it steady, waiting. Now here's the official statement from the Dalai Lama and his team on his Twitter, which I didn't even know he had a Twitter. That's already kind of fucking wild that the Dalai Lama Twitter's got like 19 million followers and all that. But anyway, it says, a video clip has been circulating that shows a recent meeting when a young boy asked His Holiness the Dalai Lama if he could give him a hug. His Holiness wishes to apologize to the boy and his family, as well as his many friends across the world, for the hurt his words may have caused. His Holiness often teases people he meets in an innocent and playful way, even in public and before cameras. He regrets the incident. So that kid wanted a hug, and he gambled and lost. He got a lot more than a hug out of this interaction. He got fucking trauma from it, no doubt. So let's break that down. They are unironically using it was just a joke. He was just kidding. Well, like, what's the fucking joke? He was only pretending to be a pedophile and a predator? Like, I don't understand what the joke is. If that kid sucked his tongue, if he actually did suck his tongue, then what? Like, would the Dalai Lama be like, haha, dude, you sucked my tongue, oh, you little rascal, you idiot, you fell for my joke, pranked, fucking pranked, welcome to TikTok. Like, this makes no sense. This isn't a joke at all. Kissing a boy on the lips and then telling him to suck your tongue? What? That's like the worst true combo joke ever told, ever. If you wanted to make a joke in an innocent and playful way, why not stick to the classics like pull my finger and then you shit your pants when they pull your finger? Like, this is stupid. This is the worst defense I've ever seen. Actually trying it was just a prank, bro. But what makes it even stupider is the fact that there are people, granted not the majority of people, but there is a not small amount of people that are defending it, saying like, you guys just don't understand his sense of humor. This is ridiculous. Everyone's overreacting or it's out of context. Like, holy shit, the amount of stupid juice that must be being pumped into the water supply is getting to dangerous levels to actually start justifying open pedophilia and predator behavior like this. This is fucking gross. People are actually saying that he was clearly just kidding. Let's assume that you really believe that. Would you be okay if he did that to your kid? Like out in public, right? If a stranger comes up to you and kisses your boy on the lips, and then he's like, I was just kidding, bro. Let him suck my tongue real quick, as part of the joke. Would you be like okay with it and fist bump the guy? Be like, oh, that's a fucking great joke, bro. I doubt it. I fucking doubt it. So why is the Dalai Lama getting a pass? The action is still the same. It's ridiculous. It is absolutely disgusting. And to go even further, there's a lot of people that are using one defense in particular, saying that it's a greeting. He was using the kissing on the lips and the tongue sticking out thing as part of a greeting. Let's run with that idea for a moment. Does the greeting then extend to sticking that tongue in the child's face and telling him to suck it? Is that part of the greeting as well, like a secret handshake? I don't think so. I've never seen that before. Like, I highly doubt it. This isn't action that has any justification for it whatsoever. Full stop. There is nothing anyone can ever say that would justify what the Dalai Lama did to that child on stage. It's fucking disgusting and it's inexcusable. And I'm really tired of seeing people try and argue that it's okay. Like, there's nothing about that should even remotely be, like, normalized or encouraged or written off as just a joke or goofing around. And honestly, this little apology that they whipped up in the Notes app in, like, 5 minutes here is making me even more concerned for how long this behavior must have been going on for, because they're writing it off as just, the Dalai Lama being the Dalai Lama, he's a little quirky, he likes to tease, even in front of the cameras in public. Well, what the fuck does he do in private then? Like, holy shit, if this is something that they're trying to just say, it's like, it's just, part of what he does, you guys just don't really get his sense of humor. Like, holy shit, what kind of awful things must be going on in private? A lot of people raise that point as well, like, damn, if he's willing to do this in public and then say, like, it's just, him being him, like, my god, it must be even worse in private. But yeah, people keep recommending The Worthless 319. I think I've seen it, but I don't really know. I'll look it up. So chat seems divided on whether or not we've watched this. It sounds really familiar to me, and this time frame seems about right. Definitely haven't seen this one, but I think we've seen this. I don't know, really? Okay, let's see.
Today, I'll cover one of the most disturbing cases ever on Reddit. I also want to give a fair warning. Viewer discretion is advised.
Okay.
It's so unique, I haven't seen anything that comes close to this in terms of authenticity. I also highly discourage you from looking any of this up since it's very graphic and it could potentially haunt you for life.
Is it a toss problem on Twitch, or does he not show anything? Doesn't show anything? Okay.
Some of you might already be familiar with this user since this topic is more or less 3 years old. In the replies, he has a few interactions with people about spirituality.
These are the bits, Cryo.
He's afraid of suffering, and people tell him to take it slow and to not read too much into it, but he seems to be unable to do so. But it gets very dark in the replies.
Sounds like the dude from that, like Da Vinci Code that keeps hitting himself with a
testicles,
stick,
but roughly 1 inch
like
of the base remains.
Flail or whatever.
Primal instinct, etc., tells me to remove it. The first time I used a gun, now I must use a knife, and it is going to be exceedingly difficult and painful compared to a few trigger pulls. After getting the advice to consider,
he removed his penis with a gun. I mean, that sounds like a lie. That wouldn't even work. That's like that carnival game where you shoot out a star with the BBs. You'd have to do like a full fucking line. Well, I guess you could be using a higher caliber bullet to be actually. I didn't even think of that.
In this post, he goes to length explaining how he circumcised himself, shot his own dick 4 times with a revolver, and then fried and ate it. He also lost his left testicle in the process.
That was a thing on Cannibal Cafe.
Ended up at the hospital. In a different reply, he explains that he sawed his own penis and then ate it. And someone was curious as to how it tasted, and he claims that it tastes like chicken, and that he cut it in half since he almost vomited trying to eat the whole thing.
This seems very
fake. Following God's will, he also is willing to send the images of his doings to people who are doubting him. Against all doubts, OP delivered.
Okay, does he actually, in this video, let me see. Let me make sure he doesn't actually show the pictures if there are any. Before continuing though, I will say, having pictures doesn't necessarily confirm that. You guys remember the BME Pain Olympics where there's the video of the dude cutting his cock off? It's fake. You can fake those things. You can easily might not be the right word depending on how the pictures look, but yeah, you can absolutely fake it. He posted the pics. Again, I guess they could be real. It sounds unbelievable. But I guess it is possible. I'm just saying, like with the BME Pain Olympics where everyone's like, can you believe this guy cut his own cock off on camera? That was fake. That is a confirmed fake video. So I'm sure you could also fake pictures too.
Who expressed their doubt.
The way he's talking about it seems like he's fishing for attention. That's the impression I get.
What followed was something that probably no one
It wasn't fake? Again, how do people not know this? This was a big deal. The creator of the BME Pain Olympics even came forward saying, yes, that shock video, all of that was fake. Now, it's not everything that creator has posted being fake, but that video in particular is fake. Because the person behind it, Shannon Larrett, is Devin Larrett's brother. He passed away now, but before then, he did publicly state that it was a fake video. Oh, here we go. Here it is. Here's the article. Yeah, so it is in this interview. It goes over Shannon. I probably can't even show this website. The man responsible for the creation of this site was Shannon Larrett. Shannon was himself one of the first people in the West to have his tongue split and among the first 3 people to ever receive an eyeball tattoo. Shannon's BME website would gain further notoriety after he created a fake but very convincing shock video titled BME Pain Olympics Final Round. I actually didn't know this part. This video originally concluded with a disclaimer noting that the footage was not genuine. However, shortly after being passed around the internet, the disclaimer was removed, leaving many viewers to believe that they were actually watching self-performed castrations and penectomies. Yeah, so that, like I said, that video was fake.
This guy is insane. He made multiple posts stating that he shot his own penis 4 times.
This has been proven fake. The worthless 319? Right, hold on. Nah, I'm deep in it now. Where? Like I said, just because there are pictures doesn't mean the pictures are genuine there. And the way he talks about it is literal Reddit, like, attention seeking. There's a whole Reddit about it being debunked. Fuck, okay, I'll have to go to that after, then I don't feel like going that far out of the way now. I'll finish at least getting the lore here.
He basically sees himself as a prophet, receiving direct orders
Who's to say
from
he
God
wasn't?
to save mankind. Here's a more
God
detailed
did some
reply
fucked
from
up
him,
shit to the
which
people
goes
that,
more
like,
in
followed
depth.
him back in the day.
It reads, "It's extremely unpleasant and a daily question why God chose
He's the prime punch.
and the most average person I can think of."
No, he's the
He
hero.
also states that he had visits at insane asylums 5 times. The universe.
Why would you fake
What's also interesting
attention
is
just
that
like
he calls
this?
his doings
People this insane don't type this coherently. It reads like someone trying their best to play the role of
in the
like a
replies
crazy
on another
genital
post where he
mutilating
again
person.
asks for advice. He
It
details that
reads
he
very
uploaded the
fake.
castration-
There still is a chance it's
Now,
not
I
though.
think Worthless319 always ignored these concerns.
Damn.
Without any exception.
We tried.
Now, before we proceed, you may be curious as to how he even releases himself. He shares his experiences
Out his butt.
in a reply. It reads,
Redirected
"I'm
it.
sitting down. If
Oh.
you're talking about orgasmic, since I finished castrating myself, I haven't gotten turned on once. Before castration, I had one nut. I blew apart my left one. I could come very easily by thought alone." In other posts, he shares his
Whoa.
state of mind. "I especially fear the end of humanity as it approaches. It's inches away. Centimeters.
Goddamn 5G.
No one understands me, especially myself. I called an ambulance after about 5 minutes of listening to music, laying on the ground.
Yeah, this
and
definitely
don't
is
remember
fake.
much of the, and I want to go through a few.
There's a website that shows his deleted Reddit history, not remove edit. Yeah, it doesn't prove that those pictures are either A, real, or B, him. There are people, and I do know this is a thing, I think it's called a penectomy, I think. There are people that have actually cut their cock off online, and there's videos of it. But I don't think this guy was one of them, because he just keeps making Reddit posts like he's an anime villain or something going into a monologue. I don't think this is, like, real. But the actual act of someone cutting their own cock off and shit, that is something that some absolute maniacs have done. Ooh, how deep does it go?
He wanted to end himself by bleeding out of his pelvic area to prevent a conflict between North Korea and the States.
It might have worked too. We still haven't entered into a
Substances
conflict.
like DMT and LSD. There were people who were motivating Worthless to further self-mutilate himself in the name of religion. The users doing that deleted their accounts. So, as for information about Worthless,
Charlie, I saw the images. The dude has no dick. Like I said, on the internet, it's called a penectomy. There are people that have literally cut their own cocks off. There was even on this was a big one, the Cannibal Cafe. Cannibal Cafe, what was his name? Armin Minsk, something like that. The user on Cannibal Cafe said, "Hey, I want my cock cut off and I want to eat it." No, there we go. Armin Muse. On Cannibal Cafe, back in the early 2000s, there was a dude who's like, "I want my cock to be cut off and then eaten. Will anyone oblige?" Someone did, got together, literally cut his dick off, they ate it, he bled out in the bathtub. Like, there are people, and there are real videos and images of people cutting off and mutilating their own cocks. No doubt that exists. What I'm saying is this Reddit user is most likely not the one that is doing what's described or shown in those images. It's very likely he just took some of those stills from the videos or those pictures and is then making this story around this whole thing for attention. Because the way he writes is very much like a Redditor seeking attention. Just going by the way he writes. Again, could be totally wrong. It could genuinely be him. I'm just saying all of this seems super fake. He's making posts in other subreddits like, "Hey, how do I do this? I actually shot my nut off, which is why I'm asking, because I'm trying to save the America from North Korea using LSD, parentheses, God's drug. Again, I shot my nut off and then I castrated myself. I've been bleeding and it's painful, but I'm doing it for you guys. By the way, how do I do this?" Like, it seems like he's fishing for attention at every possible step with his post. That's what it seems like.
you could argue that it's too sensitive to receive media coverage, but that's not necessarily true.
Yeah, it would. It
It's
would
not the
absolutely
first
receive
time
coverage.
that something like that would get reported in Florida.
He's going to bring up
Here,
Cannibal
for
Cafe.
instance, we have a similar case,
Or not.
which received media coverage. You truly need to be fucked up in your head to stick to this for months, making threats and posts and also sharing grotesque images. Goodbye.
That was interesting. Again, I think that whole story is fake. Pictures, probably not, but the story, at least surrounding them with that user, I think definitely are. And luckily, it looks like we have a penis scientist in here. I've seen the pictures. They 100% weren't from him. He claimed to have shot his penis, but most of the pictures were shaved. A burn there would have simply prevented hair growth, at least in some spots. And there's also no wound in the area in any of the pics, just the absent penis. Yeah, I haven't seen the pictures, so I can't really analyze them myself. But I have been playing a lot of... The Rise of Fake Gurus. Haven't we watched this? Isn't this, Eye Patch Wolf? No. The dark truth behind making millions from online courses. I mean, pretty much everyone knows that online courses are a scam. But I'm interested.
Telling you that sign up to my free training.
Free training that I'm giving you an invitation to.
Turn up for the online training
and join our completely free training where I'm registered to attend our free.
Whenever you hear that, just know that it's a scam. Like, I feel like everyone knows that.
And there's just so many of them. It's like a copy and paste. What you might not realize is that at first it seems a bit harmless, but some of these people are earning millions. Millions.
Whoa!
Millions.
What?
And then when you really look into it and you realize a lot of these people have a cult-like following.
You're telling me Sam, what was his name? Sam Ovkin? I wasn't even close. Sam Ovens has a cult following? I don't believe that for even a fucking second. How to become a consultant. This fucking guy even paid for the Google Premium thing where you get like ad on top of everything. So real quick, I'll give another pro tip if anyone's prone to getting scammed. Whenever you see this, like if you see ad up here, never click on this. You can just pay for this, and a lot of times what'll happen is a scam company will pay for this to try and bait people into signing up to a fake service. That happens all the time, especially with RuneScape. So if you try and download something like RuneScape, the first 3 of these are going to have ad here, and all 3 of them are viruses. So, pretty counterintuitive already, Sam. This is so wildly... it is so hard to figure out what this guy does, like what his actual business is. His flagship consulting accelerator training has produced 25 millionaires, nearly 500 six-figure earners, and allowed over 3,000 people to quit their jobs and work full-time as consultants. That doesn't really fucking tell me anything. Like, this is wild. Jesus Christ! And you're telling me Sam Ovens has a cult following? I don't believe this for even a second. He had to have been born rich. How to okay. He quite literally just sells courses. That is his whole business. Here. I found it. It is literally only selling courses. So in 42 days, I can start my own profitable business and get my first customer. With the consulting accelerator.
Job and have more time.
You know, one thing I've never seen is a successful man who ever paid for one of these courses.
Preferably it's something to do
with
wealth or health.
Not a single one.
Relationships. Something.
And I'm going to show you step by step how my students are earning 6 and even 7 figures working from their laptops from home.
Yeah, but you never hear anyone say that. Like, I've never heard a millionaire, when asked the question, how did he become successful? Oh yeah, I bought Sam Ovens' training consulting accelerator.
Doesn't matter if you really don't know what you're talking
really
about.
Blew me up.
Hire an expert, get them.
It seems like you don't have to try that hard to market it. You just say the same dog shit that everyone else says.
This is the stage.
You just copy their script.
You can make enough money to be financially free.
You could be generating profit in a matter of just hours, if not just a few days.
Earning 6.
Wow, that quick, huh?
Are earning 6 and even 7 figures working from their laptops from home.
That I've got.
Like, how does anyone... I don't get it. I don't get it. How does anyone see this and be like, yeah, that's probably legit? This is no different than the sexy singles waiting to fuck you in your area. I really thought these were just dead on arrival things. I had no idea they were an actual successful business. That is mind-boggling to me.
The more time they get to spend with you and the more trust they build towards you, and the higher the chance that you can sell them on higher priced courses. Another thing is make sure they're not distracted. You want to make sure that their whole attention is focused on you in this webinar.
So I'm basically just dating them.
Turn off the social media to tell your family, leave me alone.
Close down Facebook, turn off Netflix, turn off Instagram, hide your phone if you need to for the next 60 minutes, because this exact training has changed literally thousands of lives, and it can do the same for you.
This sounds awful.
No,
it's a parasocial relationship. It's not even training.
James, I don't have any information
to put in real work.
And you need to take action. If you're still with me today, you're an action taker.
Anyone, anywhere, from any country on earth can earn a full-time living on Amazon if they're willing to put in the work. Listen, if
they can't even use a microphone, they're using a fucking Mac built-in mic.
They're lying to you, right? Because it's not.
Can't you get like a Blue Yeti?
That's why most people, when they read.
This is a Sigma male grind set for sure. Hey, what's up, babe? I bought Sam Oven's training course.
On your course, say,
so we fucking at my place of yours. What's up?
100 grand in his phone. Easy. Easy, easy, easy.
You don't have to have any experience to get started. You don't have to have any tech skills or buy any software. You don't need your own product.
You never.
Well, what do you need? Like, what do you do? Just sit there and hope that someone buys air? Like, you don't need any of that?
Experts. You don't need to take the risk of failing. You don't need to hire employees.
God.
No matter your.
Okay, hold on. I want to see this whole list. So what is the position here? So you don't need to even be alive, it sounds like. You don't have to have your own product or create one, okay? Like what do you do? You don't have to do sales. You don't have to have an audience. So who's buying this? Like, how can you read this list and be like, huh? So I do nothing. So then what happens? I buy this course and I get told I don't have to do anything, and then what? This is crazy. I've never seen the courses. I only ever see the ads and just write it off immediately. But seeing this, it's even crazier that anyone would believe this for even a second. This is literally the old fucking meme of like step 1 ? Step 2 profit.
So here's what you want to do. You want to create scarcity.
So if you want to get these additional bonuses, you need to join now. And if you're going to think about it, you're going to miss out on this.
These bonuses.
Who's this goofball? I only looked up Sam Ovens, but this guy's got my full attention. He looks like he wasn't meant to be in this line of work, like he was just an extra looking for work. So he's like the stunt double for the real John Crestani. Like his heart doesn't seem in it at all. Let's see. It's all so fucking vague. Your job as an affiliate marketer is to do better job of selling the product than the merchant itself. Thanks, John. That's the entire about section. Incredible. Well, I know all I need to know now about John, I guess. Thanks to the resub Hoop Snake, Sir Eric Valentine, and the Prime Yanko. Is there anything else? There's almost no words on here. I guess he's like catering to those that are illiterate, that accidentally buy his course. Like there is absolutely no words on this whole fucking site. It's just pictures of John.
So I started off in college. I was running a little tutoring business, and I want to get some extra beer money, so I set up a website and I put out some ads. I kind of taught myself to get more customers, and that turned into working for an ad agency out of college and doing pretty well, so that some of the business owners said,
he is wearing a leather jacket, so he means business.
I had my own business.
He sure does, and if you Google John Crestani, you'll see what he's talking about. Now,
no, that's how I ended up here. I googled John Crestani and I saw nothing that made any sense, which is how I landed on this unlisted video on a most likely fake news segment he made. I quite literally can't find anything about what he does. It is like genuinely impossible to understand anything that John Crestani is doing. All he says is he's creating affiliate marketers and that it's your job to make money. Like what do you mean? I'm not learning anything. I'm just being confused.
These bonuses are only available for a very limited time and are only available for the people who are really ready to invest into their future today.
He is a growth hacker, I suppose.
Bonuses are gone, guys. They're gone forever.
For people on this webinar today only, I'm going to do it for $1,999.
You can tell them it's okay to finance it with their credit cards or whatever the hell.
The money. If the money is the biggest hurdle, but if you have the desire, if you have the time,
Oh
if you have
God.
the willingness,
Oh
we have an
God, don't do
option
it.
for you. You can
No.
actually use PayPal credit and you
John!
can get started.
Go into debt for John,
little to no money
or you'll never
down.
be successful.
Essentially free to.
Yeah, we got absorbed into the Unlocks program, but yeah.
Oh God. Holy
You
shit.
don't tell them the truth. Right. I mean,
Oh my
we're selling
God.
shovels in a gold rush. Thousands of pounds. Most of them I got on Udemy and they're like 10 quid here and there. About probably in total I spent £200 on online courses. They're not trying
It's
to sell
super different though. Like when you're taking an online course for something like editing, you know exactly what you're getting into. They're going to teach you how to edit. Like you are absolutely getting what you want when you're taking like a course from editors. But when you're taking a course from just a dude who says that he can make you millions, you're gambling a lot more on this guy somehow giving you tools to make millions of dollars. Like it can't even be talked about in the same sentence. Like there are courses that are good, but none of them are like get rich courses. Like success courses, there's not a single one that'll actually make you better or make you more successful. There is literally not a single one that I can think of that will ever get you in a position to be more successful in life. But if you're taking a course for like a focused thing, editing, even sports, you know, there's so much for that.
They're not trying to tell me.
Fucking wild that people conflate those two. He's not. I'm not saying he is. I saw it in the chat.
I think a lot of these.
Just a little heads up. I know he's
aside
not.
From all of the moral, I think personally a lot of them aren't gonna last. I think.
I'm surprised they're still around.
Get extremely unethical, or they're going to be caught out in some sense, or there's going to be some kind of regulation. But for your own sake, just don't get into them in the first place.
That was a really well put together video. I hadn't heard of half of those gurus.
Like this, I've got a lot of exciting stuff planned. Hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. Check out my last video as well. I did it.
I hope he sells a course at the end. These are all scams, but mine's real.
That's an awesome video.
That was a great video, actually. The only major gurus I knew were Ty Lopez and the Paul brothers. The Paul brothers, I don't know if they still do, but they used to do online seminars just like that. Genuine, full throttle, dog shit, awful courses. And I actually watched one, because obviously being the Paul brothers, people just put out the entire course, so I watched some of it. And I just assumed everyone would know that all of that shit is fake, but I guess not. Good evening, everyone. It's with a heavy heart that I have to deliver some tragic news that I'm sure you've already seen and have probably spent the better part of your afternoon crying about. Reddit is currently down. The narwhal is not baconing today, my friends. This is not a wholesome Chungus moment. Reddit is offline, and there's good reason for it. Many of you probably saw over the last week or so that there was an organized protest with most of the subreddits on the platform about API changes, and maybe there's too much mumbo-jumbo, scary, frightening big words and acronyms that you didn't even bother to look into, so that's what I'm going to do here is break down the situation on why there was a Reddit strike in the first place, and what the future could hold for all the Reddit mods that are now stranded without a home to go back to, or a place, a domain to rule over. Now, I joke about the situation, but Reddit is legitimately one of the top 10 most visited sites in the world, so the fact that it's down right now due to this strike is actually really impressive. Like, it's genuinely surprising how much the community came together in order to protest the Reddit changes. So, what sparked this Armageddon, this doomsday for Redditors? It was a change to how Reddit was going to be conducting business. They did their best EA impression here and got very greedy. So they decided they were going to start charging for API access, and they were charging a fucking fat load of barnacles for it too. API access allows things like third-party apps to exist. It needs the API access to function, and Reddit was going to begin charging for that access. So the biggest one is called Apollo, and it helps users read Reddit threads. It's something many power users were familiar with, but something I didn't know about until recently. And according to the developer of Apollo, it would cost nearly $20 million annually under this new pricing model. which is a ton of pickles. That's far beyond the realm of possibility for pretty much any third-party developer. So effectively, Reddit was killing third-party apps because nobody could afford to pay the API fee for their services anymore. And it didn't just affect third-party apps, it also affected mod tools, as I understand it as well. So this new pricing scheme, fresh out of the brain of Mr. Krabs, shaking everyone down for their lunch money, had a large set of consequences that effectively shut off a lot of what people were used to. And it wasn't something that the community was thrilled about. This was not a policy change that was getting a lot of updates. So the community, as well as a lot of the biggest subreddit mods, as well as just the biggest subreddits in general, came together and decided that they were going to do a strike, a Reddit blackout, where they're going to be taking their subreddits private, meaning you can't access them anymore, basically just shutting them down temporarily. And that's led to our current situation. There was even a live stream tracking how many subreddits were going offline, and it's still going right now, and you can see it's a lot. I also tuned into the stream a little bit last night, and I bore witness to one of the saddest things I've ever laid my eyes upon. Breaking news, r/tits went down. That'll finally put the pressure on the Reddit admins to overturn their decision here. No more r/tits, Jesus Christ, it's getting serious. And it's only continued to get more serious. We're in the in-game now. Not only is r/tits banished to the Shadow Realm in protest, r/tinytits has also vanished. So if that doesn't put the screws on the Reddit admins to overturn this greedy policy, I just don't know what will. Now, I genuinely do think that this strike has been remarkably successful. This is a legitimate "we did it, Reddit" moment. The site isn't working because so many subreddits have gone offline. It's not like Reddit themselves, like the upper echelon of the Reddit Illuminati, came in and just shut it down or something and as their form of protest. This is the site not working because so many communities are all going private at once, it seems. When you just try and go on the site's front page, it doesn't generate anything for you, it just kind of says there's a problem. But if you directly go to one of the subreddits that isn't participating in the protest, it will work. Mudahar just made a video covering this, and he went to r/sinkpissers, and they were still online. That was 3 hours ago, and I just tried it again. And these brave patriots pissing in sinks are still here operating just fine on the platform. So it's not like Reddit itself is down, it's just so many subreddits have gone private that the website doesn't seem to know what to generate on the front page anymore. But if you go to a specific subreddit that isn't participating, it still functions. So like if you really love sink pissing, then you can go there and consume that content with no problem at all. This is actually a really interesting situation because Reddit is a legitimate top 10 most visited website in the world. It is a platform that everyone accesses at some point, and I make jokes about Reddit a lot and Redditors in particular, but that's not because I think the platform sucks or anything. I think it actually does have legitimate use from time to time. I think most of the subreddits are dog shit, like most of the default subs and all of that are just absolute worthlessness. But there are certain communities that are just dedicated to providing information in specific areas that have proven time and time again for myself and many friends to actually be a very good resource to learn things and figure out how to fix problems. Like, you get the information without all of the bloat of looking it up on an article. It's just the best way of sometimes getting quick fixes to problems. So I really do think Reddit as a platform does provide a good service from time to time, though the water does get muddy with how awful a lot of the other subs are. But overall, I don't think it's like the worst website ever. That title still belongs comfortably to either Twitter or Facebook. Pick your poison. So to see that this strike is actually like effectively shutting down Reddit for most people is very impressive. And I think it's a good thing overall because I never support when a company gets greedy like this, so I think standing up against it is great. And Reddit is a platform that legitimately can't exist without the Reddit mods and the subreddits and all of that. It is entirely community driven. All of the content on that platform is user generated. So if the users never flip back on the subreddits, you lose all of the content, thus there's no reason to ever go to Reddit ever again. If they just pack up and go elsewhere like a mass exodus. This is like fucking rapture for Redditors here at this point. Like, it is a pretty big deal. Now, I do think this entire Reddit blackout, all the protests here, have kind of shot themselves in the foot because they made it clear for a lot of the big subreddits that are offline right now that they were only doing it for 48 hours. Which I think was a huge fucking blunder. You just gave up scholars, mate, right there. That doesn't really put a ton of pressure on the Reddit higher up anymore because you have given them an end date. You have told them when it stops. So they can just grit their teeth and bear it. Just endure for 2 days and then it's business as usual. Just 2 days of fucking holding on tight like it's a goddamn roller coaster and then you're back into clear skies. They shouldn't have said that they're only going offline for 2 days. I just don't think that puts enough pressure on them to actually get rid of the pricing model here for the API, because they only have 2 days of their service being offline. I mean, that shit happens all the time in MMOs just for normal maintenance when things fuck up, right? Like, it's not going to all of a sudden change the way they're viewing their business model. I know some subreddits are going offline indefinitely, but a lot of the ones that I've read are doing 48 hours. And I think the reason that they made it known that it's a 48-hour protest is so that way the community members didn't think that it was dead forever. They didn't want them to feel like now they no longer have that community to go to for information. So I think it was just trying to keep them updated with what's going on. But in doing so, I think it was a bit of a misstep for the overall strike. Because, like I said, with only a 48-hour offline period, Reddit, I don't think, is going to overturn this decision, because they'll just get away with it after 2 days. But I would quickly like to toy around with the idea that this does end up killing Reddit as a website entirely. It ceases to exist. That would be, I think, the biggest collapse of a service ever. Like, I was talking about this on stream, but the one that immediately popped in my head was MySpace, when MySpace ultimately failed. And then Tumblr, which I actually just totally forgot about. But Tumblr was another, top 10 website that killed itself when it banned porn. That pretty much buried it on the spot when they implemented that new policy. I know it still is around, it's just not even close to how popular it used to be. But with Reddit, this could be a legitimate, dead site. If the community doesn't come back, if they don't all unprivate their subreddits, if they go elsewhere or something, then that website can't exist anymore because it is legitimately only user-generated content. You lose the users, you lose the whole site. And I remember reading last night, as well as I'd always heard this before, that only the top 5 Reddit mods control a large portion of the top subreddits. So all of your subreddits, for the most part, that people go to, your default subs, your huge players, are controlled by the same 5 people. If you piss them off and they all just leave and take the subreddits offline with them, they alone have dealt a very deep blow to Reddit itself. So that is pretty crazy just how much power the people have on Reddit in terms of this protest and its impact on the site as a whole. So overall, I just find this whole thing very fascinating, and I am hoping for the best outcome here. I hope that the community wins here and Reddit won't charge this crazy exorbitant fee for API access, because there's nothing wrong with having third-party apps, right? I think most people would agree, in a lot of cases, third-party apps are much better than the official one. I don't use the official Reddit app, but from everything I understand, it's a pile of shit compared to the other options available from... No one suggested this, but I haven't checked in a while. I actually like the My Strange Addiction show.
And I'm addicted to drinking my urine.
Who isn't?
I drink it.
I'm right there with you, Carrie.
I like warm pee.
Who doesn't? Oh my! 2.3 liters of pee-pee a day?
What I eat.
Why is she so dehydrated? Well, I know why she's dehydrated. She's drinking piss.
I love
I've got to tinkle real quick. I might even glass it real quick. Be right back.
Carrie has also found other ways to consume urine besides drinking.
I use urine for toothpaste. I think it's brightening my teeth from the inside out. And breathe.
I gotta say, I never thought of giving myself a PP nasal shot. What if she goes to the doctor and the doctor says, no, keep doing the piss. It'll help. What a plot twist in My Strange Addiction. I was actually going to recommend that you give yourself PP neti pots, PP shots, tinkle in the eye. But you're way ahead of me. Yeah, just keep doing that.
When the doc...
From everything I've read, if I quit, I'll die.
That sounds like some anti-vax Twitter shit right there. If I don't drink pee every day, my bones will whittle away. The child who's addicted to vodka.
Macaulay is 13. He's been drinking half a bottle of vodka every Friday.
That just sounds like a kid who knows how to party, if you ask me. Where is he getting all the alcohol from? It sounds like his parents just keep restocking it.
Enough junk 4 hours a day.
How does he have the money to buy vodka? He's 14.
He's always be.
What bad neighbor's just feeding your son bottles of vodka every day? You need to start looking into moving.
You can see that we've had the
It's his
gains,
Fortnite
and
money,
as we go
yeah,
down
from
the
Twitch
list,
streaming.
Basically, we've got
Oh, these aren't all the
30
kids'
young
stats. I
females
thought that was
came
his
into
stat sheet. I was gonna say, he's putting up some big numbers. He's going to the hospital at once every couple days for alcoholism. I was gonna be real impressed right there. I'm no authority figure in Northern Ireland, but I'd say maybe hide your wallet better and maybe don't keep alcohol in the house. I guess we'll look at the fursuit one.
My name is Lauren. I'm 19 years old.
Oh, come on. Why do you guys even have any other shows besides My Strange Addiction? Alright, someone get me in contact with TLC. I'll manage their shit. No one cares about things that aren't My Strange Addiction from them. They're a fucking joke of an organization. Yeah, this looks good.
Ridiculous.
That looks like a woman that likes puppets.
Just spend time with for her.
There's no way this is a normal thing. You want to get coffee? Yeah, sure. Let me bring my puppets.
No, I worry as a mom. I worry about
Until it
her
starts
not
murdering people. Yeah.
worry about her.
She just fucking takes May out, got the knife in her hand, and starts slashing at the sister. May, stop! Run! I can't stop May!
So glad. Mom, I thought we discussed this. You weren't going to ambush me on this visit.
There's no way that's like her actual talking voice, too. Sounds like Rugrats.
Tired of my puppets.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd say get rid of the puppets, start making fursuits.
I party all the time. I don't sleep. And April, he's single.
Hey, what the fuck? That's Mark Zuckerberg. Almost. Well, he could definitely pass. Well, maybe. I don't know.
So when you're out in public, are there any negative reactions towards May?
One time I was doing a trade show performance and a guy tried to have me arrested. And I actually really got into it with him.
You ever been to a ventriloquist act that's so bad you call the cops?
I know that it's not always the most.
Man, that's got to be a sign that maybe, maybe just go to the fursuits. Is this what an actual therapist looks like? Because this looks really uncomfortable. 2 shitty chairs in front of a small table with tissues and a busted ass plant on it.
These issues.
Well, hey, that's a happy ending. Hey, it's that magical time again where we get to point, laugh, and shoot spitballs at a creepy degenerate being weird to a woman. So I hope you've done all of your smile exercises, because we're gonna be putting a big ol' grin on that face and having a hoot and a holler at this guy's expense.
So, crazy, silly question, but I'm just curious. I know you don't like coffee, and I know you don't, and I know you eat cereal in the evening.
Yeah.
And I know you have a son, right?
Yeah.
And I know you're about early 30s.
So Goober approaches this woman who's on the leg press machine, and he immediately just starts listing off things he knows about her, which just sounds like some stalker shit. Like, it sounds like a mission out of Hitman, where Agent 47's being given a dossier and going over his target's interests and like where they might be so they can plan out the assassination. This is just like such a creepy cold open here. I know I'm reading way too deep into this situation and it's starting to get dangerously delusional, but for some reason when I first saw this clip, it immediately reminded me of a climactic moment in an action movie when the villain is monologuing to the hero like a fucking phone call. I know you don't like coffee. I know you're in your early 30s. I know the FBI is listening to this call right now. I know you have a son. His name is Mark. He attends Biff Gilmore High. Do this task for me. And all the agents listening to this, stay out of it. And nothing has to happen to Mark. It's just a really odd, peculiar play here. This is definitely not a play that John Madden would draw up. To just approach her and start listing off all the things you know about her, it's just weird. I'm assuming she and him have talked before, which is why he knows all this. They probably have, like, small talk. They're probably on friendly terms. I don't think he's been, like, perusing her Facebook trying to digest all of the lore that she publicly posts about herself there. But it's still weird to then come up and just start, like, spouting it all back to her about everything you know.
That's what I've learned so far. Yeah, I don't know. I think you're really cool. I know you have a son. I tell you, straight up, like, I kind of sort of married, like, I kind of feel on my end.
You know how everything has an opposite? Wet, dry, light, dark, matter, antimatter? This guy is anti-charisma. He is the exact opposite of Riz. Like, this dude legitimately has less game than someone that is asleep. He is stumbling through whatever he was cooking up in his noodle here, and it is extraordinarily uncomfortable to listen to. It's like the first draft of a book report where there's still a ton of typos and grammatical mistakes and nothing's making sense, it's all scatterbrained. That's what's happening through this whole exchange. And yet he still is able to squeak out that bombshell there that he's actually married while actively hitting on this woman. And you can see the shock and surprise on her face to learn that little nugget of information about this guy. If I had to speculate a guess, I would imagine he's been flirtatious in the past, which is why she's even more surprised by it. So he's just a big scumbag piece of shit here for this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. But I don't know. There's something about you that's really cool. Like just casual, but I don't know if you would have pizza with me sometime or something.
I'm pretty sure your wife is not approving.
Good golly, heavens to Betsy, this guy fucking sucks at talking to women. He is speaking to her like he is still in middle school. He just keeps repeating, I think you're cool, I think you're really cool. Like, I half expected him to just go even harder on that, like, I actually think you're epic. Do you want to come over and see my Fortnite, KD? And then we can grab a pizza. Like, there's nothing wrong with a pizza date, I want to be clear there. But it's just this combination of, you're so cool, 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 let's get pizza. Like, that's what I imagine a 12-year-old thinks romance is like. You're cool, get pizza with me, I'll have my mom order Papa John's. Like, what the fuck? It sounds like he's about to bring up cooties. Like, I don't even care if you have cooties, it's okay. Like, he sounds like a fucking child talking to her through text messages. Like, circle yes if you like me, if you like me. Oh, it's so bad. Honestly, this might be inspirational for someone out there. It doesn't matter how awkward or uncomfortable you are, you could still find a partner. Somehow this guy has a wife. Somehow this complete fucking turbo loser has a wife. And now he's trying to cheat on her. So don't be like this guy, but at least let this be known that you don't have to be the most charismatic person out there or be the most socially adept at speaking to other people to find a partner. So maybe there's a little positive spin there. But anyway, back to spitting and shitting on this goofball. The lady here is being extremely sweet about this whole thing as opposed to just splashing the cold water on him and saying, get the fuck away from me. She is tiptoeing around this, probably because she doesn't want to make a scene out of it. Most women usually try and let someone down in a nice way, because if they don't, it could get dangerous. Like, there's no telling how unhinged this guy is. He's trying to fucking cheat on his wife and he's being brutally honest about it. He is a weirdo. So it's definitely the smart call to just be like, oh, I don't think your wife would approve of us getting pizza or going to play laser tag or whatever other childish fucking offer you were about to make. Like, her being nice about it is the optimal move, but it also keeps her wrapped up in this conversation, unfortunately. So I feel so fucking bad for her because he continues to press. And he's already interrupted her workout. So I imagine it's just this giant fucking headache, this huge annoyance because this uncomfortable miasma of cringe has approached her and won't leave. Like the storm just will not pass.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Glad you're up front, but yeah.
Yeah. No, that's cool. Yeah, exactly.
Married, then, like,
right, no. That's why I said.
Yeah.
That, I wanted to be. Yeah, but I won't say unfortunately, because, being married's good. But sometimes sometimes you need somebody that just,
Bingo. Peekaboo, I see you. I was so curious what this guy looked like. I was freeze framing on every single goddamn pixel of this thing, trying to catch just a glimpse of him here to finally get this Bigfoot photo with him peeking in the top right there. I always get so curious in situations like this. What does the person look like who's conducting themselves this way? I know it's not important, but for me, a mystery like this sometimes just needs a little bit of closure. Anyway, he continues with his speech. I don't want to say unfortunately, because being married's great. I love it. But sometimes need something with a little bit more of a connection. A man like me can't be hunkered down to just one woman. You know what's better than one pussy? My wife's? Your pussy. That's 2 vaginas. Double the fun. What say you to that? Come get a pizza with me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no, but yeah, like it's my connection wouldn't be your connection. I'm married.
Hopefully does lose faith in men and humanity, right? Like, it makes us scared women to like ever want to get married because we don't know if they're out at the gym doing that. You know what I mean?
For sure.
I mean, I don't blame you. I'm mad at you. At least you're honest, but like.
He's going into full car salesman pitch mode right now with the hard sell. My connection's your connection. Buy 2, get 2 free. Come on now. What are you waiting for? The deal's depreciating. Come on. It's, what are you doing? And she is doing her absolute best to be nice here. She is doing everything she can to be, like, sweet in this situation. To try and, like, just get through this as pain-free as possible so she can go back to working out, which is what she went there to do. Like, oh my god, it's so fucking rough. And the guy just keeps going.
No, for sure. Oh no, I mean, I wouldn't like have not told you. Up to this point, I just kind of said hi and let it off, and that's it. And I was, I was like thinking, really, when you think about it, it's unfair even to like you also. So, what the hell? What's the point?
The way he just blabbers on and gets all jumbled up on each word reminds me of that viral meme of that kid who was doing a line reading but accidentally messed it up. Have you ever had a dream where you could, and you never want, but you could, and you never want, but do it so bad? Like that? That is his entire statement to this woman here. Just a bunch of gobbledygook.
I mean, probably the best scenario is, and I'm not saying this will ever happen, but like seriously, if you knew my wife and you know what I mean, like we were all friends, that's different.
Yeah.
But and you actually would like her. She's very nice. Yeah. You'll probably meet her sometime. Actually, she hasn't been, but she does come sometimes. So when we're here and I see you, I'll introduce you.
That's where our adventure ends. And man, what a journey it was, huh? I don't know where to begin with that closing statement. If only you knew my wife and we were all friends, that's different. You'll probably meet my wife at some point. You'll fucking love her. I mean, she's great. You'll love her. In fact, my wife would actually love if I cheated on her with you, and that can happen after you meet her. I'll just introduce you next time that she's here. And we can talk about how I was trying to cheat on her by taking you on dates. And I think we'll all have a good laugh about it. We'll all become great friends, and then it's all smooth sailing. Just a fucking weirdo, loser, degenerate creep. Pretty impressive one here. So, yep, the case against P. Diddy, the baby oil billionaire, one of the most vile individuals in music industry history, has been getting more and more horrible things about it coming to light. It would take hours to go over every crime he's accused of. It is a list that goes on and on, filled with the most awful, unimaginable things possible. It would be easier to talk about crimes he isn't accused of committing. Like, he probably started dying and dashing just for the sake of adding more crimes to his resume. And today we received some new information with one of the many celebrities that associated with P. Diddy over the years, Jay-Z, who is now accused in a civil lawsuit of raping a 13-year-old at an after party with P. Diddy and an unnamed female celebrity who was there watching.
Since Combs was indicted by federal prosecutors last fall, these parties he was known for hosting and what celebrities may have attended has been the subject of intense scrutiny. But the blast radius around the star had been relatively contained until now.
The P. Diddy party list is a lot like the Epstein list in terms of rich and powerful people that attended them. And a lot of people, myself included, have wondered if these names will ever even see the light of day because they have the means of burying it potentially. But luckily, that doesn't seem to be the case here now that Jay-Z has been named. But they should all be named, and hopefully they will over the course of this case. Make like a game of guess who and name them. Because the shit that happened at these parties is terrible, horrible, just deplorable shit. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we learned that P. Diddy threw a party where they dug up Jeffrey Dahmer's corpse and paraded around Weekend at Bernie's style or something. Like, the things that have reportedly happened there are things that everyone associated needs to face consequences for. And now Jay-Z is the first one that has been named.
The anonymous woman, who was 13 at the time, described in the lawsuit as being drugged and raped at an MTV VMAs after party she says Combs hosted in 2000. According to the suit, she recalls accepting a drink from a waitress that made her feel woozy and lightheaded before she says she was raped by Jay-Z and then Combs in a bedroom as an unnamed female celebrity watched.
There's a lot of people that have been running defense, kind of just playing like the pseudo PR department for celebrities that have attended P. Diddy's parties but are innocent of any wrongdoing, saying things like, yeah, they may have attended a party, you know, hootenanny or two of P. Diddy's, but they didn't know anything was bad there. They didn't know there were any kids there or any victims of sex trafficking. They just went to a party. They had no clue. And I feel like that's a load of fucking horseradish, because you would know that that is a child. That is a 13-year-old. That is a toddler. They just stopped believing in Santa Claus. There's no way you wouldn't know that there were kids there if there's 13-year-olds running around. That's craziness. And that wouldn't be a huge red flag to any of these celebrities. Like, it's not normal to have a 13-year-old at a fucking VMA after party. And a 13-year-old being served a drink, like, that waitress would know they just served a drink to a child. Even if the waitress didn't know that it was spiked, why are you serving a 13-year-old kid alcohol? This is why I think everyone that attended these parties is very likely guilty of some heinous shit. So this 13-year-old was allegedly served the spiked drink that made her feel woozy and was then raped by Jay-Z and then P. Diddy, and apparently an unnamed female celebrity was watching. I'm pretty surprised they didn't name the female celebrity here. I don't really understand why. Maybe that's for like a different case coming up.
Jay-Z swiftly issuing a statement Sunday calling the claims heinous and accusing the woman's attorney of trying to blackmail him, suggesting the attorney had tried to seek a settlement first, adding, quote, "I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. Whomever would commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away. My heart and support goes out to the true victims in the world." The couple will have to explain the, quote, cruelty and greed of people to their children. Combs, too, has denied any allegations of sexual assault.
Jay-Z is strongly denying these claims, and one thing that's important to note here is that the lawyer, Tony Busby, he's not squeaky clean. This is no saint here. He's got some dirty laundry of his own. He actually did get sued not too long ago for an alleged assault on a former client, and then got sued again for extortion, where a celebrity and their team have accused Tony Busby of throwing out wildly false, horrific allegations, fabricated allegations of sexual assault, and has a pattern of leveling baseless and fabricated malicious allegations at high-profile individuals and threatening to name them publicly if they fail to pay exorbitant sums of money. So fundamentally what they're claiming is that Tony Busby indulges in rumor to leverage bad headlines and bad press for celebrities, so that way they will just settle out of court with him. Now, it's very possible that that extortion lawsuit is from a celebrity who has attended these Diddy parties and is panicking, trying to cover their own ass by trying to assassinate Tony Busby's character. That's possible too. There's no way of knowing for sure right now. I just thought it was worth mentioning that Tony Busby does have a little poop on his butt. But that doesn't mean, and there's no evidence to suggest, that he or the victims he represents are lying about their allegations. This case has just begun. It's the first one that has named another celebrity outside of P. Diddy, so we'll see as the facts continue to come out. Right now, there's no evidence to suggest that this is all made up, and there's also no evidence to confirm any of the allegations, because it's still just too early into this case. So I'll keep my finger on the pulse of it. I'm sure this will be a very big case that'll be talked about a lot. And I do want to just say, even if it turns out that this case isn't real against Jay-Z, I still don't believe Jay-Z is innocent of, like, wrongdoing. He was so close with P. Diddy for so many years, there is no fucking way. There is no chance on God's green earth that Jay-Z didn't know about the horrible shit that P. Diddy was doing. Because these parties Like, it was all right in their faces. It wasn't a secret, per se. Like, the celebrities that attended knew that there was some foul, fishy shit going on there. If you had kids running around at parties, and even if this 13-year-old that Tony Busby's representing turns out like never even went to a P. Diddy party or something, there still are tons and tons of other cases with overwhelming amounts of evidence to suggest that there were kids at these P. Diddy parties. And celebrities, I think, would know what a kid looks like versus an adult. So I just don't think someone as close to P. Diddy as Jay-Z was would possibly be squeaky clean here. Like, they would know about a lot of these crimes. Even if he didn't directly participate in them, I think him knowing about it and refusing to do anything is still extremely fucking horrible too. But again, this case has just come out, so we'll learn about whether or not these claims are true as it develops.
Now, in a statement posted online, Busby, the lawyer, acknowledged sending Jay-Z a letter prior to filing this complaint, prior to this whole thing, seeking a confidential mediation, but says his client never demanded a penny from Jay-Z. At the time, she is now seeking an unspecified amount in damages, guys.
Jay-Z did post a lengthy response, basically saying Tony is an ambulance chaser that's attempting to blackmail him and extort him for money, using some absolutely horrific allegations to try and have him cave in and settle and just pay a bunch of money based on nothing at all. And Tony Busby then responded saying that it's not blackmail at all, and says, Mr. Carter previously denied being the one who sued me and my firm. He even filed his frivolous case under a pseudonym, and then he confirms that he did send a letter prior to this lawsuit, but it was looking for confidential mediation and never demanded a single penny from Jay-Z. Now, I haven't passed the bar. I barely passed my fucking SATs, so I'm not going to pretend to understand how lawsuits work, but what I do know is that in a civil lawsuit, Jay-Z's not necessarily going to go to jail if it turns out all of this is true and he's found guilty on all counts of this lawsuit. It would then go to and paying out an unspecified amount of damages, as the news segment covered there. So I don't understand the sending a letter for confidential mediation and exactly what that entails. I really don't get the whole scope of it. All I know is that this is the first celebrity outside of P. Diddy that has now been accused of horrible things at P. Diddy's parties, and I think that this will be the first of many. Again, I really feel there is a huge number of celebrities that either participated in or knew about a lot of the illegal, horrible, vile shit that was happening with P. Diddy and his parties. And I guess we'll see if Jay-Z is one of those celebrities that knew or participated soon enough. Like, this case just started. I love TikTok finance gurus. It's this beautiful cornucopia of cringe where they offer some of the worst advice you'll ever hear. Sometimes it's even just blatant to try and make you lose as much money as possible. Other times it's to promote some kind of scam where you pay them for mumbo jumbo. That one always just blows my mind because you are actually failing step one of being more financially independent by just wasting money on a guy who is actually just using you as a little piggy bank to exploit by telling you things that you want to hear, whispering sweet nothings into your ear that are going to do nothing but have you keep paying him so you can keep suckling on his bosom of nonsense. Those always fascinate me. Today I want to focus on an outrageously stupid lesson that a finance guru tried to teach recently. This comes from Grant Cardone, whom I'm not overly familiar with. I've seen a couple of his seminars because he always gets clowned on pretty much any time he opens his mouth. I'll go ahead and show you his most infamous clip from 2 years ago.
If I made $400 grand a year, I would be embarrassed with myself as a husband, a father, basically as a human being. 400 grand. How do you make sense of $35,000 a month? You guys haven't done the math. You have not done the math because you cannot live on 400 grand a year.
Probably one of the most out-of-touch statements I've ever heard. That's up there with Ubisoft claiming that their pirate game, Bone of Thieves or something, Bone on the Water, what is it called? Skull and Bones, since they claim that that was the first quadruple A game ever made. Like, it is shocking just how delusional that statement is here from Grant Cardone. Now, I'm not dumb enough to think that he really believes that. This is one of those tough love approaches that a lot of gurus take because for some reason, some desperate men have like a humiliation kink where they want to be like talked down to and belittled. Like, you should be embarrassed as a man if you're not making 400 grand a year. Like, yeah, you're right, Grant, I really should be. Yeah, come on, keep telling me how fucking naughty I am for not making that much money. So he's just going through this grifting where it's like, if you're not making 400 grand a year, you're subhuman, you're a worm, you're pathetic, you make me sick. One of you come up here so I can beat your ass for not making 400 grand actually, please. The shit he's spouting is so over the top that I think it's pretty obvious that he doesn't actually believe any of it. $35,000 a month he claims you can't live off of. The fucking citizens of Narnia would recognize that that's a ton of money to be living off of, and they wouldn't even be familiar with our currency. So the point is, he's just saying the things he thinks people want to hear from this audience in order to try and make money off of them. Now, Grant Cardone made all of his money through real estate. He made an absolute killing, and he's a multi-millionaire now. And so he's changed his target to basically just trying to take advantage of desperate people that are looking to him to try and improve their financial security. But I'll tell you one thing, Grant Cardone is not giving you the tools to improve your financial situation. He's actually just making it worse for you because you're paying him. Like, you are losing money to get nothing in return. There's no value in any of the lessons I've ever seen him teach, especially not the one that I really want to focus on today.
Every 15-year-old kid should be doing this right now. If you're getting an allowance of $300 a month, buy a piece of real estate that pays you $30 a month. Only use the 30, don't touch the 300.
But how would a young, normal person get money?
Allowance, side jobs, side hustles. I was 14 years old. I was working every weekend. I was mowing lawns, doing whatever I could to get some extra money.
Hey, pal, you just blow in from Stupid Town? It's actually impressive just how much dog shit he was able to fit in only 20 seconds. That is an achievement, that he was able to drivel out so much trash in only 20 seconds. There's like a million things you can point out as being just blatantly wrong here. So let's go ahead and dive in. Let's perform a little colonoscopy on this. $300 a month allowance, Grant. Do you think that's normal? Do you think that that's the normal allowance that a child would get from their family? That is an absurdly high allowance. At that point, your family's already pretty well off. If you're getting $300 a month as a 15-year-old, why don't you just call over your butler Jeeves and ask him to grab a couple gold bricks out of the family safe? Then you've already succeeded as a millionaire. You don't even need Grant Cardone's advice on how to accomplish it. That is so fucking stupid as a number to be throwing around. But even setting aside that unrealistic pipe dream of an allowance as a 15-year-old at $300 a month, let's just say somehow you had that. Grant, as a 15-year-old, how are you going to start investing in real estate with $300 a month? You're never going to get approved for a loan as a 15-year-old that is getting $300 a month as an allowance. It's not even tied to a fucking job. So good luck finding any reputable place that's going to give you a loan for real estate. You are also 15 years old, so you can't even legally purchase real estate without someone co-signing with you. And $300 a month isn't a lot to start looking for real property. That's at best maybe like a $45,000 property that you could maybe get access to under the most unrealistic of circumstances. You're better off finding the Lucky Charms mascot's pot of gold than you are finding a house, any property at all, for $45,000 in America right now with the way the housing market is. That just doesn't fucking exist. But you know what? We'll continue to inhabit this ninth dimensional fucking wonderland that Grant Cardone's brain seems to be trapped in. Let's say you found it. You're not getting a loan. At $300 a month, you're going to have to do a down payment on this property, and that down payment's probably going to be multiple thousands of dollars, which you're not going to have from the $300 a month unless you had already previously saved up for a couple of years beforehand to afford this down payment. You can't do this. It's impossible. It's actually impossible. And Grant Cardone is a real estate multimillionaire. He knows this, but he thinks everyone that follows him is a stupid fucking bumbling Neanderthal. And he might be right, I guess, if anyone actually thinks this is legitimate advice that he spouts out of his fucking mouth. This is so foul. It's so wrong. It's unbelievable. I also hate that so many kids see this, and I bet there's a not small number of them that actually think this is what they should be doing, being told that this is what every kid needs to do in order to make money. And maybe one day down the road, against all the odds, a 15-year-old does actually succeed and become a landlord. My heart breaks whatever family has to deal with that nightmare, that hell. In between tilted tower drops on Fortnite and playing Roblox with the squad, he then goes and collects money from his tenants. Oh, God, so miserable to even think is a possibility. But in Grant's world, he thinks that's what kids should be doing. It's actually incredible how often the financial guru advice boils down to step 1, start rich, or step 1, don't be poor. And he's even brainwashed his own daughter. Like, she does some videos on his TikTok page, and I'm not here to, like, insult her or anything. It's definitely not her fault. She's, like, 15 years old. But her father has really convinced her that this is, like, a normal thing that every kid has access to. So she posted a video about how she's going to be a millionaire before she's 20, and gave advice to kids her own age on how to accomplish a similar feat.
I'm gonna be a millionaire before I'm 20, and this is how. I work for my dad's company. I have a contract with them, and I get paid every month. That money then goes into real estate, where I get some passive income I get to go spend.
I'm just going to stop it right there because the entire tutorial is I work for my dad's company. That's how I'm going to be a millionaire by the time I'm 20. And it's not like she really works for the company. She gets an allowance from her father, which is like 50 grand a year, at least according to TikTok, where he's giving her like bonuses based on performance of TikTok videos. So the advice is literally be born to a rich family. Like, that's not something most people can follow. 99% of the population is going to fail step 1 there because they literally can't just work for their dad's multi-million-dollar company. It's not feasible. And yet, this entire page, Grant Cardone's entire online career is built around selling this kind of nonsensical idea. Oh, it's so easy, everyone can be rich, just give me money and I'll unlock the secrets for you. And then the secret is basically, hey, don't be poor. Invest in real estate at 15 years old with your $300 a month allowance. What, you guys weren't doing that already? It's so easy, come on. But anyway, I just wanted to... Last night on stream, a chatter traveled through dimensions to make me aware of a powerful entity known as Baba Vanga, who was a Bulgarian mystic and healer who passed away in 1996, but she was actually called the Nostradamus of the Balkans because she made so many predictions, and according to a lot of the people that truly subscribe to her power, a lot of her predictions have come true. So I decided to make like a colonoscopy and dive into this hole here to really uncover the truth behind Baba Vanga's abilities. Now, real quick, I just want to say the streams that I've been doing the last couple days have been unbelievably fun. There's been a lot of new faces in the chat that have just brought up a lot of really fun topics, like the other day with the orifice, last night with Baba Vanga. If you're not coming to my streams, you're really missing out. We're getting into some really deep shit. But anyway, we went over a lot of Baba Vanga's predictions on stream, and I did a lot of research after stream on her myself, personally. And she's got a lot of achievements to her name here. Her fucking gamer score for predictions is extremely high. She's got more badges than a Boy Scout because of all these predictions she's allegedly got right. By far her biggest, her crowning jewel, the one you see in every headline that mentions her name, even to this day, is her allegedly predicting 9/11. So this is what you'll see when you look into this. In 1989, Vanga allegedly exclaimed, "Horror, horror, the American brothers shall fall attacked by steel birds, wolves shall howl in the bushes, and innocent blood shall flow, those steel birds," you get it. This is her predicting 9/11, apparently. However, if you go back to try and look at any source with Baba Vanga saying anything like that pre-2001, it doesn't exist. This doesn't come up until well after 2001. In fact, that seems to be the case for a lot of the predictions she gets credit for. And for some reason, she gets credit for anything at all that happens in the world. If you went and got groceries today, well, you bet your sweet bippy Baba Vanga predicted it 26 years ago. If I went and masturbated right now, there'd be headlines about how Baba Vanga accurately predicted that Charles White would masturbate on April 18th, 2024 at 9 p.m. It's ridiculous. So from what I can tell, when anything happens, mainstream media or her followers will just say that Baba Vanga made that prediction over 26 years ago, and they won't even provide evidence half the time. And if they do, like in the case of 9/11 with the steel bird statement, no references to that exist prior to the event happening. So it seems to me, anytime something happens, they attribute it to Baba Vanga having predicted it after the fact. They put words in her mouth with predictions she herself never actually made. The predictions that she has made, like the official predictions from Baba Vanga that I can find, almost all of them have been wrong. Almost none of them have happened. And some of the ones she does get right are some very general ones that I feel a lot of people probably could have gotten right. The same exact thing with Nostradamus, who made so many fucking predictions that, yes, of course, some of them will be correct, because you spit out so many. I have a higher success rate and accuracy with my predictions on fucking video game announcements, and for some reason, they still write about Baba Vanga as if she's nailing all of these predictions all the time. It happens so frequently. Like in 2017, here's an article. Mystic who predicted ISIS 9/11 had 2 prophecies for 2018. You know what those prophecies were? One of them was that China would be the next superpower taking over the US, and that a new form of energy will be discovered on Venus. You can find media writing about her every year and attributing all kind of predictions to her, almost none of which ever even come close to coming true. For last year, 2023, here was her predictions. She said that there'd be a devastating nuclear disaster that would unfold in 2023 with a major power plant explosion that would cause toxic clouds to settle over Asia. And then there's another one of her predictions for 2023 about the Earth's orbit changing slightly. When we go through Baba Vanga's prediction timeline here in a moment, you're going to see that a lot of these sound like terrible sci-fi movie plots. Like time travel comes in, half animal, half human hybrids come in within like 100 years. It gets fucking crazy. It's like all of it is actually written by like Ridley Scott. But anyway, when I was going through mainstream media articles on Baba Vanga year by year, I noticed a pattern where they'd start talking about predictions that she in no way ever made from anything I can find. Not even her followers making rumors up about predictions, and yet mainstream media is saying that she said certain things that she just didn't. It's so weird. I really don't understand why. You can see Baba Vanga's predictions, and you can see that almost all of them are wrong. And yet, for some reason, people really believe that she had this superpower of predicting things before they happened. And the things she gets credit for are things that you yourself can't actually find any evidence of her ever making that prediction in the first place before the event happened. You're just taking strangers at their word that Baba Vanga said that before the event happened. Even though there's no actual documentation to confirm that. It's just people saying, no, she said that. Trust me. That's my source. Trust me, bro. It's just very odd. It's so strange. Do you see the psychic Baba Vanga, who supposedly accurately predicted 9/11, who said World War III will be next month? I've heard about Baba Vanga. She's allegedly predicted things like World War II, Chernobyl, and Barack Obama becoming president. World War II? What do you mean? She predicted World War II? Why didn't she stop it? God damn it, Baba Vanga. She predicted the orifice. Yeah, that was her final prediction. Most terrifying of all, the flesh box. But let me see her World War III prediction, since apparently she made one of those, which I doubt. It's probably just people putting words in her mouth. She was known as the Nostradamus. She was known as the Nostradamus of the Balkans. She left behind predictions for every year up until 5079. When she said the world would end. What was her prediction for 2023? That's a lot of predictions to be making. One of the most alarming 2023 predictions attributed to Baba Vanga concerns a solar storm which could have caused calamitous consequences. So that didn't work. So that was a lie. Imagine though. I mean, she gets credit for anything that does happen. So even though her prediction was wrong, she still got credit for something else that happened totally unrelated. So, I mean, she still wins. Let's see the Baba Vanga predictions. 2010, World War III. Well, that didn't work. That was quick. So, she predicted World War III in 2010 and 2024? The war was supposed to begin on November 2010 and end in October 2014. Nuclear will be used initially and then chemical warfare. 2011, as a result of the fallout in the Northern Hemisphere, there will not be any animals or vegetation. 2014, man, this is what? 2023, she didn't even try very hard. In 2023, her prediction was a little bit of change in the Earth's orbit. Yeah, moderate. I don't know. It's Earth moved differently in 2023, I guess. And then 2025, yeah, Europe's still settled, kinda, a little bit. She's so popular in the Balkans, my president quoted her once. Why? Why? She's just wrong about everything. Like, immediately. If people were following her predictions, the world would be in a state of disarray. Thinking a world war was happening in November of 2010, and that the nuclear fallout was going to kill every animal and plant. In 2028, creating a new energy source, probably a controlled thermonuclear reaction. Hunger is gradually being overcome, and launched a manned spacecraft to Venus. How in the fuck will we go from pretty much no life left here, and within 10 years, have the ability to send a manned spacecraft to Venus and solve hunger? And also, what would we accomplish on Venus? That's like one of the worst planets we could visit. 2046, any bodies, organs can be manufactured. Cloning, replacing the bodies, is becoming one of the best methods of treatment. So she must have watched the movie The Island with Ewan McGregor and Scarlett Johansson. During the attack on the Muslim Rome, the United States used a new kind of weapon, the climate. The sharp cooling, instant freezing. And then 2076, we get a classless society, communism. 2084, nature is restored. In 2088, there's a new disease, aging for a few seconds. And then 11 years later, rapid aging defeated. In 2100, we get an artificial sun that illuminates the dark side of the... What the fuck is the dark side of the Earth? In 2111, people become living robots. Then there's a small war. Hungary gets signals from space. Then we get Atlantis. Somehow, in 2164, the animals turn half human. That's quite a plot. Why would they do that? How would they do that? Do we do that to them? Yeah, I guess we finally get, like, cat girls. Okay, and then we get a new religion 3 years later. Probably in no small part because of the half-human animals that we've now got living in our world that sprung up out of nowhere. I imagine they probably started the new religion. Drought. Colony on Mars becomes a nuclear power and demands independence from Earth. When did we... She's leaving out crucial details. So now we have a colony on Mars that's demanding independence from Earth. At some point. I guess we abandoned Venus. Stop 2 volcanic eruptions. We now have a full functioning sea colony. Sun slowing, thermonuclear processes, temperature drops. Humanity comes in contact with aliens. Something terrible. And 2256, a spacecraft forgotten at Earth, terrible new disease. I don't know what that means. Is this like world patch notes? No, it's fucking Baba Vanga predictions, which apparently people really believe in, which is outrageous. Because she's just wrong about everything, clearly. She predicted World War III in 2010, and yet people still give her credit for everything that happens on the planet, saying she predicted it. In 2271, restart physical constants are changed, so the laws of physics change. You're telling me 200 years from now, the laws of physics are going to change. Why would they do that? What the fuck? And then 2 years later, mixing yellow, white, and black races, new race. Wow, that's... Jesus, Baba Vanga. We get time travel in 2288 and new contact with aliens. The sun cools and we're making attempts to light it again. That's actually the plot to a Courage the Cowardly Dog episode, when Courage, Eustace, and Muriel go to the sun and change its light bulb. There's a powerful eruption on the sun which changes the force of gravity. So 3797, all life on Earth is killed, but mankind lay the foundations for new life in another stellar system. Assuming she means solar system. But we already have other planets that we've colonized. We've got Mars, apparently. We've got the power to artificially create suns. So yeah, I'm sure we can make do. 3854, the development of civilization virtually stops and people live flocks as beasts. But then we get a new prophet less than 20 years later that teaches us about religion. Huh? And then a new church. 4304, we found a way to win any disease. Due to mutation, people at last beginning to use their brains more than 34%. So we were stuck using 34% of our brain for how many hundreds of, or how many thousands of years? In 4509, we're getting to know God. The man has Fina. What is that? Is that like swag? The man has Riz? What is that? And why are we getting to know him now? He just said, like, alright, look guys, 4,000 years is enough to stay up here. What's going on? It's good to meet you. Didn't she say that we have a time machine by now? Yeah, we had the time machine like 1,000 years ago. We had a time machine in like 2271, I think. Oh no, that's when the laws of physics changed. It was 2288 that we got time travel. So I feel like all of these things could have easily been avoided, like the bad stuff, if we just time travel. She gave us an OP technology way too early. 4599, we achieve immortality. 4674, development of civilization reaches its peak. The number of people living on different planets is about 340 billion. Assimilation begins with aliens. 5076, a boundary universe. With it, no one knows. 5078, the decision to leave the boundaries of the universe while about 40% of the population is against. We leave the boundaries of the universe? What's beyond the beyond the boundaries of the universe? That's like an anime plot. That's some Gurren Lagann shit. What? We just decided to leave the boundaries of the universe? How could we just even make that decision? We go to the universe sequel, I guess. But then in 5079, it's the end of the world. Who gives a fuck? We have like 1,000 worlds now. What are you talking about? We have so many planets. Who cares about the end of the world? That's small potatoes. I'm more curious about what we do when we leave the boundaries of the universe. That's DLC. Oh, yeah, perhaps. 3 out of 3,000, not bad. Well, the thing is, she also didn't even predict those things that she's getting credit for. They're not among her predictions. It's just people, for some reason, making it up on her behalf. But it's so weird, like, mainstream media plays into it as well. So, like, chilling predictions Baba Vanga made for 2024 that came true. The huge economic crisis. But she didn't do that. We just looked at her 2024 predictions. Well, there wasn't any. 2023, her prediction was the Earth orbit slightly changes. Is the Silk Song release date on there? Oh yeah, did she predict the final release date for the new Hollow Knight game? That's a good question. Let me check. Baba Vanga would know. I think she's just kind of become this figure that the media can draw on, like... Get around the back. I will say already, this looks better than the other episode we started. I don't know, maybe there's hope for Dog yet.
Go, 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 go.
Is that Amy Schumer? Is that his daughter?
Hey man, how's it going, bud?
I cannot believe looking like that he wasn't busted for pedophilia.
I called the phone number and asked the mom's name. They said she's not home, so I just hung right up.
Not home.
Charge, failure to
It's her mom's
appear.
house, we know that.
She's invisible. They're hunting a ghost.
Because he's got a flat.
So why don't we
It's
go check
illegal
this
to
out?
not show yourself in the corporeal dimension.
Okay, we're gonna go by that.
Rock and roll, tits and guns, baby. Isn't this all for a 19-year-old girl whose charge was failure to appear?
Stay back, honey. Go with brother.
That kid looks suspicious. He's peddling drugs, Dog.
We just called in here a few minutes.
Right here, Ben.
Kick that shit in. Wow, it got...
Hey, how you doing?
Good lord, they got a G.I. Joe action figure here.
Okay, but can you just go tell her? Just
These people don't have a warrant. Don't let them
search
in.
the house and she's not here, we'll leave.
Dog the bounty hunter is probably gonna piss cocaine out on your carpet or something.
Let the boy...
The
Okay,
one
just
house
sit there
they
for a
go
minute,
to,
let me
they end
find
up
you
doing
another
nothing
flight.
but calling
Okay,
the
let me
police on
reroute
it,
you again,
and then
okay?
leave.
Hold on, honey. Stay by this payphone so I can
So
call
now they're
you.
just going to Dairy Queen to
Okay,
eat
bye.
ice cream
There's
for the
the Dairy
bail
Queen, sir.
bonds ladies'
The Dairy
anniversary.
Queen is 1 block
Exciting.
away.
Okay, this is got cops.
There he is right there. Here he is right here in the red shirt.
It looks like a dangerous man standing next to a 14-year-old eating ice cream slowly. Get the guns out, boys. You're gonna need it for this one.
Cops.
There he is right there. Here.
Funny. Okay.
It's pretty entertaining, Dog. You guys roll up like the SWAT team, and then come out looking like some fucking clowns.
Dude, you just lied to me too many times.
The intro makes this feel like they're going to war with the bounties, the fugitives.
That's cool.
This guy's got his own harem of middle school girls to do a cheer routine for him. Yes! None of you are of age. Yeehaw! The intro of this show makes it feel like they're about to go to fucking war, like an alien invasion. Strapped to the teeth in lead, bullets, and testosterone. And the actual show is them showing up to a Dairy Queen with a kid eating ice cream, and they just say, "You're coming with us." And then he goes to the cops. This sucks. Oh shit.
Who's that?
They're on to him. It's gonna be a guns blazing mission. This operation's gonna have lead flying.
Where's he at, bruh?
Flashbang it. Flashbang.
Okay.
Toss it in the window.
Okay.
Oh, children 12. Yeah. Wow. Perfect.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, he's not a baby. He knows.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, my crew, let's mount up, you guys.
How in the
Come on,
fuck can a
let's
guy
mount
that
up,
looks
mount
like
up,
this
mount up.
even have enough fertility for 12 youths? How in the fuck can that happen? Why? That's just cruel.
That's his wife now.
Oh, where's your mom?
This fucking show's intro is guns blazing, nuts to butts action, and now it's just a heart-to-heart between baby Lisa and the fugitive.
Oh, and this guy right here has never had a mom. So, you know.
I let him fuck me so I could have another kid. I wanted 14 kids, but now dog's
Dean,
infertile.
Good job, baby Lisa. That's that trailer, guys.
Here comes full tactical gear. Get the tear gas! Tear gas! Through the window! Shoot his
Look
mom!
in that field, look in the field.
That ought to loosen him up. Nope. Is that a grenade launcher?
Oh, you're brazen. You want to get home, don't you?
Who brought the scoped revolver? Shoot him, dog!
Announce yourself right now!
Wait, that's super illegal. What?
Come on right now, boy!
Come on,
you hear what I said?
Alright, dog, your son's going to jail. You can't do that. Just open fire, fuck it. Burn it down. What are they doing? What is this chaos? Oh god! They just kicked in a door and executed a man with paintballs. This guy was jerking off to hentai. Come on. At least let him finish. Give him a break. Hey, let him finish his anime. He was busy. So I wanted to start with this story. I haven't watched this yet. I've only read the cliff notes. There's a gym owner who owns a for females only gym, I believe. Yeah, 24-hour gym for females. And he has been caught red-handed, pants down, basically, with a camera in the woman's bathroom. And he's defending himself here in a statement trying to explain away why it's there. And I haven't watched the interview, so I'm pretty excited to see what his explanation could be. I wonder if he's going to try and take it on the chin and be like, I put it there. What are you going to do about it, huh? It's my gym. Or if he's going to be like, no, I got framed. Burglar broke in and installed a camera, dirty pervert. So let's see what kind of tactic he chooses.
I suspected someone of stealing from me. I spent some time. I'm part of their family.
Let me just stop you right there. You suspect they steal from you? But why do you put the camera in the bathroom? If you have like a really strong suspicion, you could kind of just like confront them on it. I don't think you need to gather locker room evidence and keep a camera installed there for it. Also, what are they stealing from the gym? Dumbbells? I feel like there's not a whole lot of contraband. I guess maybe snacks? Like, there's not a whole lot that you could really take from a gym. Easily, that is. You could just wait for them after you have a suspicion and then, like, confront them and check their bag or something.
I confronted them directly about it.
Nice.
They denied it.
Okay.
I had 99% certainty it was them.
Why not just...
could have kicked them out.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
An absolute life-altering decision to put it there in the bathroom.
I still don't see how that really solves the problem. You could have just revoked their membership if you're 99% sure. You don't need to install a security camera in the woman's bathroom in order to get that extra 1% of certainty. For your own peace of mind, and for the sake of staying out of criminal charges, you could have just pulled the trigger and said, hey, look, I think you're stealing from me. I think you're lying. Please don't come back to the gym. You didn't need to have your security camera there as well. This all feels like a very convenient lie for why the security camera would be in the woman's bathroom.
And they arrived, and I said, this is my option, this is my opportunity to do it. At which point, the new member that had been here for 4 days instead goes in there.
Oh no.
Realized at that earlier time before 5 o'clock. I thought to stop them. They find it, bring it to my attention.
So it wasn't even like a hidden camera or anything. This man just set up like a tripod or something with a camera in there, making it look like a Brazzers photo shoot. So he only had it up for a day. Very interesting. Not even a crafty peeping Tom, just a very egregious planting of a camera. There's no excuse. Well, obviously not, man. This guy's fishing for any crumb that he can drum together to explain why he puts a camera in the woman's locker room. He was better off saying they're stealing from other members. Oh, you should be his PR guy. You're right, that would have been a stronger position for him to take. I put it there for the safety of all the other women. We had a criminal amongst us, and I had to catch him. I did this for all of you, ladies. Now, which one of you is coming to my house tonight, Yeah, you were onto something with that one. Also, one thing I've always thought is kind of weird is when it's like a man behind a women's only facility, or rather a women-focused facility. Like, it just feels weird to have this guy be the one behind 24-hour gym for females. I don't know if that's like only for women or not, but I feel like that's just kind of an odd thing to do. Like, that's kind of a red flag. I feel like that should be like, this is woman-owned and operated, and it's for women, primarily, as opposed to having this guy kind of come in. It seems more like alarming to me, but maybe that's just me. I don't know, maybe I'm thinking too deeply on it now, in hindsight being 2020.
I am doing the same thing with the police when they arrive, at which point, due to my criminal past, everything that I've been through, I knew it was not going to look good. Yeah,
because it's not good.
Spoke to detectives the next day.
What's his criminal past? Is that in the article here? God, Lord have mercy. Hopefully not sex crimes. So they had a search warrant to his residence where they found a ghost gun and misdemeanor quantity of testosterone. I know what they mean, but this is like a pretty cool statement. He had too much testosterone. They're coming for our testosterone, boys. Run and hide. I know what this is, though. I understand what this charge is. It just sounds silly. So he was charged with felon in possession of firearm, felon in possession of ammunition, and possession of an undetectable firearm, and was also charged with 2 misdemeanors of using an instrument to view an area of privacy and possession of testosterone. Possession of testosterone, such a cool charge. Again, I know exactly what they're referring to, but fuck me, it sounds cool. He had 7 previous convictions for various crimes, including drug charges, public intoxication, DUI, prowling between 2006 and 2008. All the convictions were purged from his record in 2018. So they clarified that he was only charged with recording in a place of privacy surreptitiously? What the fuck is that word? Surreptitiously? He was not charged in a crime for sexual gratification. Henry Cavill might get 20 to life for his testosterone levels. Oh, he's possessing too much testosterone, you're right. He's not leaving enough testosterone for the rest of us. He should be charged.
And so, why speak now?
Now that there's been a determination of no images or photography of any non-consensual nature, now that I have people who really count on me, wondering if I'm someone to do something like this, and now that I'm just no longer wanting to take only legal advice, I want to speak freely, because I just feel like this is what I need to do.
I don't know, man. It just seems highly unlikely that anyone's this stupid to put a camera in the woman's bathroom in order to catch someone stealing less than $400 from you. I don't think so. I think he had a great lawyer, is what it sounds like to me. You'd have to be criminally stupid to think that that's a good idea. Like, legitimately. Basically saying he wasn't beating his meat watching women. Surreptitiously means in secret. Ah. He just found out that's illegal. Your Honor, you haven't taken into account that I didn't know I couldn't do this. You're free to go.
I spent so much time creating a place that was security and reprieve from life's craziness. And this has made it to where this place is now felt as the most uncomfortable and most violating place to be. And I am...
Yeah, interesting how that works when you put a camera in the bathroom. Fascinating. Again, I don't know if I necessarily buy into the, I don't necessarily buy the testosterone he's peddling here about how he just did this because he was trying to catch a thief. I really struggle to come to terms with the reality where someone doesn't realize you can't put a fucking camera in the woman's bathroom, or any bathroom for that matter. Like, I feel like everybody has to know that. Oh, well here, this actually goes into what was stolen. He told the Tribune around June he discovered some of his personal grooming products were missing from the vanity in one of the bathrooms. He said he stored teeth whitening gel, tanning foam, and a tanning glove, and $180 worth of face serum beneath the sink in a place that he felt was clear it was not for public use. Why would you store it there, though? If it was getting taken, like, I truly believe they just didn't know that it wasn't for, like, communal use. Why would you be storing your personal grooming products in your women's only gym restroom? What is that logic? Oh, he placed a GoPro in the bathroom. Corrigan said he discussed what to do with one of his closest employees and his ex-girlfriend and ultimately decided to place a GoPro in the bathroom facing the vanity. Why would you ask your ex-girlfriend for advice on how to handle this? This seems like a like sabotage from her, like getting in his ear. No, Corrigan. GoPro in the women's bathroom. It's the only way. Is to get back at him. Yeah, GoPro's not exactly the most discreet or anything. Man just fucking posted that shit up. He situated it at a 45-degree angle on top of a mop bucket left by his janitor, ensuring it was pointed at the vanity without the toilet in frame. He said he did not put a memory card in the camera and did not have it on a setting where it stored recordings or photos to a cloud-based system. What the fuck? He just placed it on top of a mop bucket? How would he think someone wouldn't see that? He may as well have just set up a tripod. He honestly may have well just set up a tripod and tried to play it off like, oh my god, I was filming TikToks in that bathroom earlier and just forgot it. He said he put it on live view setting where he had to be within 30 feet of the camera to view the feed. He said he planned to only view it when his friend was in the gym. Okay. He seems very remorseful in this video, but I think that's mainly because he knows his goose is cooked. Like, this is a pretty indefensible thing. His business is going to shut down. I can't imagine, well, I don't know if it will or not, but I can't imagine any women are going to feel safe going there again. You have the gym owner putting a fucking GoPro in your bathroom. Let's just assume that he's being honest and he's just so stupid to catch a thief that he would do that. That's still a pretty dangerous person to be around. To someone that dumb. That would be unsafe. So I feel like any of his clients or any women that are looking for a gym membership. Another Boeing whistleblower has died. What a weird coincidence that is, right? 2 Boeing whistleblowers dying under mysterious circumstances back to back in a matter of only 2 months? Man, that's peculiar, isn't it? Must just be really bad RNG. No reason to investigate that any further, I'm sure. So for those that don't know, being a Boeing whistleblower is more detrimental to your health than smoking cigarettes. At least the cigarettes kill you slowly over a period of years, whereas being a Boeing whistleblower kills you almost immediately. Like, skydiving without a parachute is safer for you than blowing the whistle on Boeing and all of their shadiness. So, a month ago, there was a Boeing whistleblower named John Barnett who was found dead with apparent self-inflicted gunshot wounds, the timing of which was really interesting considering he was at the tail end of an extremely important lawsuit that he was engaged in with Boeing. And according to everyone that knew him, he was extremely excited to be done with that lawsuit, and in fact, shortly before he was found dead, he'd actually told people that if he does turn up dead, just know he didn't do it to himself. Probably circumstantial evidence, that probably doesn't mean anything. Just don't think too hard and accept the shit that they feed you with the official story that he just decided while sitting in his truck to blow his goddamn brains out. That makes a lot of sense here. I stand by my assessment that John Barnett was assassinated by Boeing. I don't believe it's Boeing themselves, but I believe it's a couple high-ranking members within Boeing that are taking matters into their own hands and doing these things. It's the only explanation that makes any level of sense to this. So I made a whole video breaking down the evidence in the John Barnett case, as well as an entire Red Thread episode dedicated to uncovering all of the shadiness and corruption within Boeing. That company is fucked. Jackson, Windigoon, and myself went through the entire history of Boeing, and they are so corrupt it would make Umbrella Corporation blush at how evil Boeing is. It is shocking. So I really do think that these two whistleblowers were the victims of some kind of assassination. So let's talk about the most recent whistleblower. His name is Joshua Dean. I learned about it last night while playing Crab Souls, and it's not the real name of the game. The name of the game is Another Crab's Treasure, and it's a banger. But while playing this game, chat told me that another Boeing whistleblower had just turned up dead, and I thought they were memeing. And it turns out they weren't. They were actually telling the truth. Oh. Do you see the second Boeing whistleblower got murked? No shot the other whistleblower is dead. No shot. It's real? No, I don't believe that. Hold on, I'm looking that shit up right now. No! What? It's just in plain sight. Yeah, whistleblower Josh Dean of Boeing supplier Spirit Aerosystems has died. What? Another Boeing whistleblower is dead. 6 hours ago, yeah. Joshua Dean, a former quality auditor at Boeing supplier Spirit Aerosystems and one of the first whistleblowers to allege Spirit leadership had ignored manufacturing defects on the 737 MAX, died Tuesday morning after a struggle with a sudden fast-spreading infection. Oh, that's interesting. This time it wasn't bullet to the head? They're getting creative with their assassinations. That's crazy. This is the most dangerous thing you can be as a Boeing whistleblower. That's more dangerous than being like a fucking volcano lava taste tester. This shit, it's just in plain sight. His entire family stated he was healthy until after he blew the whistle. He lived a very healthy lifestyle and the illness was sudden and unexpected. He contracted that stick it to the monneosis from Boeing. Joshua Dean was a quality auditor at Boeing supplier Spirit Aerosystems and was among the first whistleblowers to accuse Spirit leadership of ignoring defects on the 737 MAX, and he died shortly after contracting influenza B, MRSA, and then developing pneumonia. Now, for those that are unaware, Boeing has a history of just ignoring safety precautions and just hiding things. So in the previous case with John Barnett, we actually learned quite a few alarming things, such as there were times where scrap metal was used for Boeing planes in order to meet deadlines. They'd also keep things off the books as much as possible. They even used Dawn dish soap as a lubricant for the aircraft door seals at one point. Then they also used hotel key cards and wet cheesecloths to perform maintenance. Just an absolute smorgasbord of malpractice, at least in my perspective here. Of course, I'm not an aircraft specialist, but using Dawn dish soap and hotel key cards, that doesn't really seem like textbook protocol there. That sounds like something you'd read on WikiHow for a DIY aircraft maintenance at your own home for like an RC aircraft, not a fucking Boeing. So these gentlemen came forward to try and alert the public about what Boeing's been doing, or rather not doing, that they should be, and they've both paid the ultimate price for it. In my eyes, they're heroes for the work they've tried to do here. So being a Boeing whistleblower is basically like just taking a cyanide capsule at this point, it seems. It's just more of a matter of when, not if, you turn up dead, I suppose. Let's go deeper into the case of Joshua Dean here, because this one seems So blatant. His mother and stepfather described him as a health nut who rarely drank and attended church regularly. He started feeling sick around 2 weeks ago. He stayed home from work for a couple days, but things got worse. Sunday, April 21st, is when his mother got a call from him that he was really sick, having trouble breathing, and he went to immediate care, and they told him he had strep throat. She went to check on her son and telling him to call her if he felt worse, and he did call her a couple hours later and said that he was going to the emergency room and that he was scared because they found something in his lungs. He tested positive for influenza B, he tested positive for MRSA, he had pneumonia, his lungs were completely filled up, and from there he just went downhill. This was a stunning turn of events for Dean and his family because he was described as someone who was very healthy, he went to the gym, ran nearly every day, and was very careful about his diet. Quote, "This was his first time ever in a hospital. He didn't even have a doctor because he was never sick. But within days, his kidneys gave out and he was relying on an ECMO life support machine to do the work of his heart and lungs. The night before Dean died, Green said medical staff in Oklahoma did a bronchoscopy on his lungs. The doctor said he'd never seen anything like it before in his life. His lungs were just totally gummed up and like a mesh over them. Unfortunately, it sounds like Dean came down with a severe case of Boeing whistleblower lung, which is a serious medical condition that only affects Boeing whistleblowers in particular. It makes coal miners' lungs look clean in comparison. So I'm not surprised that this was the doctor's first time seeing anything like this, because typically a Boeing whistleblower doesn't even survive long enough to make it to the hospital in one piece. This fucking company is rotten to the core. Green says she asked for an autopsy to determine exactly what killed her son, and results will likely take months. "We're not sure what he died of," she said. "We know that he had a bunch of viruses, but we don't know if someone did something to him or did he just get real sick." In my unprofessional opinion, I think someone did something to him. I think the infection he contracted was Boeing hitman disease. I think he was poisoned. This is someone that took their health extremely seriously, and only a short period of time after coming forward with information about Boeing's negligent practices does he get extremely sick and then die, all in a short span of time, with something that doctors had never even seen happen before. That's a little suspicious. And this is the second whistleblower that has died under mysterious circumstances in 2 months? Wow, what a crazy coincidence. To me, this feels like someone or a group of people within Boeing is taking matters into their own hands and making an example out of these whistleblowers, because Boeing is a massive company with so many people in it. And thus, there's a lot of people that are privy to all of the shady shit that they've been doing over the past couple of decades. So, by sending this message, not so subtly, that whistleblowers don't have a long life expectancy, it makes people afraid to come forward with their own accounts. It makes more whistleblowers afraid to come forward. And I think that's the goal with all of it. That, at least in my opinion. Like I said, we did a full dive on Boeing for that Red Thread episode, and this company has been corrupt for a long time. I would not put it past them to do something like this. Maybe not the company as a whole, but at least a couple of bad actors within the company, at the very least. Now let's get into some of the things that Dean was alleging. So he had a degree in engineering, and he took his first job at Spirit in 2019, but was let go amid the layoffs during the pandemic. He then returned to work for the company as a quality auditor. He took the job very seriously and grew increasingly frustrated with what he described as a culture of not counting defects correctly, which is very commonplace when it comes to this. During 2 interviews in January, Dean said that Spirit pressured employees not to report defects in order to get planes out of the factory faster. This is something that John Barnett also said. Now, I'm not saying they don't want you to go out there and inspect a job. You know they do. But if you make too much trouble, you will get the Josh treatment. You will get what happened to me. That's what Dean told NPR. Dean was fired in April of last year in retaliation, he said, for flagging improperly drilled holes in fuselages. "I think they were sending out a message to anybody else," Dean said. "If you are too loud, we will silence you." Dean described what he saw while working for Spirit in a deposition for a lawsuit filed by the company's shareholders, who accused the company of misleading investors by attempting to conceal excessive numbers of defects at the Kansas factory. He was not a plaintiff in the case. In the shareholder lawsuit, Dean said he flagged a significant defect, misdrilled holes in the AFT pressure bulkhead of the 737 MAX fuselages, months before he was fired. His deposition lays out a series of pivotal dates. October 2022. In his auditor role, Dean realizes Spirit workers misdrilled holes on the 737 MAX AFT pressure bulkhead, representing a potential threat to maintaining cabin pressure during flight. The lawsuit accuses the company of concealing the problem. April 13, 2023. Boeing publicly reveals learning of a separate defect related to the tail fin fittings on the certain 737 MAX aircraft. Spirit then confirms that defect. April 26, 2023. Spirit fires Dean, saying he failed to flag the tail fin issue. In his testimony, Dean said he told the company officials that he might have missed the tail fin defect because he had just discovered the problem with the bulkheads he inspected and was focused on that. August 23, 2023. Boeing announces it has found fastener holes in the AFT pressure bulkhead on certain 737 MAX airplanes that don't match its specifications, resulting in snowmen due to the multiple holes' elongated shape. It's the problem Dean flagged 10 months earlier. On the same day, Spirit releases a statement acknowledging the issue. The shareholder lawsuit accuses Spirit of concealing the bulkhead defect not only from investors, but also apparently from Boeing. It's important to note that Boeing is currently in talks to acquire Spirit altogether, and in the interview with NPR, Joshua Dean predicted it would be difficult to replace the experienced workforce that Spirit lost during the pandemic. The mechanics aren't as experienced, neither are the inspectors. We've just lost that. He then showed a little bit of optimism for the new CEO who was taking over, saying that he has the chance to be the new sheriff in town, and he closes by saying, "We need to make sure that there is no retaliation or intimidation. This culture of, you're too loud, you'll be moved or silenced, that's got to go." Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that culture went anywhere. In fact, they are silencing people in the biggest possible way, by making it so they can never speak again because they're dead. That is what it seems like to me. This is a problem that runs so deep with Boeing. It's in Spirit, their supplier, and Boeing itself. This is unacceptable. Like, the planes are in terrible condition. There is problems almost every single day with Boeing flights malfunctioning and having all kinds, like oodles and oodles of issues. It really feels like it's only a matter of time before a fatal incident occurs with one of Boeing's aircrafts that would have been entirely preventable if they actually just followed their own safety protocol and actually listened to the quality auditors and the people that are actually supposed to be performing maintenance on these things. It's so baffling to me that we've reached this point where they're so focused on just pumping shit out to meet deadlines that they don't really care if it's put together well. These are things that hold thousands of people's lives daily, and they're just shipping it out as cheaply and as fastly as possible while hiding as many of the defects as they can for as long as they can. That is frightening. Fucking frightening. And the people that are speaking out about it seem to be in an extraordinary amount of danger for some reason. Super weird how two whistleblowers just turn up dead under really interesting circumstances so close together. It just, the whole thing reeks of corruption. My heart breaks for the family and friends of John Barnett and Joshua Dean. Like I said, I really do view them as heroes. Whistleblowers are extremely important. To hold these companies accountable and to try and do the right thing is not easy. As that headline said, it takes tremendous courage. You take a huge risk. And unfortunately for these two, it seems like that risk cost them everything. It's super sad. And I really think that it's just right there in plain sight that Boeing has some kind of hand in it. It's fucking sickening. I think Boeing is an evil company. I think Spirit is an evil company. Like, this is just, it's craziness. I posted a video 2 days ago that showed myself and some of Florida's top minds getting together using math and science to figure out exactly how this woman named Lily Phillips was going to try and accomplish the inhuman feat of having sex with 1,000 men in 24 hours. Like, that is something that Stan Lee would be recruiting for his Avengers squad in real life. There's also been doctors coming out urging her not to do this. It's too extreme. This will be a cooter catastrophe. And I think the experts are right in their concern here. I may not be a vaginal scholar, I don't know everything there is to know about the vagina, but I do know that 1,000 of anything is a lot. I would probably get winded and need to go to the hospital if I chewed 1,000 pieces of gum in 24 hours. Couldn't even imagine 1,000 penis. Like, this is one of those things that I think could probably even kill Wolverine. Like, if Wolverine tried to take 1,000 dick in the butt, his ass would die. That he wouldn't be able to regenerate that, even with the adamantium and regeneration factor at play. Like, this is something that is actually unbelievable that she's going to try and accomplish. The human body wasn't designed to withstand that level of pounding. And we had more questions than answers, so I went to the source directly, asking her, about strategy and all kinds of different questions, and she actually got back to me. A lot of people have been wondering, did she respond? And the answer is yes. So yesterday on stream, before playing Path of Exile 2, I got together with the chat and we started to come up with a list of questions that we wanted answers to. So I'm going to show you how that went and I'll give you an update on everything there. But I know you also have a question right now, which is, where can I get that beautiful, classified Moist Global hoodie? Well, you can go to moistglobal.com to pick up this bad boy. This classified line is all about aliens and redacted documents, because I love that shit so much. So there's hoodies, there's sweatpants, there's a beanie and a hat. The hat has a cute alien on it, but I left it at the warehouse because I was wearing it yesterday. It's a great line. Check it out. Just saw the video about the girl trying 1,000 dudes is crazy. Yeah, the little, Grand Slam sampler. She actually got back to me. When Matt and Danny hop on, we can start getting our questionnaire together to figure out exactly how she plans to tackle 1,000 dudes in 24 hours. 1,000 dudes over a lifetime is common, but 24 hours? What? 1,000 dudes over a lifetime is common? I don't know about that. I don't know where you're getting your data from. Anime or something? I'll tell you right now. Quad digits? Not common. I haven't even jorked it 1,000 times. That's true. That's a really good question. I bet I also haven't reached 4 digits on masturbation. Rookie numbers? Well, I've never done more than one peepness stretch a day. So we'll do some math. Probably started when I was, 12, 13, so about 17 years worth of experience. And then I didn't, even going through puberty, I didn't masturbate much. So we'll do an average of let's just do 3 times a month. We'll use that number here. I'm going to break out the calculator. So if I did 3 times a month every year for the last 17 years, I will have only played the skin flute 612 times. But then it's impossible to know for sure, because then there'd be some months where I'd do more, where I'd get really feverish. But I think it'd be close. I don't know if I've actually done 1,000 jerks 3 times a month. Yeah, I really did not hit it that hard back in the day. How's she gonna find 1,000 men to sign up for it? She has applications. She's doing a casting call. I don't know what the requirements are, which is a question I'd like to ask her. I'll do a bullet point format. What are the requirements of the athletes that apply? Is it to completion? What counts as sex? Ooh, that's another good question. Will they be tested? Because I imagine she doesn't want to contract 1,000 STDs, so what about STD concerns? Do you have what would be a vaginal masseuse? A gynecologist? Probably not a gynecologist, but someone to 1,000 dudes in 24 hours, her pussy's gonna blow up. You won't survive. You'd need a professional, but I don't even know what professional would specialize in that. So I don't know how to ask that. I guess here, I'll do it all-encompassing. Do you have a pit crew? I'll put in parentheses in case she doesn't watch NASCAR or F1 or anything. Team that will help. How will she eat or pee? Another good question. Are there bathroom breaks? Food breaks? Catering for athletes? Nice. Maybe they can prepare themselves beforehand and immediately... That's not even going to be a good speedrun strat. The only real speedrun strat you can do for this is you would start naked, so you don't have to waste time taking clothes off. So you just have a queue of 1,000 naked men, and it's just like a assembly line that you go down. That's the only way. That's the only real speedrun shortcut. That's wrong. You'll also need lube. Oh, good question. That's a good question to ask. How do I ask that? Lube question? I'll just do lube question mark. I don't even know how to phrase it. I think she'll know what I mean. Is she going to start from smallest to biggest? That'd be a good strategy. I don't think it'd save time or anything, but it would definitely help with pain, I would imagine. Will there be fluffers for the next 10 or so dudes so they aren't soft when it's their turn? I already asked about, like, her pit crew. I'll specify fluffers, though, because I imagine that has to be a necessity here. I don't even... Man, my questions read like a caveman asking them. Will there be team of fluffers so time isn't lost on softness to hardness? I don't know what's going on with my brain right now. I'm not asking questions in a coherent way. There, that's a much better way of asking that. Will there be a team of fluffers so time isn't lost waiting for erection? Because you could lose a lot of time on that. And especially if if they go past the 1 minute 26 seconds allotment because someone can't get hard, you'd have to, like, throw out the contestant and bring someone in quick, because there's no way. You'd already lose too much time. I will ask that, though. Because I imagine optimal position would be doggy, right? That'd be the quickest entry, and they wouldn't have to worry about, like, going on, like, like splaying out. I said, what position is used for optimized speed? Yeah, I'll just start with these questions, and then if more arise when Matt and Danny get here, I'll throw it to her. I already asked if it's to completion and everything. All here, just so that way we're all on the same page. The questions I asked were, what are the requirements of the athletes that apply? Is it to completion? What counts as sex? What about STD concerns? Do you have a pit crew, team of experts that specialize in pain management? Do you have a team that organizes the participants? Are there bathroom breaks, food breaks, catering for athletes, lube? Will there be a team of fluffers so time isn't lost waiting for erections? What position is used for optimized speed? There should be a few hundred on the bench just in case. Where is this going to take place? A place where you can fit more than 1,000 people? No. So, at our round table meeting about it, we concluded that what's likely going to be the case is people are going to have time blocks. So it won't be 1,000 dudes all at once in a queue. It'll be like probably batches of like 20 dudes that show up at this time, another batch of 20 dudes that show up at this time. That kind of organization would be my guess. Because you're not going to find a place for 1,000 naked dudes. Like, not even Ram Ranch can handle that amount. So it's going to be blocks and showing up.
Are you excited?
I'm very excited. Also, Lily responded, so I tossed her a bunch of questions, so hopefully we'll get some more clarity on that soon.
What was her response?
Oh, she said that she thought it was fun, our conversation, and she'll answer all the questions that we have. So I sent her a huge list of questions, and now they're not there anymore for some reason, because it said she has vanish mode on, so I don't know what that means.
Ah, shit. Now the real question is, did she approve us to go shoutcast?
She didn't say anything about that. Vanish mode is a feature on Instagram that lets users send messages that disappear after they're viewed. Oh, that's nice. That means she viewed it. She's probably just she's probably just talking with her team about the answers to the questions, what she can share.
Yeah. She printed that out, put on her reading glasses, and she's putting thoughtful responses to each question.
She got out a cup of Joe.
So, I saw some comments on the video saying even Lisa Sparks has come out and said, like, the news was very exaggerated and it was only like 150.
I just mentioned that a little bit ago too, that apparently there's a lot of debate on even if it's real or not. I read a little bit about it. I didn't know Lisa said it though.
That's what a comment said. I did zero research to confirm.
Good. The way it should be. This is the chat. So she has vanish mode on, and I sent that whole list, so now that whole list isn't there anymore. Does that mean does she still have the list, or do I need to double text her and ask if she has the list? Yeah, I know it means she read it, but can she still, like, access it? Because there was like fucking 15 questions on there. There's no way she remembers all of it.
No, I'm sure she wrote it down on a notepad.
If she read it and closed it, it's gone. Okay, I don't know if you're telling the truth or not. I'm just gonna say, hey, did you get my questions?
You've decided you're going to type it in the way that sounds like you're like, hey, why haven't you responded yet?
I have no other way of asking it.
Why don't you just say, they disappeared on my end. Do you still have them?
That's a much better way. 24 hours later and still radio silence on the questions, but I wanted to give you all this update because I'm getting asked about it so much. I asked a bunch of questions. Hopefully we'll get some answers to them at some point, and even if we don't, eventually come, the Super Bowl of sex, we'll see how it all plays out, I suppose. But yeah, Andy Byron is the CEO of a company called Astronomer, and last night he took a woman to a Coldplay concert. Things didn't go quite as they planned. The ending will shock you, much like a Darman video here. Turns out, Andy Byron is a cheater with Coldplay fever. He brought his side chick to the concert and they got put on the Jumbotron for the kiss cam, or I guess showing romance in the audience. And the way they reacted to it was so over the top, it was like they had a red dot on him from a fucking sniper. So Andy hits the deck, basically ragdolls himself. The girl turns around in shame, and they made it pretty clear something fishy was going on here.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy. I'm not quite sure.
Lead singer of Coldplay was even surprised by that reaction. He even made a joke they might be having an affair or just very shy. Turns out it was the former there. They were indeed having an affair. That is Andy Byron, a married man. That woman is not his wife. That is his chief people officer at his company. Fucking HR. Her name is Kristen. And this is clearly not some kind of business function here. He is wrapped around her like a cloak, like Doctor Strange's cape. They were very clearly there on a romantic evening, a date, a little soiree. And when they got put on the Jumbotron, that was checkmate. Like a furry's nuts after seeing Chester Cheetah. They were busted. So the reaction made it clear something was awry. The internet did some digging. That's how they found out this is Andy Byron, and that woman is Kristen Cabot, something like that, the chief people officer. He is a married man. I don't know if she's also married, I'm not sure, but he 100% is married with a kid. His wife has 100% become aware of this unfaithfulness. As far as I know, she deactivated all of her socials, and it's looking like a real mess. That shit is so sad to see. That is just rough. My heart breaks for the family here. This despicable piece of shit is not only cheating on his wife, but he's cheating on his wife with his chief people officer, and doing it publicly, unashamed, at least unashamed until they got put on the Jumbotron, I suppose. Just taking her to a Coldplay concert. Now, he might have got away with it too if it wasn't for those meddling, Scooby-Doo gang super sleuths out there, because their reaction to this was so extreme that everyone could catch a whiff, smell something a little stinky, so they did the little bit of research on it. Had these two just played it off as no big deal, like they were dating or together already, I doubt anyone would have known that this was an affair. They would probably still be fooling around, canoodling behind his wife's back. But because he melted like Double D from the Ed Netty intro after they were on the Jumbotron, and she turned around and evacuated, then people were tipped off to what was actually happening here. Now, as far as I know, there hasn't been an official statement from Andy or Kristen. I have seen this floating around, but there's no actual source for this, no official source to verify whether or not this is authentic. To me, it seems like a load of fish paste. The first half could potentially be legitimate, it almost seems real, about how Andy is acknowledging, the disappointment and apologizing to his wife and family. But then the second half, I think it's very clearly just taking the piss. I also want to express how troubling it is that what should have been a private moment became public without my consent. I respect artists and entertainers, but I hope we can think more deeply about the impact of turning someone else's life into a spectacle. As a friend once sang, "Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you, Andy." Those are Coldplay lyrics. I think it is meant to be a joke. I don't think this actually comes from Andy. I don't think this is Andy's statement or response to any of it. But I at least wanted to put it here because I see so many people talking about this being like his actual statement, which I just don't think it is. And I can't find any source that claims that this is actually from him. So anyway, just wanted to talk about this a bit. This is one of the wackier ways I've seen.
And everywhere else in the house.
Yeah, I don't care about the president memorabilia, but I like that he made a full-scale Oval Office. That's what I want to see.
He needed more floor space. But he didn't build an
I feel like I'm getting state secrets just getting a tour of his house right now.
Presidential showpiece,
holy shit.
A replica of the Oval Office. It took
that is so cool.
2.5 years to design,
so fucking goofy.
Months to have $250,000. Though it's only 80%
pretty cheap for an Oval Office.
It is now worth
to be fair, yeah, I was gonna say that's probably a good investment.
This is John F. Kennedy's limousine.
I would have made a modification though, like I would have put like bulletproof glass around it just in case.
And has the family dress up too.
Oh, that's kind of fetishy. That's a little weird.
Like the Kennedys.
An amazing experience to drive.
Oh my God, he's got his own driver.
People turn their heads anywhere.
Who's cosplaying? Who shot the guy? Lee Harvey Oswald.
Avid collector is.
Who do you have dressed up?
In 9 rooms.
God, that's so cool. Ron should start streaming from the Oval Office.
And for this collector,
this dude could kill it on Twitch. Hey guys, it's me, President Ron. He should just upgrade to the real White House at this point. He already knows the layout better than probably half the employees. Even his name sounds like a president. President Ron Wade.
A lot of sentimental value here.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of patriotism in there.
When I heard from Ron,
a lot of freedom. He just walked into the Freedom Quarters.
Into his own personal Oval Office. Today, his entire
he couldn't give it away for free if he wanted to.
$240,000.
Bob owns over 240 love dolls. Is he just starting his collection? That's not even impressive.
And
every day is 1950s to me.
And they don't care.
Hey,
what
that's like Review Bra on
people
YouTube.
Think I'm obsessed with this.
Yeah.
This is my crazy obsession.
Those two should date, Review Bra and this girl. That'd be the perfect match.
Oh, righto.
Hey, I'm working in the lab.
Bob Gibbons. And people buy love dolls for sex. But that's not the case with Bob.
Of course it's not. He buys them for their personality.
Anything much together before we had the dolls.
Why are you together then?
It changed a lot once we got the dolls. Thank you.
All right.
God, she sounds like salad fingers. This is creepy.
You're very naughty.
Ooh.
And for Bob and
yucky, Lizzie. Yuck.
Their doll collection requires lots of TLC.
Ah, yes. And wiener from
about
Bob.
An hour to clean each doll, so as not to dry out the
silicone. Oh, my cum's a little crusty on her butt cheeks over here. Hold this for me, Lizzie. Thanks, babe.
Beauty is only skin deep. Although each
what are you doing in the
its
kitchen?
own hair, eyes,
that's it. You've lost eye, hair, and face privileges.
Bob purchased many that Bob paid $11,000.
Oh!
She was a very expensive doll.
Jesus, Bob.
Around about 100. I still got my teddy bear now. You know,
I had teddy bears, but I'm not collecting 110-pound fuck dolls
I like
for $11K.
You know, I collected a few.
8 years and over 200 dolls.
God, this guy's gonna get Me Too'd so
lookout
hard
for
as soon
new
as dolls
and
gain
slightly used
sentience.
dolls with fresh presents.
Is she a virgin? Has she ever been used for sex at all, or? Yeah, a couple of times. I see.
Ah, perfect. I'll pay more.
What condition is the doll in? Fine, yeah.
If the doll was still
don't clean
a virgin,
it. You keep that
could
coming
be
there.
worth nearly $6,500.
You're under arrest for impersonating an officer.
Can't do this here. Oh, okay. Cheers. Bye.
What if I let you fuck her? Then can I do it here?
Coming up, action.
Is she a virgin?
But buying these
you
items
wish.
secondhand and sight unseen
There ain't no
is
virgins
fraught
in the
with
love
many
doll
risks.
industry.
Oh my God.
Oh God, what happened? Is it not even a love
Bob
doll?
Gibbons and his wife Lizzie
It's an old
live in the
Egyptian
tiny village
pharaoh's
of Manly
sarcophagus they
in
shipped him.
Herefordshire, England.
The old bait
They
and
have
switch.
A collection of then wash her thoroughly
Oh.
from neck to toe.
Oh, that's weird. That whole scene was just
Submerged
weird.
in water can
I
rust
didn't
parts
like
of the
that.
doll's skeletal system.
That's like the shit that you would have
Bob
seen on the
prefers to
Ring
give them a
VHS
full-body
tape.
sponge bath.
Rub it into her tummy button.
Ooh.
And then, for
Ooh.
Mm.
good measure,
Shall I rub
What a
some
weird
lotion
sentence.
on your skin?
Would you like to rub my tummy button, Bob?
No,
Or is it
smell
only
nice,
dolls?
that does.
more things to do.
God, what else
must
do they
find a space,
possibly do?
And then finally, to welcome her into the family,
orgy?
Name her.
Oh.
Really good, so, you know, I don't regret it. I never...
They put her in a coffin, like... There's nothing as useless as those YouTubers, self-help gurus that just feed you inspirational cliches and tell you that if you keep buying their books, you'll magically manifest success and riches, somehow be getting laid all the time, you'll be getting more pussy than a pair of panties. They just keep pumping these programs that are extremely expensive that are somehow convincing desperate people that by spending money on this program, it will allow them to become these successful alpha males. It's fucking sad. It's not helpful, it's useless. It's not even goofy, it's just pathetic. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno. It's taking advantage of people that are extremely vulnerable, maybe just going through a rough period, and they see these 2-hour-long videos that it's manifest your second brain in order to make $1 million, and then it's just useless quotes, useless sentences, and then sometimes them just selling a product that is again just preying on your vulnerabilities. I absolutely hate that whole self-help guru community for the most part. I do think there are genuinely good people that try and help other people through their own life experience and telling them certain things, but those people aren't usually the ones selling $2,000, $5,000 programs that are basically just telling you, quit your job, buy a suit, get a dog, hit the gym, and then purchase my shungite crystals to rub over your body in order to align your chakras with success. Then all of a sudden the stork or the tooth fairy's gonna drop $50,000 under your pillow tonight. It's just absolute fucking garbage. And kind of stemming from that, I found on stream one time that there's entire channels built around just these long, hour-long, 2-hour-long videos where it's some narrator just saying things like, I will manifest my money. My success is entirely in my own hands, and I will be successful. This is just completely worthless, and it's just a lot of bad nonsense, so I wanted to share a little bit of that with you. This is why all billionaires wake up at exactly 4 a.m. What? Is it like something magical and mystical, like 3 a.m. being the witching hour, 4 a.m.'s the billionaire time?
Why are successful people waking up at 4 a.m. and not a different hour? What is the secret behind it?
Is this satire? There's definitely a skit.
Well, they know how their brain works, and they take advantage of their brainwave states and brain chemistry.
Sounds like Microsoft Sam when you
patterns
put the bass all the way down.
Wave. But when you wake up this early, you are between theta and alpha.
Wow.
The mind is capable of deep and profound learning, being fully aware and focused with an effort.
So pretty much this whole channel and multiple channels like it all have the same style where it sounds like God narrating and giving horrible advice. It seems like more of just a prank than anything to see if they can convince people to wake up at 4 a.m. just to laugh at them.
Why do they go to bed so early? Between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. is where you can get the most from regenerative and deep sleep.
That's so
After
arbitrary.
2 a.m., sleep lacks the... This one is responsible for the repair and restoration of the whole body.
Fine, I'm gonna get up at 4 a.m.
This 10 p.m. reaction
become
to
a
take
billionaire.
place, your
Whatever.
body needs to slow down, which
Wake up at
translates
4 a.m.
into
one time,
reduction
release
of
an
your
NFT the
mental
next
and
day.
Physical activity. Studies show that if you go
This
past
feels
the 10
evil.
p.m. bedtime, you'll find it more difficult to fall
brainwashing.
asleep. Early risers, and they don't need to ask for it.
No, you can wake up
That
at 4 a.m. and
science
still be a
of early
loser.
Morning hours is what helps them
Plenty of
use
people
their
do it.
potential to the maximum. High level.
What do they even gain out of making this video?
A disciplined morning
It's just all
guides
wrong.
them towards a whole day of discipline, and this is exactly
What,
what
like,
supports their successful life.
Are they selling sleep?
The
Is
peaceful
this a
and
mattress
quiet
company?
time you get
What is this channel? Is it all like this? Just blatantly wrong and weird shit? It goes straight to your subconscious mind. I am. Affirmations for success, wealth, and happiness. Bro, I wish you could just listen to a video. It's like, you are going to make $1 million today. And it just like happens. It's like, damn, alright, thanks for affirming it. This is so sad. Like, there are absolutely people, I have no doubt, for the last 3 years this has been up. They listen to this daily and are wondering why they're still not a millionaire. It's super cult-like, really. They really try and convince people that one of the big secrets to billionaire success is the fact they get up at 4 a.m. specifically, just being an early riser. Even though if you get up at 4 a.m. for the rest of your life, there's a almost 100% chance you won't become a billionaire.
I am love, and I am compassion.
I am esports.
Deficiencies transform through love and acceptance. Today, my own well-being is my main priority.
Yeah.
I completely trust my inner voice.
Well, that's not always like the best guide.
The more I get to know myself.
Man, they made a killing off this trend. I am rich.
I release all negative energy over money. Money comes to me easily and effortlessly. I use money to better my life and the lives of others.
Not wrong when channel has almost 8 million subs, 10 million views.
Into my life.
It is coming easy.
Money is the root of joy and comfort.
I'm sure there's more than money for happiness,
Money
right?
and spirituality can coexist in harmony. Money and love can be friends.
Quick, everyone, check your bank accounts. Is it going up?
My servant.
Is it working?
I am the master of my wealth. I can handle massive success with
For everyone
grace.
listening, I began listening to this daily last year, 2020. Now in 2021, I've doubled my income. Moving into an apartment twice as big and have thousands in my savings.
Positive impacts in my life.
Alright, well now that we've manifested some money, I'm gonna go manifest a little bit of a tinkle into my toilet. Hey, hopefully you all did your positive affirmation exercises while I was away. Do we have any new millionaires in here now? Techniques to activate the second brain. It's about time. Who discovered that?
Is a very important bio battery that can be charged, can store and get energy. People are success because
those are the same
they
channel.
know
Jesus
how to
Christ.
Focus, so energy very scattered and you lose energy.
So where is the second brain located?
You don't get sick, do you? No, a long time. So the Westerner discovered that intestinal.
That's where the poop lives.
The structure of intestinal is like a battery.
No, it's like a
negative,
septic
positive,
tank.
Negative, positive. Scientists, they discover the second brain there 100 years ago.
The second brain is where my
Until now,
shit
they still
goes?
don't know what to do. But now they just up.
No wonder I'm having such a hard time activating it.
The small intestine, the large intestine, they cover them and they dilate them. Now I understand that, this is what the Tao
It's
about.
close enough, I guess.
The center of
He's getting in there. The second brain hides in the intestines.
In the center of the navel. Warm, and this also a battery can store energy.
So is it better to have it surrounded by poop?
So all what we do now.
Do I need to like
people now is
get addicted to laxatives or what?
Okay. Because the battery, now you have to find balance. Some of them is too extreme.
This is supposed to be a technique to activate my second brain.
Hate people, and
I haven't learned any techniques.
And your neck go like this.
I'm exhaling. Whoops.
And now when you exhale, you curve down. So you curve everything down. Inhale. Exhale. Curve enough that
I can see through walls now.
So we have breathing in, golden light into your spine and your brain, and exhale, cloudy and gray color out.
Fuck, all right.
Sometimes
I've
we just
ascended.
let go all the
Jesus, this is still.
down to the ground.
It
When
still has
you
fucking
do for
6
a while,
minutes.
You rub your hand warm. And
Was
you
I
go
levitating?
warm.
Did you guys see me like
The
lifting off
second,
my chair? I felt
and
like I
you
was
pain.
really starting to get up.
You
You disappeared there for a minute.
Okay, the energy, the people.
This is people encouraging each other. It has nothing to do with the videos. Fear in the kidneys is like an eye-opener because when some people are afraid, they will pee themselves. This makes so much sense. Also, when I'm nervous, I feel sick. Notice how he said inhale and a golden light enters your brain and spine, and exhale and a dark cloud and smoke leaves your body. Truly a wise master. He knows visualization and breathing are the key. Wow. Yeah, that was an eye-opener. Well, my second brain is firing now. Yeah, needless to say, these exercises were extremely effective. I've now been using 2 brains, which makes me just about twice as smart as your average middle schooler. I have been going fucking wild with my newfound superpowers. My X-Men genes have awakened, and I am now above the normal mortal coil. I am above you mere humans, thanks to these inspirational experts who have given me all of the information and tools I'd need to clear the poop out of my second brain to keep it clear and functioning appropriately and keeping the battery charged. But this is the exact shit I'm talking about. It's actual worthlessness. I'm sure being told that you're special and things are going to go great helps somebody, but when you're trying to market it as like a real thing, or even worse, this isn't too bad since the videos are free, but if you're trying to market like a program that's just this shit, I think it's truly just kind of evil to prey on people's vulnerabilities and wanting them to believe that by listening to your shit or constantly buying your products, it'll help them be more successful, when you know that it's not, because it's just absolute nonsense like this. Listening to these endless like brainwashing seminars is never going to allow you to conjure money magically. You're not going to be some kind of finance bender like in the Avatar universe or something with money instead of an element. It just isn't going to happen. It's just really, to me, very silly and evil again. So I just wanted to talk about it a little bit since I recently found this whole community that does videos like this. Not all of them sell things associated with, a lot of them are just these really long videos that are just constant affirmations and just repeating of cliches. And like I said, I'm sure that does help some people like maintain a positive outlook, and that's fine. But overall, I just find the entire thing to just... A few days ago, we witnessed an uprising on the same scale as the American Revolution. It was a huge movement on Reddit, where a lot of the major subreddits and just a generally large number of subreddits on the site all decided to go private, effectively shutting down as a way of protesting a Reddit policy change where they were going to start charging for API access. And it wasn't cheap. We're talking Scrooge McDuck level of wealth here that'd be required to keep up with the API cost. The biggest third-party developer and platform is Apollo for Reddit, and it was estimated to cost $20 million a year under the new pricing guidelines from Reddit for the API access. And all of these third-party apps and developers do need API access to exist, so since none of them can afford to shell out 20 million clams, it effectively kills third-party apps as well as some Reddit mod tools that use API access. And it was a heavily down-duted decision. The community was very upset because third-party apps are the preferred method of perusing Reddit for a lot of people. Apparently, the official Reddit app is complete fucking trash. I'm not a huge power user of Reddit, so I was ignorant to all of that. However, I always stand by my belief that if a third-party app is offering a better service than the official one, it should have the right to exist, and it's wrong to try and force them out just because you made a dog shit official app. And I'm also never, pumping my fist and celebrating a company's insatiable gluttony and greed. So I've been out here with the foam finger on the sidelines cheering and rooting for the Redditors that are striking, and it was actually wildly successful. On day one of the protest, there was like 10,000 subreddits almost that went private. They shut down, which effectively shut down Reddit for the majority of users because they couldn't generate content anymore since there wasn't any content left. Reddit is a platform that only exists because users are on it. So if the users aren't there, there's fucking nothing on Reddit. It has no purpose, no reason to exist. It's like the butter bot from Rick and Morty with no butter. So Reddit wasn't working. It was a wildly successful day one of the strike. And now we're 3 days past the initial strike, and I want to give a little post-game analysis here on where we're at. What you're looking at here is the CEO of Reddit. I've actually never seen him myself here, and he's pretty much exactly the mental image I'd have of a Reddit higher up on the food chain. It actually looks like they just typed Redditor into Midjourney and generated this image. This is the CEO, and he basically came out and said that this whole strike is a big nothing burger. It's not a big deal. It'll pass. All blow-ups do. And they didn't really see a huge effect on Reddit as a whole from the strikes. Now, unfortunately, I don't think a ton of people are surprised here, and this is something I mentioned in the initial video I made on the situation. There was a huge fumble here, a big fucking blunder on the chessboard opening from the Reddit protests. They gave an end date. They said, we're going dark for 48 hours. They told them when it's going to stop. So most people, myself included, understood that this wasn't going to really put the wood on the Reddit CEO or a ton of pressure to fix anything, because he'd only have to grit his teeth and bear it for 2 days, and then it goes back to business as usual. And that's exactly what he's saying with a shit-eating smile on his face. He is just saying, yeah, it's going to blow over. We just have to go 2 days here. Oh well. And then he just brushes his shoulder off. No biggie. He banked on Reddit users being more addicted to karma than heroin. So after the 2-day protesting period, users would flock right back to the service like Disney World was opening again and Spider-Man mascots were ready for pictures. So everyone just floods right back to Reddit. And unfortunately, he's kind of right. We're past the 2-day initial protesting period, so a lot of subreddits are no longer private. but there are a ton of them that still are. There's a lot of subreddits that didn't agree with 2 days, saying like that's not enough, that's not going to put enough pressure on them, he's just going to endure it and it's not going to lead to change, which I think is the right mentality. That is correct. It didn't lead to change. 2 days was not enough. So a lot of subreddits have said that they're just going to stay offline indefinitely. And a lot of them still are. So going on Reddit right now, a lot of the bigger subreddits still aren't available to access, which is actually a pretty big deal for the platform, but I guess we'll have to wait and see if they can truly stick to their guns, really test their strength and willpower, their resolve to not have a subreddit to rule over. Can the Reddit mods stand strong and truly put the pressure on Reddit and stay offline until Reddit gets rid of this API greedy change? But in the meantime, the Reddit CEO Steve Huffman is just kind of gloating and spitting in their face, saying that this whole blackout hasn't had significant revenue impact and that the company anticipates that many of the subreddits will be back online by Wednesday. Unfortunately, Steve Huffman's no Nostradamus here. He got that prediction very wrong. His Mayan calendar was off. It's now Thursday as of me making this video, and I wouldn't say most of the subreddits have come back. A large number have, but then there's still a very large number that haven't. He then said, "There's a lot of noise with this one. Among the noisiest we've seen, please know that our teams are on it, and like all blowups on Reddit, this one will pass. We absolutely must ship what we said we would. The only long-term solution is improving our product in the short term. We have a few upcoming critical mod tool launches we need to nail." He just kind of views this whole Reddit blackout as just a bunch of pesky mosquitoes buzzing around annoying him. They need to stay focused on the goal. They gotta ship out some mod tools, and they've gotta make sure they stand by what they said they'd ship out. They can't give an inch or else Redditors will take a mile. It honestly seems like this is the most exciting thing that's ever happened to him in his life, this like cyber war that he's fighting. He's living out his anime fantasies of being the protagonist. He's the general giving orders to his troops. He even went as far as to say, "I'm sorry to say this, but please be mindful of wearing Reddit gear in public. Some folks are really upset and we don't want you to be the object of their frustration." He thinks that because someone's wearing Reddit gear in public, they're gonna be like stoned to death, or given a swirly in the bathroom, or a fucking atomic wedgie. Brother, I don't think there's mangled corpses of Reddit employees littering the sidewalks out in society right now. He's making it sound like wearing Reddit merch is a death sentence. It's people upset that you have made a greedy change and they're taking that power back. Your site doesn't exist without them. They know that. So they are striking, hoping that you will overturn this decision. They're not out there threatening the lives of employees or anything like that. They're frustrated at a change you are making because you are a greedy sack of shit. You're like this soulless zombie in a suit who has discovered that most people are using third-party apps because yours is trash. And you're driving them out because you know they can't afford to pay for these price changes. Like, I don't know why he's acting this way about it. Like, be careful not to wear Reddit merch. Don't let anyone see that you're a Redditor. Make sure no one smells that you're a Redditor. It could be the end of your life. It's so goofy. But it's even goofier because the whole email memo leaked, so you can actually read how he talks to his employees, and it's so fucking embarrassing. So he kicks off this internal memo by saying, "Hi, snooze." And I've never seen that word in my life. I didn't know what that word meant. I thought he had just dropped a slur in here. I had to look it up to try and piece together the puzzle and figure out what that meant, and apparently snooze are like little Reddit avatar things. So he's basically just doing what Discord used to do with Wumpus and Springle, the help support elf. He's basically just RPing, which is so fucking embarrassing. That is the most on-brand Redditor shit ever. He goes on to say, starting last night, about 1,000 subreddits have gone private. We do anticipate many of them will come back by Wednesday, as many have said as much. While we knew this was coming, it is a challenge nevertheless, and we have our work cut out for us. A number of snooze have been working around the clock, adapting to infrastructure strains, engaging with communities, and responding to the myriad of issues related to the blackout. Thank you, team. I think this perfectly highlights the problem with giving them an end date on your protest. In the memo, he's even like, yeah, we know many of them will be back by Wednesday because they told us. Like, there was just no reason to fucking put a time frame on it, like a time limit. Hey guys, we're protesting, but just for 48 hours. That's it. So, yeah, don't worry about it. It's just a 48-hour protest. That was fucking silly. Now, that number went from 1,000 subreddits going private to about 10,000, which I think is far more than he expected. However, a lot of them have come back now, but not all of them. Still a large number are down. But you can see how not seriously he took it. Like, he didn't care that much about it internally. He's just like, yeah, We knew this was probably going to come, and it's, somewhat of a headache, but you guys have got this. It's not that big of a deal. Thanks, team. Good work, snooze. We do not see any significant revenue impact so far, and we'll continue to monitor. And then he goes into what I've already covered, where he's talking about how it'll blow over because everything on Reddit blows over because everyone's too addicted to the platform. They'll always come back. Then he goes in to say, the two biggest third-party apps, Apollo and RIF, along with a couple of others, said they plan to shut down at the end of the month, but we're still in conversations with some of the others. And as I mentioned in my post last week, we'll exempt accessibility-focused apps and has so far reached agreements with Redreader and Dystopia. Now, this is something that I think is worth talking about just briefly. He says that accessibility-focused third-party apps will be exempt from the pricing changes, but I think that's ephemeral. I think that's just a little band-aid here for a PR move where he's going to allow these apps that focus on accessibility to exist exempt from this price change, but only for a brief period of time. I feel like as those become more and more popular, he would start to subject them to that pricing change as well. This is just one of those things where he's trying to save face, like, these are direct competition and I don't like the developer of Apollo. We had very dirty talks. For those that don't know, Apollo and Reddit were directly communicating and things went very sour. Fucking Reddit started accusing the Apollo dev of like blackmail and a bunch of other things. Just like started throwing a bunch of feces on his face, and then eventually the Apollo dev had to come out and clear his name. So that was a whole can of worms. So this is the Reddit CEO going like, those are bad actors, they're shady, but the accessibility-focused third-party apps, they're fine. But I feel like that wouldn't last very long if they started to become more and more popular. He'd once again just make sure that they pay this crazy API price once they're more popular. But that's just pure speculation from a fucking dumb idiot like me. Overall, I find this whole situation pretty interesting because this is a top 10 website in the world, and the users here really have an incredible amount of power, which is uncommon in situations like this. If the users all just agree not to unprivate the subreddits, the site actually just can't function, like we saw earlier this week. So them protesting like this has actually done significant damage. Regardless of what the Reddit CEO says, the fact that people couldn't access it for like a whole day is a big deal. Like that is huge. And I think they started to notice that, which is why so many are still offline. I do hope that they overturn this decision. Like I said, I hate corporate greed like this, and I always believe that third-party apps that offer a better service should have the right to exist. So I am rooting for them here, but I am not expecting a huge change from Reddit here. I don't think they're going to go back on their decision. I think what's most likely to happen is the Reddit CEO will just install new Reddit mods and then force the subreddits to unprivate. He'll just go behind the scenes internally, flip the switch, have the subreddits go live again, get rid of the mods that were protesting, install, new mods that'll just be his little puppets that he can control, and that'll be how Reddit gets back on track. That's my theory, once again, purely speculation from a dumb idiot. But that's kind of what I'm expecting to happen. I don't see a world where they walk back this pricing model, but I really do hope they do. Like I said, I am rooting for the Redditors in this case, and just wanted to give a little update since now we're past the 48-hour protesting period, and there are still a lot of subreddits that are staying closed, which I think is great. So, yeah. Reddit's not fully dead yet, but it's looking a little... Hate is a very strong word. But unfortunately, it's not strong enough to encapsulate my feelings on health insurance. I've yapped about it a lot. People have talked about it a lot for a long time. It is the most corrupt, evil industry in this country. You pay a premium every month for years and years with the sole purpose of having this health insurance provider step in should a crisis ever arise to help with the financial burden of the expensive medical procedures or treatment or medicine, whatever it might be. However, should a crisis ever arise, I promise you, your health insurance provider is going to be the first one dancing over your corpse, hitting a fucking whippin' nay-nay as you're going straight to Valhalla because they have denied your claims. It is the most unhinged business model that is trying to capitalize off your death and misery. You pay this company to do one thing, and this company's entire goal, its modus operandi, its chodus operandi, is to find ways to wiggle out of doing the one thing you pay it for. That, I just had to spit, it makes me so sick. That is the tug-of-war back and forth that you sign up with health insurance, and that's normal here. You pay it for something, and its goal is to find ways out of doing the coverage that you're paying for. And right now, the reason why I'm jabbering about it again is because I just learned that Ben Askren, who has been fighting for his life for the better part of a month and some change, is now needing a double lung transplant, which is a very expensive procedure, and has been denied by his health insurance. So now his family has had to resort to crowdfunding to try and get the funds together to pay for this life-saving procedure that is medically necessary for him to continue living. It is storming so hard here, even the heavens are angered by health insurance. I don't know if you can hear all of the rain crashing against my window. It sounds like fucking hail, like bowling balls hitting it, and then extreme thunder. But point is, this is infuriating. What do you pay health insurance for if it won't try and cover you in a life-saving procedure? It is a scam. Its entire business model relies on finding ways of denying you coverage so they can save money on the bottom line while milking you dry your whole fucking life as you pay these premiums to them. It is fucking disgusting. I swear to God, people that peddle Fint are more ethical and honest than health insurance companies. Like, there is nothing on this planet that is more scummy and shady than health insurance. I genuinely cannot believe the state that it's in. I'll go ahead and briefly explain what's happened to Ben Askren that's led to needing this double lung transplant, at least briefly. As I understand it, he was hospitalized with pneumonia. He was in critical condition for a while, but started to make slight recovery. According to his family, even got some of his personality back. But in order to live, to survive, he is going to need the lung transplant. So he is on the list awaiting that, but has been denied coverage from health insurance. And I saw a lot of people speculating that, oh, here's another case of a celebrity superstar athlete blowing all of his money, but that is not the case. His family has come out to debunk those rumors. It's not like he's blown through all his money or anything. A lot of his money is tied up in investments and reinvesting into the sport, as well as this just being extraordinarily expensive to just shoulder on your own, even with a ton of money in your back pocket. It's one of the most expensive surgeries there is, and luckily health insurance has come in here and just went Pah! So now there is no one to help except for the community. So I'm going to put a link to the fundraiser in the description of this video. It is unbelievable that that's what it comes to. In order to survive, you have to rely on the generosity of others instead of the company that you pay for the sole purpose of trying to help you survive in case of a situation like this arising. It is despicable that this is still happening and will continue happening for the foreseeable future. It's not like it looks like there's going to be any sweeping improvements done to health insurance anytime fucking soon. So his family has started a fundraiser to try and get donations so that way they can cover the medical expenses. I've seen quite a few fighters come forward saying that they're going to help cover it. Dana White posted on his story sharing the fundraiser, but I don't know if he himself personally is donating to it, which I found really odd because Dana White drops like a couple $100,000 to like YouTubers just to be nice to them. Yet I haven't heard about him himself donating for the Ben Askren life-saving surgery. Of course, he's not like required to or anything, but a few $100,000 to Dana White, that's like a night of gambling for him. Anyway, I'll stop blabbering about health insurance being a fucking scam, which it is. It is. Today I'm going to give you a little lesson free of charge here, no course purchase required, about recognizing and accepting rejection.
The girls only table.
It's only girls table?
Yeah, I'm asking you to I'm respectfully asking you to go to another table.
If you want to like speak with you guys, like...
There are plenty of tables, like there's that one over there that you guys could go to.
Why is she so rude?
Because I'm not, go away.
It's true.
Go, begging.
Now I'll go ahead and break this down here like John Madden going over a play. These are subtle signs that she's not entirely interested in you and doesn't want you to continue to pursue her. So this video's popped off with people shooting spitballs at the two dudes here and everyone giggling about it. Matt sent it to me this morning. It's pretty fascinating. So what happened here is apparently they sat down at this table to try and woo and win the hearts of these two women here. And they weren't really having it. They didn't want that. So they are both telling them to please leave. Literally in no uncertain terms, just saying go. But the two goobers still just sit there like a fucking half smiling emoji the whole time. Like they are They are actual video game characters, but they forgot to program other facial animations. It is so interesting.
On my knees, go.
It's just like
It's our table.
it's just weird for you to just sit down with us. Like
Go to the
I don't
table
know
where
either.
there's no people. Right there. You see that? Guys, there's no one over there. You should go sit there. I think you should go sit there. Look, it's crying. It has no people at its table. You guys need to go over there.
My brother likes your friend.
That's good. We are both in relationships, and I'd love if you'd leave.
Why so quick?
Go away, please. Go. Go.
I love how the main stooge of this dynamic duo of desperation just continues to ask why she's being so rude instead of just leaving. Like, it's not like this is a very tricky situation to understand here. Like, it's not like she's speaking in riddles. She is just outright saying many times, go, please leave, go to that table over there, get the fuck out of here, dweebs. Like, Jiminy Christmas, it sounds like she's talking to a dog about going outside to go to the bathroom. But at least the dog understands that. Like, these guys are still just sitting there as if they have some chance to salvage this. I don't know what's running through this main guy's head where it's like, okay, there's still hope here. We can still get some pussy out of this, I believe in it. Like, no, this is beyond kaput here. Like, what the fuck? It's absurd. Now, I understand it's entirely possible that English isn't their first language, but here's the thing. Anger is universal. Even if you don't speak a fucking tiddlywink of the language, you can still recognize when someone is yelling at you. Like, if someone is pointing and getting loud and animated, you can make a really good guess that they're probably telling you to scram. These aren't mixed signals or anything, hard to decipher. It's not some kind of grand mystery to solve. They are clearly not interested, and there is really nothing you can do besides continue to make a fool of yourself here. That is the only outcome.
Go. Do you want me to spill your Guinness on you? Because I will. Go. 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 Go away. I'm asking you to fucking leave. Go. 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 I guess we'll go then. You want our table? We'll fucking go. 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 Leave. I'm asking you to fucking leave. Go. Get away. Witch! 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 Go!
I love how when they say, okay, we'll just leave, then you guys can take the table, you won, you planted your flag, here it's yours. And then as they're leaving, the guys start scooting with them like, no, don't go! Like, what? Trying to follow him around like a hemorrhoid here. How can you not have any level of shame? What? Literally following him around like Pikmin. I really think he perceived this whole exchange here as playful banter and flirting as part of the romantic process here, as part of the coitus protocol, which is just unhinged. It is so delusional. She has literally screamed in a public restaurant about you leaving and shouted witch at you. Now, even if you've been completely poisoned by Hollywood romance films, you won't see that scene in there where the protagonist somehow turns that situation into a fucking marriage or something between the two of them. It doesn't happen. It's not going to happen. But he just keeps smiling about the whole thing as if he's like absent. Like, it literally looks like his brain is blue screened, and he still just sits there taking all of it as like a good thing, like laughing and following them. How are you not humiliated? I'm also going to make a bold prediction here that after all of this, these two dudes walked away thinking that those two girls were the problem. Like, man, those crazy bitches, can you believe the way they yelled at us? What's up with that? That's ridiculous, huh? Like, it will never dawn on them that maybe their approach to this was just dog shit. Like, come on. Let's turn this into a teachable moment here, though I hope there's no one out there that actually needs a lesson in how dumb this is. When you try and invite yourself into someone else's company and they're not receptive to it, like they're asking you not to, you're never going to win that battle of wills where you're forcing your presence upon them and you're gonna make it a positive experience for anybody. It's not a fucking car sale. Like, this not taking no for an answer and just being annoyingly persistent like a little cockroach, no one likes that. Even outside of the context of trying to get your wiener wet here. People aren't obligated to give you the time of day and play nice when you try and force yourself upon them through this sense of entitlement where everyone owes you a conversation and a shot. No matter how hard you try and put that triangle into the square hole, it just doesn't fit. No one likes that. And especially in a case like this, just accept the no, accept the rejection, and move. I don't know what was going on today, but it looks like YouTube's algorithm found the galaxy gas because they recommended some very interesting videos to me today on the home page. and one of them caught my eye right away. I couldn't refuse clicking on it. It was called Bigfoot Farted in My Living Room. The video is 2 years old with 2.9 thousand views. I don't even know how YouTube found this in the archives to push it to me, but God bless them for it, because I truly believe that content like this is what YouTube is all about. This is the soul of the platform. Just a man and his camera telling a good old story about Bigfoot spreading his cheeks and laying a fucking stinky one in the living room. It comes from a gentleman named Stacy Hazlitt. I thought it was going to be like some kind of made-up silly story. Like the title, Bigfoot Farted in My Living Room, sounds like a children's story you'd read to them to get them to like settle down or eat their vegetables. Like, you better eat your vegetables or else Sasquatch is going to pay us a visit and do this and PU, it'll be bad. But it's a real story with his account of not only Bigfoot, but the entire Foot clan that he is affiliated with, as well as a bit on Dogman. It's such a captivating story, and YouTube had a hard read on me today, knowing that I would be gripped by it. I've recently been on a paranormal binge where I've been doing like ghost hunts and investigations looking for irrefutable proof of spirits and all of that. Well, this right here is making me believe I gotta get out there and look for cryptids as well, because this needs to be thoroughly investigated. Now, I want to be clear up front, I'm not making fun of him or trying to poke holes in his story here. Who am I to say? Maybe Bigfoot really did come in there with a full fucking colon and just letting loose a neurotoxin from his cheeks. I have no way of knowing. Now, I'm not personally a believer in Bigfoot or Dogman. I would love if they were real. Perhaps Stacy has evidence, but the point of this isn't like to make fun of him or anything like that. I just think it's a really fun story to play around with, and he tells it really well. It's just a riveting tale. And like I said, I just think this kind of content is the essence of what makes YouTube special. Just firing up the old webcam and just talking about a story that means something to you. Just yapping about something that is special, or just having a good time, you know? Not everything needs to be this highly produced, highly monetized, optimized for mid-roll ads type content and shit. This is the kind of content that I just love. So, big hats off to Stacy for sharing this story.
Hi people, I'm back one more time. Named Stacy Hazlitt for the new viewers. Come up with a picture of a kill on one of his shows that didn't make any sense to him. He couldn't figure out exactly what the kill was and how it happened. Anyway, as soon as that kill come up, the first thing I seen on it was Dogman. I contacted Jack, my Dogman expert, and he sent me a picture of a confirmed Dogman kill.
In 2 minutes, Stacy Hazlitt has accomplished what Rings of Power failed to do in 2 seasons. It got me invested. So, he's talking about another YouTube channel called How to Hunt, and in one of their segments, they must have had a picture of some kind of kill, and according to Stacy, that kill that they couldn't quite identify was Dogman. So he got his Dogman expert on the horn, Jack, to send him a picture of a confirmed Dogman kill so he could compare the evidence. This is kind of like Rick from Pawn Stars, where he's got like an expert for everything, it seems. So Jack is his Dogman guy, and he pulls up the picture of the confirmed Dogman kill.
I'm going to show it to you if I can find it on my phone. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I've lost it. Let me go. Okay, here it is.
He then brings up a picture of the confirmed Dogman execution. I don't think I can show you that picture, not because it's necessarily all that gory, but more so fear of the deep state and what they might do if the truth gets out.
Steve done a thing. He showed a video on there one time of what somebody took like a night vision picture of Dogman attacking soldiers and killing a bunch of soldiers, and then the next thing you know, the same video, they're watching this, here come the Bigfoot, and they killed all the Dogmen. And you can see this in the video.
Stacy warns that Dogmen are particularly violent, and then talks about the time that Dogmen killed some soldiers, and then the Bigfoot team came through and wiped out the Dogmen. So there must be some kind of like power struggle between Dogmen and Bigfoot. I don't know the exact relationship between these two clans. I don't really know the dynamic, but it sounds like some kind of plot line out of Warhammer 40k with like the fucking Imperium versus the Tyranid. This seems like a war that we wouldn't want to get mixed up in. Getting sandwiched in the middle there would probably be certain death. I say treat it like Godzilla. Let them fight. And it does make me curious. What side are the Chupacabra on? A few years back, I made a banger tweet that said, "The Chupacabra is real, it just fucked my grandpa." And while that may not have been a real story or anything, that was just a throwaway shitpost, it does make me wonder now. Has a Chupacabra ever fucked someone? And that tweet been a bit insensitive. Food for thought. All I know for certain is, I'm not here to discount Stacey Hazlitt's beliefs on the dogmen or big feet, and he references a video where he says that you can see the dogmen allegedly killing soldiers and then big feet coming through and fucking clobbering the dogmen. So I just need to try and find that video, which I haven't been able to yet.
Anyhow, Dogman's very violent. The Dogman is an underling of the Bigfoot. They're not up to Bigfoot standards. They're getting real prevalent. There's a lot of them. They're showing up everywhere. Park rangers are seeing a lot of them. Soldiers are seeing them. 4 guys were killed with the Dogman killed 4 guys and let one got away because they threw a rock and hit him in the face. That's on Steve's show also. Avoid the Dogman. He is not like the Foots.
I gotta say, the dogmen sound like real assholes. Like, of course it's not fun getting hit in the face with a rock. No one likes that. You know, you gotta be a real jerk to do something like that. But to go and slaughter 4 people in cold blood, that's such an overreaction, you know what I mean? Like, there was definitely a more civil way of handling that, and it just kind of gives all dogmen, like, a bad rep. Because, as Stacey's saying, they now are viewed as more violent, you know? And now I guess Bigfoot has to come in there and fucking slap them around, put them back in line.
The Foots consider me part of their clan. I have a hard time dealing with this sometimes. Johnny came out to my house, and the Foots were real prevalent back there at my house. They were always there. And I took Johnny back through the woods. And as we're going through the woods, the Foots are following us around back there. We get home, we get back around and go home. They stayed there for dinner. We're eating dinner, and Johnny's sitting there at the table, and he hears something saying, "Come out here," to Johnny. Johnny said, "Who said that, Josh?" I says, "No, nobody said nothing." This was a message for Johnny from the Foots.
I didn't know Sasquatch was capable of telepathy. I mean, call me an ignorant buffoon, a silly Cro-Magnon for being unaware, but I had no clue that the Foots kind of function like Charles Xavier, able to like beam information into people's heads. That is a super strong and useful ability for them, I imagine, in order to like stay under the radar if they're able to get inside our heads. But he's talking now about his friend. So Stacey's had many encounters with the Foots. He's even accepted as a member of their clan. He's talking about how prevalent they used to be at his property, where they'd always be around, just kind of, you know, overdosing on chill pills. Like, these dudes sound like they just chill hard as fuck. The Foots just kicking back, maybe enjoying a brewski or two. He talks about how some of them used to like to intermingle, but mainly they just kind of like to keep to themselves and I guess just kind of relax around the property.
Well, me and Johnny are really tight, and the Foots know that, so they attached to Johnny a little bit, and he took them home with him. Johnny is always, they're around, and Johnny knows it. He gets a little buzzing in his head the way I get with mine, only his is a little different. His is like static or something. Johnny's out there, and he'll be out in the yard, and he'll hear right beside him somewhere, he will hear somebody's stomach growling, like that. He's had him fart on him, and stink.
So we're not so different after all. Even the Foots get a case of the bubble guts. So I'm not really sure how the Foots really work anymore. I was always under the impression that Bigfoot was just kind of like this big monster man in the forest, real hairy and shit, and he likes beef jerky. But the way that Stacey describes the Foots make him sound like an actual like superhero. Well, kind of superhero. More in line with like a DC Comics character. So, well, actually, not even. More like some kind of spiritual being, because he talks about how it attaches to Johnny. Like, all the Foots attach to Johnny. I don't know if he meant, like, physically, like they fucking lock arms with him and like go home with him, or more in like a metaphysical sense where like their energy is now attached to Johnny. I guess I just don't really know for sure. The only thing I can be certain of here is that them bitches are farting, because apparently he's had that happen multiple times.
He's told me that before. They have farted right out there on end. Okay, well that's cute, but he's had that happen. Well, guess what? I think it was Saturday. Yeah, this Saturday. Sharon and Donna and Josh were in the living room. All of a sudden, something farted right in the living room. Wasn't none of them. And they're looking all at each other and what the hell? And it stunk. It stunk. Bigfoot farted in my living room.
Now don't panic. According to the comments, he answered a question and stated that the smell did not linger, so they didn't need to evacuate or anything. The misery was ephemeral. The fart came and it went. And the Foots, I bet, were having a big giggle about it, having a hearty belly laugh after farting in Stacy's living room. I think that's pretty impolite, especially given the history that Stacy has with the clan, but maybe again I'm just not familiar with the customs of the Foots. So overall, I think it's just a really interesting story, and I just went on a really refreshing ride watching this video. So I wanted to share it with all of you and just kind of talk about it a little bit. I will probably get even deeper into cryptids than I already am. Most of you know I love cryptids. I've never gone on like a real cryptid hunt outside of like one time, and we didn't even stay the entire night because of coyotes, but I would love to do more investigating on cryptids since I'm already taking the plunge into the paranormal as is. I think it's just a pretty natural progression of that. So I'll probably start doing that, and this was kind of the catalyst to jumpstart that passion. So big thanks to Stacy for sharing the story. We never caught the Zodiac Killer nor DB Cooper, but by golly, I tell you what, you know who we did catch? The Cucumber Butthole Blaster. And I'd say that's good enough. For 7 months, Washington, D.C. citizens have slept in fear, paralyzed with anxiety over the thought that he was out there. Nothing was safe. And for 7 months, we didn't know if he'd ever actually be brought to justice, thrown in the slammer for his degenerate actions with a cucumber. I made a video 7 months ago covering the genesis of this villain. He was captured on camera going up to this car after pulling a cucumber from his lunchbox. He walked over with the big iron on his hip. He then grabbed the cucumber, slapped it into the grill of the car, and then fucked his ass with it. He rode it like a scooter. Well, that is if you ride scooters sitting down, I guess. He rode it like he was galloping on a horse, but it was a cucumber blowing out his fucking guts. Anyway, we have the chilling video camera footage of the event. I won't curse you with that again. I'm not trying to make this like the VHS tape from The Ring where you get your butt fucked in 7 days by a cucumber or something, just having watched this degenerate act. But basically, he put it in the grill of the car. He did that, captured on camera. It also happened to be like right next to a school. The whole thing just unbelievably disgusting. Turns out he has a history of doing sex acts like that around the area. This was the only cucumber one that's been reported. This is not what the VeggieTales died for, I'll tell you that much. But he has very extensive history with doing sex acts in public with things like handrails and rakes. And today, he's finally been sentenced.
Being sexually explicit with a cucumber in the middle of the day around the corner from a D.C. high school.
He was sentenced today for a string of sex acts near several families' homes.
What started as a search for a man pleasuring himself in public with a cucumber, now ending with a jail sentence for not one, but a string of alleged sex acts from late July into early September last year.
Now, in the first footage, the initial tapes that captured the cucumber incident where he slapped it in the car's grill, turning it into a unicorn and then cleaning his colon out with it, well, it wasn't just that. He then, after finishing with the car, grabbed the cucumber again and then just bent over and just full-blown, like he was playing a violin with the cucumber, but in his ass. And he did that a few times in and out, and then threw the cucumber back in the lunchbox and then went about his day. I speculated that he may have been out going to do it somewhere else, too. Like, it looked like the director's cut, where it would be like the cucumber butthole blaster will return at the end of, the fucking Thunderbolts movie. So, it was just... I had a theory that this wasn't a one-time thing. Turns out, I was correct. I think most people speculated that, though, by the way. It wasn't like a crazy call for me here. He has a history of doing this. You saw a couple of photos there where he's, like, riding the handrails, and he was apparently inserting, like, the end of handrails up his butt.
Mere yards down the street where 31-year-old Anthony Hines II was caught on camera in broad daylight with the vegetable he just pulled from a lunchbox. Court documents show a string of similar incidents, mostly involving handrails. And one, police explicitly said, is shaped like a pine cone. Another handrail, allegedly hit on 2 occasions, is now wrapped with what looks like sandpaper.
Honestly, just put that handrail out of its misery. Just send it to the fucking grave. It doesn't want to live anymore, I'll tell you that much. The sandpaper's only going to do so much. Just take it down, destroy it. It's ruined. It's completely ruined. This weirdo just cruising around Washington, D.C. on freaky mode. Anytime he sees a handrail, he just gets a boner. Also, when he was doing all of these things, did he go to completion till he ejaculated? Like, it's already a huge health hazard, just putting his bare anus on all of these handrails and handles of rakes. Like, I feel like that's a pretty serious thing. Like, there's probably people that use those handrails and maybe got sick fucking pink eye or something, cholera, I have no idea, E. coli. It feels like a pretty big deal to me. But his sentencing was very light. I'll spoil the surprise. He got sentenced to 360 days in jail, but he's only going to be serving 6 months and then some probation. I think that's less than a slap on the wrist. He's going to do it again. For 6 months, he will probably, when he gets out, I would imagine the next day, park your cars in the garage or hide them under some trees somewhere, anywhere out of sight, because there is going to be a rampage with this man and every vegetable he can find at the supermarket. He will be going everywhere, putting everything in his butt across all of Washington, D.C. Mark my words. Like, that is not nearly punishment enough for this, I think.
Footage in one homeowner's backyard reportedly caught Hines using the handle of a garden rake in a sex act.
Public or private, anywhere in your backyard, man, it's not appropriate, I don't think.
Homeowners impacted told me they're relieved for a bookend to the bizarre case, including one whose SUV was targeted with the cucumber, saying she's grateful for the police work, adding, quote, "I'm thankful to the community for helping crack the case of the vegetable voyeur and look forward to enjoying farmers market season in peace."
Yeah, it is nice he was arrested and will be going to jail, but it's not for that long. You can enjoy the farmers market for approximately 6 months. This dude, upon being released, I would wager a guess, will probably walk down the steps, take down his britches, and immediately start flossing his ass crack with the handrail outside the jailhouse. That would be my guess. Like, this is definitely someone who is just out of control. He has a history of doing this with handrails, the fucking handle of a garden rake, a cucumber on some stranger's car right next to a school. Like, come on.
And just today, Hines was sentenced for 5 counts of lewd, indecent, or obscene acts, 4 counts related to accessing private property when he wasn't supposed to be there. He did plead guilty and was sentenced to 360 days in jail, but will serve 6 months according to the terms after pleading guilty, and an additional 2 years of probation.
I can't help but just think about that sandpaper handrail one more time real quick. Was that like a preventative measure that they put there? Like, they wrapped it in sandpaper to try and discourage copycat criminals from fucking themselves on it? Or did he, the cucumber butthole blaster, wrap it in the sandpaper for his pleasure? And then the question becomes, how did he not just leave it covered in blood? Like, if he wrapped in sandpaper and then just started, bouncing on it crazy style, how did he not rub all the skin off of his sphincter? So to me, it feels like it was put there after the fact, and I don't see how that does anything at all. It just feels, that whole tidbit of lore there with that handrail post asshole incident is just a little confusing to me, but maybe I'm just not thinking about it properly and can't fully grasp the real intention behind the sandpaper. I think it's also worth mentioning, these are the only cases we know of. There's a chance that every handrail in Washington, D.C. has faced the wrath of this man's asshole. Like, we can't rule out that possibility. This is only what he's been caught with here on these handrails, and that garden rake, and that cucumber on that car. But it could have been spanning years. Only God has that information. We can't possibly seek to understand how long he's been doing this, or how many handrails have been compromised out there. Stay safe, Washington, D.C. Yes, he may be going to jail, but the damage that his anus has done, well, there's no telling the extent. Anyway, I just want to kind of give you the update here on this story. In our society today, most people view bodybuilders, or just in general big, beefy, monstrous meatball muscle men, as stupid or dumb. And I think that stereotype's kind of fucked up because it takes a lot of self-discipline, as well as education, knowing what exercises to do, how the body responds to certain things, how to eat, when to eat. There's a whole lot that goes into the art of getting jacked or yoked, shredded, fat-dicked. It's a lot more than just lifting heavy things, so to call them all dumb just because some of them are really stupid and really fucking dumb is just kind of a disservice to the whole community, and honestly I think it needs to stop. I'm tired of going out in public and being discriminated against because I am so monstrously jacked. Alright, I'm tired of getting pointed and laughed at in the grocery store, not because of my height, but because of my bulging vascular muscles literally ripping through my clothing because this skin suit wasn't meant to handle this level of fitness, popping out of my skin. You know, this world wasn't built for biceps this size, these pythons. You see, I don't like being judged just because I am so goddamn massive. And luckily there is one brave hero in the bodybuilding community who walked shirtless through a train as onlookers looked on in confusion to prove a point that bodybuilders are brave too, I guess. And he monologues about cosmic space farts or something. It's a pretty fucking awesome video, to be honest. Now this video from Frank Yang is titled Myron Gains on a Train, and I'll translate this into English for those of you that don't speak bodybuilder. It means looking at his muscles, as if anyone on this train had any other choice as he's walking down these crammed little walkways, damn near forcing people to motorboat his chest. But anyway, just even looking at this physical specimen is stimulating my muscle growth.
So I've been going out and reacting with other characters in a video game after exiting the screen. And I feel like a cosmic vagina getting banged by the whole world. And when I go inside a train, I was never in the train. The train goes into me. I was never inside the world is inside me.
Yeah, I feel that on a very existential level. I think we can all relate to that to a certain degree. We all just have those days where we feel like a cosmic vagina getting butt-fucked by the universe. I also think it's a very profound statement he makes when he says, he is not in the train is in him. It's the same logic I use when wiping my asshole and the toilet paper breaks away and my finger goes up my asshole. I say to myself, my finger didn't go in my asshole went in my finger. And I take a sniff, feel shame as a grim reminder of the mistake I once made, but it's that logic, that thought process, that helps me sleep at night.
The whole of reality feels like it's blinking and pausing and vibrating in and out of existence in a micro succession of death and rebirth to infinity. Like every moment or every movement is my first and my last. Like I've been split roasted by death and orgasm and death and orgasm.
What? Death is making you orgasm? Getting spit roasted by death and orgasms? What kind of fucking pierce the veil lyrics are those?
If everything's moving extremely fast, near the speed of light, then everything's standing still, like Einstein's theory of relativity. And I feel like I'm just free-falling through eternity.
I'm sure this is exactly how Einstein envisioned his theory of relativity being used, by a man walking shirtless and semi-chub through a crowded train.
Now there's no doer here. I can't make a mistake because reality never makes mistake.
Bullshit, Frank. Reality makes mistakes all the time. My dad is 6'5" and I'm 5'6". Checkmate, reality. I always think the most embarrassing part of these kind of videos is the person filming, because people can clearly see you're filming this. That's just so shameful. Unless these two guys just don't feel shame anymore, like their muscles have grown so large they've shed the need of that emotion. They've gone on this quantum muscular journey through the universe, becoming the singular preeminent celestial being that has shed itself of all corporeal emotions.
And I've been having experiences of living the lives of other people. If you destroy the conditioning that the brain or awareness is inside the head, by definition, the way you connect with other minds is it's closer than close. It's like a quantum entanglement where one particle can affect another particle at the other side of the universe, because there's no distance. Infinity knows no distance on time or space. And I think that's what reincarnation is. It's not that you experience the life of you in another lifetime or whatever in the past, but you're experiencing other people's minds and lives right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think the science on that would check out, though I'd have to get the updated version of the university textbook to confirm his theory or not. However, taking it at face value, it certainly sounds plausible.
Synchronicities are on another level. I would think of a question and the other person that I'm talking to would answer the question at the same time.
The synchronicities seem to be way out of whack here. You guys are not on the same wavelength. This guy stood up, puffed out his chest, and was ready for a fight. Don't know if it happened because it cuts away here, but goddamn, I can't even imagine how insecure that guy is. Yeah, I'd be kind of bothered if there's a shirtless man being a douchebag and filming it on a train, but I also wouldn't get up to challenge it. That's just making yourself the bigger douchebag in this situation. Low-budget Conor McGregor here, I guess maybe got worried that his girlfriend would immediately jump on this guy's muscles or something. I really have no idea why he would get so hot and bothered. It's just a nuisance, a public nuisance. Just move on. There's really not much else you can do about it, especially in a society that highlights public nuisances like this and makes them like superstars. You standing up just makes the situation much more uncomfortable and much more of a bother to everyone else around you.
It's the same substance, but when you peek through the box from the inside, everything is the mind. But if you look at the box from the outside, it's matter. It's like a whole new reality, but at the same time, nothing has changed.
Surprise, now there's two dudes walking shirtless through the train. Bet you didn't expect that twist ending, you cosmic queef. But yeah, I mean, you know, he made a lot of good points here, and he certainly put on quite the show in the train. I bet they'll remember that for a long time. He did a lot of cool shit. Congratulations, Frank. Proper ass eating techniques and shit like that. Homemade fleshlights. How to have phone sex. I'm pretty curious on that one. She's not crazy, she just had great phone sex before this video.
Get you all laid.
So I'm assuming these techniques are for somebody you already know. I can't imagine a cold opener, like, can I get you off over the phone, would be great on a stranger. So I'm going in here with the assumption that she's talking about with, like, your current partner, I think. I would highly recommend not using any of the three if it's like a Tinder opener, but I'm also not your dad. Like, if you want to get wild and wacky, fucking run it. And I'm not a literal PhD sex degree haver like Lindsay.
Go-tos are, would you like me to moan into your ear while you masturbate? You have right now to make me come over the phone. And drop into conversations about taxes and epidemiology. Up for phone sex later? The similarity across all starts is
pretty, I mean, that's, there's no miscommunication having with that kind of forwardness.
Or change your nude to selfies. This may feel strange. Take a close-up of your
Lindsay,
eyeballs.
this is pretty aggressive.
One of the last things your dick sees before I draw it into my mouth. In my experience, there's a
whoa, Lindsay, okay. Let's slow down a little bit. Whoa. Okay. On your navel. Lindsay, what the fuck is this? Warm breath on your navel. Fucking speaking into a belly button like a dog whisperer? Like, what is this garbage? Go back to, like, the eyeball with the last thing your cock sees before it goes into my mouth or whatever. This navel shit, you've ruined it. You've absolutely ruined it. I'm hanging up now.
I'm just going to touch myself and imagine you doing the same. I like you being on the phone, but then I switch to only
This is like the Louis
breathing
C.K.
and moaning
approach here.
audibly. No one has buildup of excitement. Make a game out of which text makes the boner biggest. Pick the erectile progress, mix in some photos or messages about
So she's like a dick pic receptacle, like a hub for dick pics, it sounds like.
Which square inch of my body? And to be another person. Role play a clandestine meeting where she only removes her N95 mask to eat you out. As for video, you might switch to more of a striptease or
Holy shit.
So it's more
She's
about
like a Dungeons and Dragons DM for sex.
costumes to spend all day at it, and the other person has 15 minutes to give. You can match your arousal cycles a little better. Do
Arousal cycles? I'm not a robot.
for me unless you have permission. Don't come and run. Check in afterward. Phone cuddle if you want. Don't expect orgasm. Don't
Check in afterwards. She makes it sound like it's that Facebook feature during a natural disaster to like check if you're okay. Like, I'm still safe. Alright, I came. Are you good? I don't care.
arousal you are. Nipples hard? Genitals engorged, heavy breathing, pelvis thrusting like it's somehow going to circumvent the globe and reach dick on the other side.
Jesus
Jack,
Christ!
wait for the other
Help!
person to
Fuck! Goddamn! I got insane real quick, like she was hunting for infinity stones and cock.
Something we're going to get better at.
Guess what gear? What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Dude had her strung up like a victim in the Saw universe. Penis tingles. An erection story. What is this? Oh, let me skim through this to make sure it's okay, but that's got my attention. Oh boy. It's a full scientific look at penis tingles while she's dressed as Spider-Man, which I imagine is because of the Spidey sense tingling, implying that my penis is my Spidey sense. 37 clit pics. Clit pics? Alright, hold on, let me make sure this is safe.
This episode of ClitPics is sponsored by AdamandEve.com, where
Oh, it's actually just showing pictures of clitoris. It looks... The pictures she has pulled up, I obviously can't show them, but they look like little spaceships. It's like... It's like some kind of fucking starship fighter. These are not very good pictures of clitoris, I'll tell you what. But I really love the titles. Penis Memories. The Front Hole Debate. Guided Masturbation. How to Touch a Boob. Part 1. How to Touch a Boob Part... Man, How to Touch a Boob Part 2 popped off. 6 million views. Who doesn't know how to grab
video,
titty?
Stella and I demonstrated breast anatomy and breast healthcare. Now we're going to work together to go over how to...
Absolutely can't watch this one. And I see the reason why it has 6 million views is just full-on titty. YouTube allowed it under the guise of education. Do I have sex with my clients?
Recently I was...
What? Okay, this one I can finally fucking watch. She doesn't just like full-on get raw-dogged by a client or anything. We can finally watch another one. Let's go.
send them on their way to be successful. Do I touch them or have sex with them? I don't have sex with my clients, and the only time I touch them is to give a high five, maybe a hug if I've known them for a while. I'm not trained or
She just lost all of her clients after making this video.
Professionals who are though. A woman might learn where her clit is and common ways to stroke it so she can become orgasmic. But a surrogate can actually point out where the clit is on her body and give real-time feedback on how she masturbates. Basically, surrogates
are really masturbation sensei?
Another example is that I might learn in
what a career!
Loses his erection just before penetration because he's afraid of rape accusations. The man and I can do tons of work verbally, but ultimately he'll have to do some recon in the moment. Sexual healing uses physical touch to unwind and clear the psychological pattern. It restores people to a freer sexual state of mind. Another type of sexual health professional
is sexual healing popular? How do incels exist when sexual healers exist?
Sexological body workers. Well, together Danielle was studying orgasm during childbirth, how to come while you're having painful contractions to both ease and progress labor. She's taught this to others during hands-on
very important field.
To find their G-spots.
So sexology is the profession. Was there really an entire course dedicated to orgasming during childbirth? Birthgasm. A literary review of orgasm as an alternative mode of pain relief in childbirth. Oh my god, and it's written by the girl she was just talking... Oh, no, it's not. Different name. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is a real field. The study of orgasms. That sounds like something some fraternity on a campus made up one time.
Hands-on help if you need it, and training if you're interested in becoming certified yourself. Stay curious.
Who certifies that? Is there a board of sexual certified experts who just fuck people and they're like, you know what? That was pretty good. Here's a badge. Where, like, who are the board members? Yeah, how do you get a PhD in sex?
Arousal disorder, no solutions to fix it. I imagine some of you are skeptical, thinking
Constantly
how can prolonged
aroused?
pleasure be that bad? So I'm gonna foster some.
I've actually heard of that.
Pool, ice water, crop.
Oh, so she's ready for a Twitch stream. Let's go. Dr. Lindsay's stepping up to the meta.
Might feel pharmacologic, hormonal, idiopathic. Basically, it could
The
be
causes.
how blood
Watching
does
Charlie's
into
stream.
the
You
genitals,
can't help but get
the brain,
extremely
side
aroused.
effect of medications.
First day of sex school. That absolutely sounds like the title of an anime. Sex and poop. Fun facts. Sex and poop, huh? Well, you've got me interested now. This is wild. I never knew there was this much content on it. I just remember her making like a do-it-yourself fleshlight thing, and then the how to eat ass thing I made a video on. I didn't know it was so deep. And it should be fine, right? She makes it out of just household materials. Yeah, it should be fine. And this could help somebody out in the chat. Yeah, that'll be fine.
This episode is brought to you by Adam and Eve. In my private practice as a clinical sexologist, I've been working recently with a 12-year-old who has a really high sex drive. His solution was to ask a friend for sex, but that's not legal. So we put the focus on masturbation.
Okay, I may have misremembered this video. Okay, maybe not then. Holy shit.
And Emily, our friend, like to share
Jesus,
their
even the cat
toys
hates
with
it.
each other.
It's about the community, learning a bit more about it. I decided to try it out, and I've just loved it ever since. It's
Damn.
just me.
I'm a pizza.
Shouldn't have done that. That'll get you every
There are a
time.
lot of people in the community.
It always starts as research and it ends with a diaper. This is a great idea. Let's scare the children.
Puddles. Going to the park.
Does anybody else like Fortnite here?
Home, when we're just relaxing and I'm with him.
God, that sounds
I'm
awful.
little when I want to be. I'm little when it's right to be.
It's
but of
never
course
right to be.
It's not something that like I can't control. I don't just randomly like shout daddy because that's involving other people in something that they didn't consent to.
Well, what about the kids at the park here watching you play with a doll and sounding like fucking Angelica from Rugrats? That's, I mean, that's subjecting them to horror. Oh. This isn't even like a fetish anymore. This is just a lifestyle. Where she lives as a child and he lives as a pedophile.
So open makes me happy and
I'm a pastel goth. What is that? Is this like the cyber goth shit where they dance under a bridge?
More cutesy.
To be fair, she would look really good in like
I
a
wouldn't consider
low-budget
myself a
CWDC
living doll.
film.
I feel as though there's a difference between
Looking like a Billie Eilish music video now.
Why are you doing?
Why are you doing this? What is your...
I can just look at that guy and know he's super pretentious.
makeup, man. Yeah, he saw photos.
I've never seen a
He knew
man
he was
look
getting
more
himself
pretentious than this guy. Well, you see, atheism is actually the only way. In fact, I just don't understand why people would ever choose religion over atheism. Here's a little song I call Euphoria through atheism.
Barcroft TV seems to be full of TLC rejects.
Yeah, it's kind of what I'm thinking. Barcroft is just like a TLC cum dumpster. Which is good. I mean, there needs to be something like that.
When I was, I believe, like...
Wow, is this man 9 feet tall or is this the
finally put
smallest
on a
ceiling
wig,
in all of the
I
East
saw
Coast?
clothes, put little clips in my hair.
Holy
and I looked in the
shit.
mirror and I started crying.
Hi, where are we going?
It's a lot of people when they look at me, they have...
Even the cosplayers are like, what the fuck?
They're either really confused
I may be dressed as Olaf for money, but god damn it, at least I'm not dressed like that for no reason.
Brighter, quite literally. She's the Baba! Ah! I'm a permanent tattoo clown, y'all. Mother flowers.
God, I'd hate working with this
I've been a
guy.
clown, body juggle, I can fall. It's just a party. I like to live my life as fun and exciting and a journey and an adventure.
You can do all that without being tattooed permanently as a clown.
Business cards.
This guy looks like a GIF someone would reply to something with on Twitter.
When you have a business, you have to promote yourself. I saw happiness from
Oh, he's not a clown
I
for a
saw,
living,
like,
he's a
joy.
barber.
Just being goofy. A lot of people are serious,
He's a
and it's like, you know, why
full-time
are you so
barber,
serious about
part-time
life? Why don't we just, like,
serial killer.
You know, not all these women are gonna, not all women like clowns, but what they do like, I think, is, you know, personality. I got my best friend George. Woo!
Yeah, and they
Look at
usually hate
George.
clowns,
He lives in
Rich.
my hat. Ooh,
They're gonna love my personality if they can ignore that I'm a
I feel
permanently
like everyone's
tattooed
wild.
clown.
Different experience in their lives and.
It's pretty smart for a barber though, like,
it's okay
if
to
you
laugh
do
here,
fuck up
it's
his
alright.
hair, it's like, haha,
Laugh,
honk
don't
honk,
cry.
I'm just
Don't
joking,
fart.
but I really did fuck up your hair. Still $40, honk honk. Oh hey, it's this guy. Have you guys seen this guy? The Synthol Saint. Just a PSA, I'm assuming most of you here probably don't fuck with Synthol, but in case you do, stop fucking with Synthol. It looks so goddamn dumb and most people die from it. Why not try and make it at least resemble what the muscles look like? It looks like his arms just swallowed fucking giant water balloons. He just looks like SpongeBob with his anchor arms. Why even bother with Synthol if you're gonna wear a long sleeve shirt? At that point, why not just stuff it with like school textbook papers? No one's gonna know. He's like a knockoff Popeye. Yeah, he's like Popeye with a meth addiction. Like everything else but his arms is skinny as shit. Like the only thing the spinach is going to is his biceps. But yeah, if I remember correctly, this guy's arms exploded a few months ago, so he had to start over. But he started over again, so it was a bit of a setback when his arm exploded, but he's back on the Synthol, so pretty soon he'll be popping off again any day now. In fact, some speculate he might even get bigger biceps this time around.
मेरी मूंछ भारत नहीं पूरे विश्व के अंदर मैं मेरी अपने आप की मूंछ का चैलेंज करता हूं कि मेरी मूंछ से बढ़कर किसी की मूंछ नहीं है.
That's gross. I wouldn't touch that mustache. Although I do see a practical use for the mustache being that long. You could like lasso it, like Indiana Jones. He looks like a cartoon character. Calling someone a Redditor to their face in 2019 is a fighting phrase. It's like calling someone a cunt back in the 90s. It's a powerful insult. And I get asked all the time why I take a shit on Redditors, shit on Redditors, and Reddit culture in general. And it's days like today that remind me exactly why I have such a shit view of Reddit and why the majority of people have almost no respect for the community. They are so goddamn unhelpful. Now, I'm saying they, and I'm a very frequent user of Reddit. I go on there almost daily. I like the posts. I like to go on specific subreddits and see the kind of shit going on in the world. I think as long as you don't go in the comments, it's a pretty goddamn decent site for the most part. But it's the second you accidentally get a little too adventurous, or perhaps you just forget the one sacred rule on the internet, the 11th commandment from God: don't go to the comments section on Reddit, because it's just goddamn embarrassing to even look at. It makes you feel bad for being on the site, seeing the mentally ill, socially rejected, downright depraved community that for some reason all kind of festers in the comment section on any post ever. Professional Reddit commenters who farm karma as if they're some type of drug kingpin and get this superiority complex. They watch 2 episodes of Rick and Morty and follow Bill Nye on Twitter, and all of a sudden they think they have all the answers and they're better than the person who initially posted the thread asking for help. Fucking Reddit commenters make YouTube commenters look like sane, cool kids at the lunch table. Okay, so why am I talking about this? I'm still fucking upset about this. Today, Andrew and I went to Beef O'Brady's, as is tradition after a hard workout, and Andrew's car had 2 spiders in it that we came across, so he wanted to look for a solution online as to the most efficient way to getting rid of the spiders. A little pest control action, just Google it, because that's what a modern man does. That's the efficient way of getting answers. Well, unfortunately, Google recommended Reddit threads. Our pro-sage life advice from a 14-year-old, how to do your taxes and get rid of the spiders in your car. Shit like that, just a flurry of all of these Reddit posts addressing how to get rid of spiders. Now, at the time, we didn't even realize how infuriating that would be. But when we got to Beefs, we opened one of the links, and immediately every single top comment was a horrible, stupid fucking joke that's been said a million times before. Set the car on fire. I'm not kidding. Out of the 5 or 6 threads, that was pretty much the top on all of them. I'm going to show you 4 out of the 6 so it's not just overly redundant. I swear to God, these are all different posts and different people. Although they're not even really different people. They have no sense of individuality. They're just fucking regurgitating, vomiting, ass shitting out all kinds of shit that they read a million times before to try and farm that precious karma or make people think that they're a good comedian. I really don't know. But this is how all Reddit comments go. You go to the comments, the first like 15 are going to be shit jokes that don't make you giggle or exhale at all, only serving to make you just irate because you maybe wanted a real answer or a real discussion, and you're not getting it. Not in the comment section on Reddit. But anyway, here's the first thread. How do I get spiders out of my car? Obviously the first answer, burn it to the ground and change your last name. A real side splitter for sure, not exactly helpful, but goddammit, that comedy is unique, original, wacky, and zany. And that's gotta count for something, so the updoots to the left, am I right? Edit, thanks for the gold, kind stranger, wasn't expecting this, oh my gosh. Edit 2, wow, platinum, holy shit, time to add chocolate to the milk and go wild to celebrate, kind stranger. Now let's go ahead and scroll down, surely it's only, the top comment that has such a great joke. Surely they can't all be busting out unique bangers. Surprisingly, that joke didn't spawn a pun thread, but luckily for us it didn't. Underneath that, though, we're gifted with another great joke. Put some tarantulas in there to eat the smaller spiders. Large spiders are easier to keep track of. Oh, well, I do tip my fedora to that one. Still no actual advice yet. A classic double whammy. It's an Ultima. Fire is the best option. Fill it with frogs. Well, my gentle sirs, these are quite comedic. Finally, at the very bottom of the page with a whopping 2 points, an actual suggestion, glue traps, and a link to them. Now, actually, unironically helpful, that's not a bad idea. Glue traps for insects, it makes sense. But what do the other experts on the website say? Let's go to another thread, which is basically just a carbon copy of this one's commenters. Different threads, same comedy, baby, because for some reason all Reddit commenters are basically just carbon copies of each other. Go ahead and take a guess at what the top comment's gonna be. Spoiler alert, it's fire, because of course it is. On Reddit, everything that even deals with anything even yucky to the smallest degree, anything with an insect, you can guarantee the top comment in the thread is going to be, kill it with fire, or something with fire. Next highest upvoted, I believe ammonia and bleach create chlorine gas, you're right. So if you want to go World War I on their ass, that might be an option. To be fair, this comment actually has sentimental value to me, because I accidentally created chlorine gas when I tried to kill a cockroach once. I talked about that in a video, so that one I don't really have a problem with. I just thought I'd point it out. Luckily, right under that one, we go right back to the standard, set it on fire. I like the reply, lol, as if they'd never heard that before, or perhaps they just always laugh anytime they see that. Next, nuke it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. It's their car now. Scorpions. Definitely scorpions. That's another big one. It's theirs now. They own it. You lost it. Shit like that. That one's also just as common as fire. So I guess it's not exactly a 100% guarantee it's going to be set it on fire when it's dealing with insects, because it has to compete with it's theirs now. Those are always battling for the top spot. GIF of a car on fire, snakes, sell it, elephants, get some funnel web spiders and dump them in and eat the other spiders. And then one guy accidentally almost lends some pseudo advice, but his advice is basically just saying, you might be fucked. None of this helpful, of course, but very humorous, obviously. New thread, same top comment, gasoline, and says light it on fire in the reply. Milking every ounce of karma he can out of that joke, I guess. Bye birds, lady who swallowed a fly, just more fucking garbage. This guy really drops a fat comedy routine on this one. Release a snake to catch it, and then you're gonna want to lock a mongoose in there for a few days to kill the snake. Once that happens, you need a large mammal like a wolf to get the mongoose. After this, you'll need to find a gorilla to let loose in the car. They're excellent at wolf wrangling. Come winter, the gorilla will just die off from the cold. Which is more than the guy underneath him who actually lent a little advice received. Nothing a good car fire won't fix. It just goes on and on and on. While I think absolutely the jokes suck ass on their own and are used a million times ad nauseum, I'm not here to just be the joke police. What's frustrating is when you're looking for real answers like we were today, and all you get is the same goddamn middle school lunch table joke that you've heard ever since you were a goddamn child and seen on every thread ever posted on the website. Burn it with fire. Get a snake, lol. It's their car now, lol. Epic lol, thanks for the gold. It's so frustrating. And that's only scratching the tip of the iceberg, the tip of the wiener on how just frustrating and stupid Reddit comments are. That's throwing away witch hunts, which are huge in the comment sections and 9 times out of 10 are wrong anyway, a la Boston Bomber. That's the biggest one. That one Reddit will never live down. It's just this most hostile place and the most humorless place on the internet. Fucking Twitter comment threads that are just GIF responses and shit pictures are more entertaining than seeing the same fucking joke every single time at the top comment in the Reddit thread, the top fucking 20 comments. I mean, if you want to make the dumb joke, you know, burn it down, kill it with fire, lol, do that, and then after that put a period and then real advice, which admittedly some people in these threads did, but they were buried at the bottom. Buried. Giving real advice? No. Give me that same stupid goddamn joke. But anyway, that's about it. Just wanted to vent about it, because today I was getting frustrated for Andrew, with Andrew. Just so dumb. It's so stupid. Just racing to tell the dumbest fucking joke that everyone's already heard a million times on the goddamn website. Anyway. There was a new one, not My Strange Addiction, but something like that. It's addicted to Reddit and Twitch chat moderation or something. What the fuck was it? Oh, my description of it was pretty accurate, I'd say. He still fits all the same categories: professional Reddit comment hoarder, Twitch chat moderator.
I always have my pacifier.
Wouldn't leave home without it.
Very young.
That's gotta be the most boring age to emulate. You can't play video games, you can't jerk off, because you have to be in the mindset of a baby. Look at how fun that toy is. How fun.
Or my mobile. And even a playpen.
For me, it's so boring. At least if you're gonna have a weird, crazy obsession, don't make it one so goddamn boring, where all you do is touch stuffed animal noses together for fun.
With all the whole environment.
Is he of breastfeeding age?
Yeah, he looks like he's built for breastfeeding. Receiving, that is.
So it's adult size, of course.
As most cribs are.
Go up and down like a traditional crib.
Oh my god, he's got a huge diaper on.
The bars.
Oh, it's definitely a big diaper.
Safety. And it's
that diaper is definitely filled. He shit his pants.
But when you're 5 feet 6 inches tall,
he's only 5'6". He's a manlet, and by that I mean the ideal male height, 5'6", baby. Representing us well, Stanley. My man.
Refreshing.
Yes, refreshing urine.
And that was where it started for me. I like to keep my diapers close to my crib so it's easy to change.
What a sad origin story.
Aren't exactly made for combining adult-sized diapers with a baby diaper to make it more absorbent.
They can go up to between 8
Jesus,
to 10 hours.
he's taking fat shits that need like quadruple diapers.
When it comes to the diapers,
like bulletproof glass diapers to hold it all.
Moving around. I usually buy something babyish.
Where is his income coming from? Did I miss that? Is he making money like selling pictures of himself as a baby online or something? Like how is he making money?
Toy shopping.
He mines Bitcoin.
Hello.
You know, and I could see that. He looks like an early crypto adapter.
Search for
Man, kids' toys suck. What the fuck? I don't know. Did I ever play with this kind of shit? Like, this is boring. There's no titties or rock and roll. What's the point?
Lifestyle. There's one thing you can't buy off the rack.
Love.
Baby clothes in adult sizes.
Right,
Okay,
that too.
So exactly what are you looking for?
Ah,
Go ahead
looks
and
good.
take some notes, pen.
Spin around for me for the Vogue shoot.
See if
she put my name on it, and the date I came, 66 inches. I met Mommy Pam, and it's just one of those times where it's like you meet somebody and you know it's just right.
What does that mean? Is that like one of his victims?
I was very, very to myself.
So he's 31 years old.
A couple times I had the flu real bad.
That was in
Since his first
2002.
mommy's departure in 2005.
Oh. But that's still, that timetable still doesn't make sense. Wait. So he met MILF pedophile mom Pam to take care of his adult baby lifestyle in 2002. But he's 31 years old in 2009? Or when was this filmed? I guess it could have been filmed earlier. But either way, he would have been like a literal tween at that time. That's like grooming a child. No wonder he became a baby fetishist.
I would feel if the sexual side was added to it, that it wouldn't be as genuine. It would really take away.
You don't say.
Not just find somebody, but find somebody that you get the emotion from that's doing it because they have that love, they want that kind of environment.
I'm gonna spoil this for you, Stanley. No one's doing this because they want to feel like a mother to a 31-year-old man wearing 2 sets of adult diapers at all times because he pees so hard like a waterfall that it pierces the first one.
Hi, Stanley.
You're not gonna find a real love environment. You're gonna find paid actresses.
Yes.
Ooh. Ah, Avadne's got you now, Stanley.
Women who provide
If she beats you in this race, you have to drop this fetish.
But Stanley
It's an intervention.
I want somebody that wants to do it because they have the love to give and not because they have to be paid to do it.
You're not gonna find that.
For a race?
You're not gonna find that. That's like a fucking Twitch streamer refusing to pay the artist, paying them in exposure dollars. You should do the art for me for the love of it. They're about to like summon Satan with this kind of shit for sure.
You're gonna eat it all.
Mother figure Harley Quinn is doing a great job keeping Stanley from pooping his diapers.
Be a flower for the.
But I feel her luck may run out soon. He's got those eyes like he's about to shit.
No.
Breastfeed me first. Stanley want tit milk, please.
What if I read you a really fun story first?
Fuck the story, unless the story involves a milk shower.
I'd sound like being tucked into bed.
Maybe a little over-the-diaper hand job. So they never covered where his financial situation comes from, because it seems like he's unemployed if he's able to spend 8 hours a day, morning to mid-afternoon, being full-blown baby cosplay and roleplay. How can he afford to... Manfred Kibbles, the dog food whisperer? And this was an early adopter of YouTube right here. May 30th, 07. Nice.
CTT. 4 very, very high quality premium dog foods with us today.
Ooh, Gravy Train. I don't know that one. Does he eat these? Or does he just talk to him?
My puppy won't stop peeing.
Okay.
Well, you've come to the right spot to cure that. This is what YouTube's about, eating dog food for 4,000 views 13 years ago. Describe it, please.
It's not bad. It actually smells like Captain Crunch
No way.
with a hint of tuna. Which is interesting because it's chicken flavor. But it smells like tuna and Captain Crunch.
I'm gonna have to get myself a can of Gravy Train to test that.
I'm looking. Okay, let's take a little nibble, huh?
Oh, my man! This is what YouTube is all about. Fuck yeah, eating dog food. No shame. This was before clout even existed.
Yeah, it's not very good.
That doesn't look too bad. I think Manfred Kibble might give that a passing grade.
Forkful here of Cadillac.
Yeah, it looks like straight from Gordon Ramsay's kitchen.
Okay, if this tastes half as good as it smells, I think I'm going to be a very happy man. There's texture. I can feel, I think it's little pieces
Some
of
say
corn.
Manfred Kibbles tries every dog food before it ships
really-
out to major
It's really
retailers.
talking like a hamburger helper here. This is,
If Manfred Kibbles doesn't like it, it just doesn't make the cut.
Another bite if no one's counting calories, which I'm not. I was just on the South Beach diet, so I'm gonna splurge a little bit here today.
It can't be real dog food he's eating,
Really
right?
good dog food.
There's no way.
We have
But I can't even think of food that would look like this.
Because if you don't like chicken, you've got like chicken byproduct. Looking at this, I don't know.
I
if you
thought
get a
dog
close
food
look
was
at it,
toxic to
something you
human
haven't seen with
beings,
our
but
other
maybe
dog foods.
Manfred Kibble's
They
half
actually
dog,
put
half man.
every piece of dog food.
He's got the
in
body of a
what they
man, but the
call
insides of a
mini crust.
dog.
Okay, I'm debating if this is actually dog food because it smells like human food. This smells very, very good.
No, this isn't dog food.
Wow.
It keeps giving like a little transition when he picks up the plate. He swaps it out. That's my theory, at least. But who am I to question the supreme wisdom of Manfred Kibbles? That's real dog food. You can't fake that. I've seen that kind of dog food all my life. Never tried it, but I might now. This man's straight chowing down on dog food. How much dog food does this man taste?
Favorite dog food?
The Misadventures of Baby Josh. Does he feed dog food to Baby Josh? Because if not, I'm not interested. God, we'll never know because he stopped making videos 12 years ago. Go. I'll subscribe just on the off chance he continues the saga. That's my second subscription ever. On this account, I guess. One day he will make a triumphant return. Manfred Kibbles has to come rate modern dog food. Without it, how am I going to know if what I'm feeding my dog is quality?
sehr anziehend und sexy, wenn ich so sagen
I
darf.
hate planes.
Die Tragfläche anfasse, kriege ich sofort Feuchtstände und werde total...
I mean, not to be racist, I haven't met your boyfriend here. Maybe he's a good plane, but I just hate flying. Not a fan. Not a fan at all.
Stock, mein Schatz, wo ich
Ooh, is this like porn?
You might
Is the
be
plane of
surprised
legal
to know
age? How old is
that
it?
29-year-old Michelle
einen leblosen Gegenstand führt.
Objectophilia, I almost forgot about that.
that tickles her fancy.
That's
She
up there with
is
foot
particularly
fetishism. It's
enamored
very,
with
very
a
popular.
specific model during her first flight in the Boeing 737.
Oh, a legendary flight to be sure. That wasn't turbulence you were feeling up there, huh? As far as objectophilia goes, she seems relatively normal compared to the other ones we've seen. The one that fucks the Ferris wheel, the one that fucks the picket fence, the one that fucks his car.
So, Michelle has been granted some time with the Boeing 737.
Who's pimping out their daughter here for her? Or their son, excuse me. She booked quality time with someone's airplane? Lock that father up. He's running some type of objectophilia scam here with his plane. Whoring it out. She seems so happy-go-lucky about this.
Airport, the staff are here to escort Michelle.
Man, the booty call for a plane fetishist must be hard as shit to act on.
Right? Is that good?
Oh, she just got so wet.
We'll fix that for you, okay? Fine.
I hope they put candles on the plane. Rose petals leading up to it.
Yeah. Oh, my name is Michelle. Nice to meet you.
What a cool name.
Thanks so
Ulf.
much. I can't believe it.
Sounds like that's the name he chose for his Dungeons and Dragons adventure. Yeah, I'm Ulf, from the swamps of Mordogbach.
Oh my goodness.
This may look like an aircraft hangar, but this is about to turn into a goddamn X-rated porn set.
Beautiful.
I hope they bring out little, like, RC-controlled planes. Make it a giant orgy. Yeah, you're goddamn right, he's got a nice cockpit in there, huh? About to turn into some, like, stepson shit when the bigger plane comes out.
And she gives consent. Yeah, good. Why not?
Who says if the plane consents,
I
though?
like her behind the plane.
Just because you're whoring out your plane here doesn't mean that it agrees to it.
Nice.
Never met
Ooh, a backdoor reach around. Kinky on the first date. Ooh, a little rim job action.
Alleine bei Ihnen sein zu dürfen. Ich liebe dich, Schatz.
You don't even know him.
It was what, twice?
She didn't even get to flick her bean in there. Give her some alone time. She fucking flew here to make out with this plane.
And we make love.
Hey! That's my nana. There it is, baby. Sometimes I'll suck their dick right in front of the Arby's head chef.
Aging. Everyone is worried about aging.
You know, maybe she's
And
found the
younger guys are
secret.
not thinking aging.
Young dudes
They're not
bust
saying
inside
it.
of her,
Well,
and then her
sometimes they're
vagina
making
absorbs
elections
the
if
young
something
semen,
goes
which
wrong,
keeps
but
her young.
Mostly they're not. See, now this guy says he's 57. He's probably 26.
No one's
But he
no
purposely does
26-year-old's gonna say they're 57.
now
That
this
ruins their
guy-
chances.
So my feet are in. And I
What is this? Stretch out her labia or something? Oh, it's one of these. Now she's ready for an orgasm.
When I was younger,
Like Dracula coming out of the coffin.
get married and have a
I want to suck your
My
dick.
husband and I, former husband,
Swipe
had
right,
a
please.
wonderful sex life. And I put an ad in the paper. We
What?
didn't have the internet. And then I got a series of lovers.
You could
one
put
after
your
the other. They
you could
left
put your
their
ass
names
on the
my
newspaper for
answering
fucking.
machine, and I don't really know.
You may have thought that footage was sped up, but that was just her standard movement speed. She bought boots of mobility before going out.
Have you ever done it before?
Once you told me you were in a dorm at NYU, and that I thought.
Nice. That's pretty fucking awesome. When she got fucked by the entire NYU basketball team.
And
Well, let's do what God told us
there's no
to.
sense of whether or
And
not
do
that
the
will
anal.
ever develop. If that's aging, it's okay with me. I'm gonna take
Ooh,
care of it.
the remix. The fuck was that editing?
Way of
I like that. Good for you, Hattie. And then I scrolled down and it's Hattie in like a Brazzers production, 15 dicks deep. I'd still bump my fist in the air for her. No! Hattie quits the dating app. Only 4 hours. No, that's a developing story. Why? Hattie, why? Try Craigslist. If you're not afraid of meth addict penis, you can probably find someone very committed. I don't want to fuck with the cameras here. Can we wait?
Come on.
No, the cameras. My wife wouldn't like that.
If you're long, it's okay. But if you're wide, I can't take you in.
No!
20 wonderful nights.
That's an odd necklace. It looks like a stethoscope.
Oh, yeah.
But without the thing on the end.
I wouldn't want 2 men work. Well, this, I don't know. Now that I'm thinking about it.
There is the butthole, Hattie.
That's more likely.
The old forbidden chamber of secrets, as they call it in Hogwarts. The logistics make sense. You could handle 2 wieners, depending on the angle.
Do I have... 2 days ago, in the mail, I get this envelope.
For horniest grandma.
It's from her. It says, and I open it up, and I take this out, and it's love of life. I mean...
That is wholesome. And then she turned it over, and it was a dick pic.
You don't need anything more.
Oh, Hattie's so fucking awesome. Amen. Fuck yeah. Hey, age gap. Age gap lovers.
I hate it.
Who's that? Her brother? Who cares if your brother doesn't like you?
Person and not over the phone because it is a big life decision.
It's probably easy.
Well, it's just a normal
It's probably
thing.
easier over the
At her age,
phone.
you get married, you have. We were going to do a vasectomy reversal. I had a
What?
vasectomy in the early 90s, and because of the amount
How
of
do you
time
reverse it?
and my
What do you do?
that opened up the
Reattach the epididymis? Or maybe they use like PVC pipe or like a substitute. I have no idea.
It's like a mild. You're welcome, my dear.
Hey, I fuck your daughter. I'm older than you and I fuck your daughter.
See you later, dude.
High five. Hey, what's up? Did you pussies know I fucked this girl and she's 30 years younger than me?
Love you.
I love you.
Drive safe.
I'll do it.
Text me when you get back.
Okay.
He treats her like a queen.
That seemed like a very scripted exchange, like NPCs talking to each other in a video game.
Hi, Hills.
Do you accept the quest? Yes, I accept the quest.
Thank
He has a vasectomy, for God's sakes. What is he gonna do? Concentrate hard enough to like regrow his epididymis?
They have decided to.
I think that's what they cut when they do a vasectomy. Hey Bruce, what's up? You still a virgin? The fuck is that, Chris Raygun? What the fuck?
Of course it is. Of course it's very strange that she's younger than I am. It's, yeah.
So?
The age gap. I
That's
mean,
good.
It's not exactly negative, but it's just like more like, wow.
Yeah, it's overwhelmingly positive, I imagine. It's a, fuck yeah, Larry. How the fuck did you do that, Larry? Blink twice if you're being held captive by Larry.
Huge part of my channel.
Hello, everybody, and welcome.
Oh, she's a YouTuber.
Today's video is a highly
Today I'm going to show you how to French kiss old men.
husband.
Today we'll be doing the Fortnite 1 death equals 1 piece of clothing comes off of Larry.
Very private.
Here is actually the chapel at the Reformatory, and originally this was the backup plan just in case it poured rain on the day of our wedding. Luckily, it
That's a
didn't
good
pour
idea.
rain.
Yeah,
We
just
were
give
able
all
to
of the
get there
attendees
outside in the
tinnitus.
front of the building.
Jesus, not tinnitus. Tetanus.
Give this video a
Well, I guess maybe tinnitus if Larry's hitting a gong or something. I don't know. Yeah. Very nice. That's a prohibition-style kiss right there, baby. That's how we do it. And he's late for his other pussy date. That's why he's checking that watch.
Are you going to cause a pregnancy?
Why is this guy making fan art of her vagina? Yeah, this is the same couple. It's Larry and Michaela.
She's only using Larry for the OMG I kissed an old guy clickbait.
Yeah, the long con.
I don't know. I think
She's basically just a prop for he's basically just a prop for her YouTube channel.
Really cute.
I've won the lottery.
Goddamn right, Larry. You've lost your son, but you won some fine young punani, I guess.
The age
Oh, is that her
scared me,
ex?
And I was terrified. I was expecting him to take
You know, I don't
it
have
totally
siblings,
different. Like,
but
I
if I
just
did and
thought
my
that he
sister was
would
like married to a
accept it and
70-year-old guy at
understand.
like 23, I don't think I'd care. I'd be like, yeah, whatever. I don't. Why the fuck do I care?
I'll just get ready and I'm.
Damn, that is a high-tech setup. What the fuck? What the? It's like half a lifesaver with a camera in the middle.
My
Never seen
husband
that.
is the fixer. Obviously, as you can
Today
tell,
we'll be
he's
doing the
had
try not to
great
twerk
friends,
challenge.
And
Uh-oh, we're both twerking. Press that like
had so
button.
many
Smash it,
lovely
baby.
supportive comments. Talked about it. Larry didn't really want to have children. He was retiring, and
Yeah,
I
kids
was okay
suck.
with that.
You
And
might
then
end
about
up with like a
month before
shit
we got
posting
married, I
Redditor or
went
something
into
for a
panic
kid. Who
mode
wants to
thinking,
take that
this is what
gamble?
I'm supposed to do. I'm getting married now. I'm
I
supposed
say
to
just
have a family.
adopt
And the
and like
urologist
vet
that we're
them
going to see,
thoroughly.
his name is Dr. Stein, right?
Ask him like questions, you know, does the
specializes in
narwhal bacon
reversal.
at
So he's
midnight? If they
not
know what it
just a
means,
urologist,
they're
he
out.
specializes
Because that's
in
a
the
big fuck
reversals
no.
and the vasectomies.
So his vasectomy is older than his girlfriend or his wife.
You had a vasectomy.
That's pretty
after that
nice.
one.
As you can see, here is Larry's penis. And on the back is my penis. As you can see, it's significantly larger than Larry's.
Are you going to have a
Do you understand what I'm saying, Michaela?
Youth
Mm-hmm.
with artificial insemination using donor sperm.
And Larry's willpower.
Maybe
Larry can literally think hard enough and put a baby inside of her. He doesn't need his penis. Now, in the last episode of the Larry and Michaela anime we watched, he said he wanted a reverse vasectomy, but that doctor made it seem like it wasn't necessary. So what the fuck does a vasectomy even do then if it doesn't stop you from making kids? They cut the vet. Oh, they cut the deferens?
Simple as that. It creates
I thought they cut the actual
a problem,
epididymis.
which used to scare.
Oh, that was adorable. That was fucking adorable. She's popping off. Coming up on 200k subs. Where's my boy Larry? Yeah, there's my boy Larry.
Hi.
What's up, Larry?
Welcome back to another PO box.
We're gonna do the... You wanna know how to talk to girls? We'll go to the experts. How to talk to shy girls and lower their wall. Don't talk about seduction, game, or the red pill with women. How to make small talk magical. Here we go.
Your name, but if she feels like she's pouring her heart out to you and you get her,
That sounds like a friend zone to me, Hector.
and it's a that's what women look for.
They look for
They want a man
football
who knows
players,
their soul
Hector.
and their body.
Tall men.
And so deep diving
Gamers,
is
sometimes.
our term for how you get her. Guys who don't have
His
a lot
hand
of
must get
experience.
sore? Yeah, from writing down all those girls'
Socializing in
numbers.
general.
Turn closer, maybe touching her. I have a video on touching girls, and I'll put that right here also in the description. That'll help you.
Say no more. Touching girls? You're allowed to do that? Where's that? You forgot to link it. How to touch a girl without being creepy? Yes! Finally!
Let's see. There was a group of married girls, for instance, that were talking to me and my friends and all that.
They all divorced their
And
husbands for
they were
you.
being very, very flirty, you know, grabbing us. They obviously are very sexually frustrated. Their husbands aren't, you know, fucking them very good. So
Obviously.
They're obviously horny, and they were
Yeah.
getting drunk and really sweet. She does something sweet, and I'll be like, "Oh, you're so awesome," and I'll pull her in and maybe get a kiss on the cheek. And that's how I show affection.
How many
It's not
active
so much
sexual
like,
assault
you know,
charges does this guy have?
I do it because, and the girlfriend experience is basically that
Hector
you
has
treat
so much
every
sex, he
girl
probably
that you
just
ask out,
does
even
sex
every,
now for the
friend
women.
that's a girl, like she's your
Giving them a
girlfriend,
gift.
and
He
you
doesn't
care
feel
about her,
anything
you're
anymore.
sweet to her, you
He's
flirt
had
with
too
her, you
much
make her
sex.
feel good about herself. A girl that I don't like, I will still be touchy because again,
Why
we're
not?
having a good
Yeah.
experience, and I suggest that you do the same thing because
No.
people are going to gravitate towards those
No,
who are
no.
giving
I won't do
good
that.
vibes and good energy.
I'm not
And if
falling
you
for
look
that.
at a guy, maybe you went to the bathroom and you came back, you're like, oh hey, you pinch her waist, and like, hey, what's up? And she turns around, she's like, oh hi, and you're very intimate with her.
Hey, I just took a
Flirty,
piss.
but
I didn't
you're
wash
not
my hands. I
crossing
even peed
any
on my hands.
boundaries. But then when you're ready to escalate that,
What, you're not happy to see me?
And you know, if you have your girlfriend with you, you kind of pull her next to you, and she's
I feel
kinda
like this guy's an
small
undercover
and very
cop.
vulnerable, but you're protecting her.
And this
Women
is just
really appreciate
entrapment.
and,
Trying to get men to sexually assault women at bars.
and it's very sexual.
Just to help with their
Again, because,
quota
like,
of people
you're
going to
strong
jail.
protector. And actually rub skin against skin, she's going to feel very, very connected to you, and it's very sexual and intimate. And then if
Can I
you
give her
really
like a
wanna
wet
escalate,
willy in the
you
belly
can put your
button?
hand down and grab her
Do I
ass.
like that, Hector?
Depending on, you're going to smile a little bit more, maybe be touching her as you give these compliments, like, you look gorgeous tonight. That's very different than, oh, you look
And then put your
gorgeous, look at
finger
you,
on
so
her lip and
beautiful.
say no more.
You see the difference? One's very
I've just
sexy,
nutted.
one's just like being, and even the same thing with guys. Be nice to guys. Be friendly with guys.
No,
Obviously,
ew,
you don't wanna grab their ass unless
dudes.
you're into that, but,
Don't even mention that word here. I'm learning about
you
girls.
Can still be
Dudes,
friendly
ew.
and grab them around the shoulder.
No.
You know, slap on the back, shake their hand.
No,
be very
maybe
touchy
touch his
with
ass a little bit.
in general because it
And then
makes people feel good.
go
and
into the
also very
crack a little bit just to scare him.
And if
And
you
make him
give out that
move, because I don't want
positive
dudes around me when I'm talking to
eventually you
girls.
receive it back.
Liberate female sexuality. Orgasms will come. Sounds like a 50 Shades of Grey sequel. Better yet, it actually sounds more like a Chuck Tingle book, like my ass got pounded by a Dr. Bigfoot attorney at large, pounded by the space biking chupacabra, shit like that. This actually sounds like it was written by Chuck Tingle.
Today we're going to talk about how to unleash a girl's sexuality. Okay, whether it's a fuck buddy, you know, a lover, or a girlfriend, or your wife.
Do I want to unleash this though, Hector? What if it's too powerful?
Sexuality and
But
to
it
be able
blows
to
up my
unleash it.
dick.
And there's two fucking reasons. Good for you when she, you know, enjoys trying her best to suffocate on your cock and to want you to fill every hole of hers and just mercilessly fucking ravage her entire body and cover her in cum and have her just act like a total slut the whole time.
That's what I was thinking.
Also,
all of those
for the
things. Yeah, that's what I was
enjoyment
thinking.
of yourself. And that's actually even more enjoyable in my experience. Maybe this is because I'm.
That
just
went
very
real
empathetic.
hard, real quick.
I like when a girl serves me and is wanting to please me.
Right.
But I also like
Right.
that when in sex
Right.
she's enjoying it for her. What I want and is in my. She's my like fucking fleshlight, and I can just use her to you know the extensions of my desires in every direction, and no matter what I want.
Hector, are we
she's
even
gonna
in
fucking
class
please me
anymore?
more.
What?
But it's even better when she's doing it because she.
I'm not
also
learning
revels
anything
in her
right
own
now.
Sexuality, self, and feeling herself. You know, if you ever seen a girl like suck dick and she's like feeling her own teeth, fingering herself as she's doing it, it's fucking
Hector,
great. to just
Hector,
see
we're in a
it.
classroom setting.
So you're doing it for you, and you're also doing it for her, which is in turn going to give
Please,
you a lot.
stop.
in return,
You're scaring me.
Because she's feeling. And
Do you have a squirting tutorial, Hector?
may or may not be worth that effort, you know. Even if
Can I
you
use
see
like
five
shungite
girls
rocks
that
and
you
put them up
into,
her pussy?
You're not going to be able to unleash
Block
your
the
sexuality
Wi-Fi
in
and
one
make the
night
squirt
unless she's
come?
just absolutely crazy, you cum in her ass, or letting you feed her the cum after it's coming out of her ass. You know, letting you cum on her face and wiping it all over herself. Just the nastiest shit, right?
Yeah.
A lot of
I
that,
like doing that.
She may not
Finger
do for
paint
this
with
guy, but for
ass
this
cum
guy,
and
she's
stuff.
gonna do it in one night. You know, I've had girls who were virgins, and so they hadn't even had sex yet. And then we had sex, and the second time we hung out, I fucked her in the ass, just because she
Wow.
was so enthralled by me, whatever it was that about me that turned her on. So you have to be sexy, right? So first
Yeah.
step.
Hector probably has like 2
is Be
dicks.
sexy yourself.
He just has
Be a
too
man
much sex.
worth
It's
unleashing her
way too
sexuality
much for one penis to handle.
Then it's about her. And then what you can do.
Why not
is-
just
this
a
is more of
casual
like
Christianity-approved
you're
missionary
very,
style
like,
for the first time?
You're her daddy or her poppy. When you're
Whoa,
in bed,
I don't know about
want you to
that.
Talk to her. I want you sexy. I love the way you take my cock. You're so fucking good. You're such a good little girl.
Oh.
I fucking love your ass. I love your titties. I love your lips. I love your hair. I love the way
Yeah.
you smell. Just fucking.
That smell
pile
reminds me of
on
G
the
Fuel.
compliments because masculine way. You know, you're growling at me like you're so fucking sexy. I love fucking your tight pussy. That. Those compliments aren't going to be seen as like, you know, it's not like you're in a club and you're complimenting a girl too much and she's like, oh, yeah, thanks, I know I'm hot. No. You're fucking her, so she sees you as a dominant, authoritative male. Otherwise,
That's
she
not
wouldn't
true. You could be a
fucking with you.
submissive guy.
So, don't
Madame,
be
this
afraid
pussy
to
is
shout
very wet.
fucking
I
compliments.
doth
Just
do
makes her
appreciate it.
feel
Wrapped around my
so
winky.
fucking sexy, and she can tell the difference between a guy who's like 75% hard and a guy who is just fucking diamond dick Dallasing her fucking pussy. Like she's gonna feel the difference, and if you're whispering these things to her and you're making her feel sexy and over and over and over.
And that's when I
time,
confuse her by
you
sticking
tell
a
her
fist
what
in
you
there.
Like, you tell
Then
her
she's gonna think I
what
digivolved my cock.
to be really.
Yeah.
That's a really operative word here.
Then when she tries to
Because,
interrogate me, I'll say, no, don't turn around.
You know,
It's
it
my
could be two
wiener.
ways.
Just trust me.
Oh, you fucking slut. Okay, that's it.
That's a whole
Or
topic is just slut.
shove your dick in her mouth and face fuck her as her fucking head is like bouncing on the fucking wardrobe or the fucking
Jesus.
desk, whatever it is. Fuck her on the ground. you
I'll
know,
just keep asking
come
her, is it
inside her
okay?
Ass in your kitchen. Just be
I'll
fucking
say, is this fine?
nasty as shit, and tell her you love it. You love when she's a dirty little girl. Send her dick pics. Have her send you videos of herself fingering herself.
Okay.
You know.
I can do that.
Make porn with each other and occasionally just send. I love to send girls like the porn that we've made. Be like, do you miss this? And it's just, you know, a video of me just fucking driving into her pussy. Just you can see it.
Well, that's gonna
stretching
come back
her
to haunt
apart.
you one
She's
day,
like,
Hector.
Oh my God, I miss this so much. Get her real. I'm getting hard just thinking about this. You can't quite see it, but I'm definitely getting a chub.
Oh,
Get her
okay.
so
Thanks, Hector.
enthralled
Now I know.
with fully allow herself to.
This guy's gonna
be more
start
and more
pinching
sexy.
his
You're
own
not going
nipples.
to be bound by,
That's when you tell her that
I would
your
never do
Hector's a
that
little
to you.
slut.
Yes, please fuck me in the ass. I love
Oh,
it.
yeah.
You know, You could open
Have
up
her banging
to,
her head
you know,
against the
threesomes.
Xbox One.
You can open up to BDSM.
Oh, get her credit card out and fucking sub to my own Twitch channel with it. Fuck.
You're slapping her, sitting on her. Hector Castillo,
Thanks, Hector.
PopCultureSpace.com.
Well, now I know how to make sure I'll never have sex. Rubber Boot Soldier. Butt stomping videos are right up your alley. Okay, let's see. Oh, hey, it's this guy. Yeah, this is the guy that just sits on shit and it blows up in his asshole. I forgot about this guy. This guy's great. Finally, real fucking content. A good suggestion in a sea of dog shit. Now this is how you fucking do it. In his PVC waders, no less. Smothering it in his asshole. Expert technique. Showing a little moose knuckle there. Wonderful. Making sure to spread all across the open crack. Isn't this a fetish? It wasn't until this guy put on his waders. Oh! For a second there, I thought he was going to Kegel the whole goddamn thing. This is just a trailer for the new Duck Dynasty season. It's coming back, baby. Man, PVC waders never look so clean. Oh! Only one cheek? Oh no. He's soloing it. Oh, he's just giving it a little kiss. I see. I see what he's doing here. I shouldn't have doubted the master. I wasn't looking. Is this a close-up of his... What am I looking at? Oh, I see. It's a close-up of his asshole. Farting on bread. We didn't even finish this one. What happened? Did he shit himself? Why did I stop? Take that, bread! I hope you learned your lesson. Being all high in carbs and shit. Oh, he's fucking juicing it on him. Oh, God, how much more can he have in the tank? Have mercy, good lord. Ooh, Pepperidge Farms will remember that one. Yeah, this is fishing at its highest level. He brought out the old PVC waders. I even left a like on this video from last time. When the fuck did we watch this? Like a year ago? Whoa! Grand finale. Out of nowhere dropping the stink on it. No, it was quite the show. That bread's never looked happier. What do the comments say? I love the description. I farted on a loaf of bread, right to the point. Sitting on Orange butt crush. That is a tough opponent, and Orange is not just going to give way. This is going to be a tug-of-war between his asshole and the Orange. Can't tell who's winning. Oh! He's done it! In the battle of wills, the PVC waders have won again. Peeing and stomping on bread. Man, this guy fucking hates bread. He's got it out for him. Jesus Christ. Bread better watch out. Rubber boots and horse shit. Going where no man has gone before. On purpose, at least. Oh, look at that. It was coming up for air. And he didn't let it. He said, no siree, not on my watch. Get stink-faced. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I came across a video titled Reverse Heckling Activism #1. It's about a very upset man who goes to an open mic comedy club and heckles the audience and promotes justice, and he advocates for some very important things such as pins that never run out of ink, or fucking shoes that can fit any size feet, and overall he just gives an inspiring and eye-opening performance that I just wanted to watch with all of you.
No, I will not shake your hand! I refuse to be complicit in this charade! Sorry, not funny! Sorry, not funny! Sorry, not funny! Sorry, not funny! Your hate is a reflection of yourself! Your hate is a reflection of yourself!
Yes, the whole performance is delivered in a fucking military cadence. Also, the lighting and the background of the stage is doing his hair a huge favor, because at first glance it looks like he has a shaved head or some short hair which matches the man's facial features, but as he continues and gets more animated, you'll see some pubic hair bobbing into view and then popping right back out. So I don't really know what he has going on up there. I imagine it's similar to the Weeknd's glove hairstyle, but I'm not entirely sure.
Insults are violence! Insults are violence! And the cultural mechanism
This man sounds like a rejected voice actor for the soldier in Team Fortress 2. Also, you'll notice that he repeats some of his hardest hitting points multiple times just in case the crowd didn't catch it the first time he screamed it at them, just in case they're deaf or hard of hearing. He's covering all of his bases. He also has some shit scribbled in crayon on the back of those papers he's holding on stage. I don't know what the fuck it says. It's probably just some quotes from the Kama Sutra there, just some other irrelevant nonsense.
End the sadistic perpetuation of the anything goes mentality! End the sadistic perpetuation of the anything goes mentality! Labeling an insult a joke is merely a cover for allowing discrimination and insensitivity to persist and go unnoticed!
In all honesty, this man serves as the best example for what's wrong with today's mentality in society, where people will go out of their way to find things that offend them, and then instead of just walking away from it or avoiding what offended them, they'll make it their fucking mission to restrict it or make people feel bad about it because they didn't like it because it offended them. No one's allowed to like it. I just can't fucking stand that mentality. Everyone is so easily offended and will do anything to avoid feeling offended. And you know what? It's not even that bad of a thing. If you're easily offended, just avoid what's offending you. Don't shame people that enjoy whatever offended you. They're not bad people for liking that. For example, this guy's offended by stand-up comedy. Bitch, no one's making you go to a stand-up comedy club. Just don't go. It's not like if you're applying to AOL or wherever else your goofy ass is going to apply to, they're not going to be like, oh, well, you see, Rutherford, I've seen you haven't gone to a stand-up comedy club. I'm going to need you to go check one out. Otherwise, you just can't work here. No, you can avoid that. You can actively make steps to avoid being offended at a stand-up comedy club. And the people that do enjoy going to the stand-up comedy club aren't hurting anyone by liking that and going to that.
We have deluded ourselves to the point where many actually believe that.
I yell because my points are shitty, but yelling makes them seem more powerful.
Joking about horrible occurrences of death and suffering or associating someone with these is funny. This is absurd and it is damaging. It is the epitome of perversity. But it's what I come to expect to find in these notorious havens for the pervasive, damaging, anything goes mentality, a conclave of mudslingers, a gathering of fools. Sorry, not funny. Sorry, not funny. Sorry, not funny. Sorry, not funny.
This man's just like a cartoon character. It's like something right out of SpongeBob. I don't like the Krusty Krab. There wasn't enough crab crustiness on my patty. Ooh, actually, or even more dank SpongeBob freshness. He's like the chocolate guy, you know, the chocolate. That dude.
Your hate is a reflection of yourself. Your hate is a reflection of yourself. Insults are violence. Insults are violence.
Oh yeah, buddy, you're a real fucking hero for not getting off the stage when the host politely asks you to stop ruining everyone's night. You're a real martyr, a real champion of sunlight.
The majority of you look for approval by using words that cut. Some of you, I'm sure, even label your material as purposely offensive. A narcissistic gloating exercise arising out of your irreverent callousness. Unacceptable material has become the norm. The sickness has taken over to the point where aspiring comedians think they must do this sort of thing in order to succeed.
I think what blows the most anus about this video is that it's not just one of him. He has a friend filming this clearly, so that means that his friend feels the same way he does about this thing. He's like, yeah, bro, I'll film that. I think you got the right idea here. Don't worry. I'm gonna be filming this shit real hard. We're gonna make a real turbo titty touchdown and converting people to our way of thinking.
Of yourself, insults are violence. Insults are violence. I will leave now. I've made my point. As a reverse heckling activist, I choose to wait until I have the floor as showing you respect and my approach is not required. What I ask is that you consider what you've heard, understand the effects your words can have on others. Unacceptable material must be heckled. Do not allow insensitivity to go unchallenged. End this masquerade.
I skipped about 3 minutes of him just repeating the same bullshit over and over. So he picks up his Capri Sun with the lime and walks out, and then he gets a few pity claps, you know, because it'd be even more uncomfortable if nobody clapped. It'd be like if For your school talent show, the kid who's been struggling with a heroin addiction, who also just lost his family in a really bad fire, or perhaps maybe his family got killed by a really offensive stand-up comedy joke, he goes on stage for the school talent show and he starts jerking off. And everyone's uncomfortable, clearly, but you know, you're going to clap for the guy when he finishes and shoots his cum into the crowd because you feel bad for the person, and if you don't clap, it creates an even more uncomfortable situation. Now, you'd think the video would be over there since he left the stage, but it goes on for like another 6 minutes, and it's just a black screen with some white fuzz trickling in, with this guy reflecting on how good of a job he did and also acknowledging that the host treated him poorly. And it's just so fucking eerie. Just listen to this.
What was suggested about my intentions was so unbelievably absurd, it probably shouldn't even be acknowledged. This gracious host found it appropriate to speak of me in this way, despite the fact that I am probably the only person to ever step foot in there and advocate for justice and equality, to rightfully call them out for what they are engaged in.
I stopped it there because I didn't really want to be bored and listen to this eerie shit for much longer. It sounds like he just shoved a walkie-talkie up his asshole and then begun recording this. It sounds like something in like a Bourne movie where Jason Bourne's like confessing all of the government's secrets. This is like the tapes you would find after a serial killer had just been captured and you just found this in his fucking home. This shit is disturbing. It's 2016. Why does it sound like I'm listening to something from 1912? I don't know why he couldn't record this in decent quality. Did he fish through a dumpster to find a ham radio and do this? Did he use the mic that the old GameCube controllers used to come with where you could talk to the games like in Mario Party? Kyo wa watashi no musoko no tanjiobi desu. Kare wa sansai no koro kara watashi wa kare o mitenai. Kare wa kon ni jisai ni naru. Sogeki wa chodo watashi no ashi o toridashita. Shikashi, watashi wa tanjiobi party o ketsujo suro koto o kyohi. I won't miss it. I won't miss it. I'll be there. Behind this painted-on smile lies a crushed, soulless man who doesn't deserve to call himself a father. But fucking my titties, I'm gonna get to this party, and then I can tear back the veil on this daily facade and be truly happy. Open your eyes, folks. Can't you see there's a sniper on the loose? Get out of here, quick. Don't worry about me. I've got a party to get to. And you bet your asshole I'm jumping all over that fucking bounce house. Nurse, really, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's just a bruise at most. Nurse, please, you're slowing me down. Nurse, unless you're gonna give me a blowjob, don't slow me down. Excuse me, I'm not a canine. Don't pet under my chin. Fuck, I've been apprehended. She's got gorilla-like grip. I can't break free. No! Surprise me with a dick tickle. Why are you pantsing me in front of all these people? Oh no, please don't do it. Have mercy. No, fuck. My ass cheeks are exposed, damn it. What is that? What is that tool? No, what are you doing? I don't need my temperature taken. I don't need a suppository. Please don't do this. Please. You like my ass cheeks? I know you're taking a nice old look at them. I see you. They're nice ass cheeks. I don't blame you. Please stop fisting my rectum. Please. Ah! This makes Goatsy look like nothing. You haven't defeated me yet. I've still got a few tricks up my sleeve. Suck taint mucus. I've broken free, baby. She'll never catch me now. Don't worry, sport. Daddy's on his way. And he's bringing a big old case of road rash with him. This concrete is giving me the business. All of you watching me crawl without helping me can go fuck yourself. That's very kind of you, sir, but no thank you. I'm not hungry. The only thing I have an appetite for is birthday cake. Get your filthy hands off of me! You're working with the nurse, aren't you? You're in cahoots with her. Why do you insist on stopping me from seeing my son? Although I may be smiling on the outside, I assure you on the inside I'm weeping like a urinal with a broken water flow valve. I was so... Today, after I finished my bowl of steel nails and motor oil, I decided to hit the gym a little bit early today. So I went to the local LA Fitness and I was repping out 225 for 10 reps. And as I was finishing my first set, this big old meatball monster, like a real man's man with a big thick beard, a real deep voice, came up to me. He's like, "Hey bro, you mind if I jump in with you? Can you spot me?" And I was like, "Of course bro, I fucking got you." So he was repping out, like 185 or something pitiful like that. And no big deal, right? I'm spotting him. And he's talking to me about some prior engagement he has later today and how he doesn't know how to tie a tie for it. And I was like, what the fuck? This man's man doesn't know how to tie a tie. Dude's got AirPods in, so I know he's like a real hotshot dude, like a real hairy-chested dude. How the fuck can he not know how to tie a tie? And that's when it occurred to me. Nobody in these days knows how to tie a fucking tie. And that reminds me of what I made last year on Twitter. I posted a video on how to tie a tie fast because a lot of people ask me how I tie my tie fast. So I made a video tutorial about it, and I decided, you know what, it's time to share that shit again, because none of these fucking idiots know how to tie a tie these days, unfortunately. No offense to anyone that doesn't know how to tie a tie. Maybe your dad didn't teach you, or maybe your dad's Tom Brady and he decides to just kiss you on the lips instead. So I'll be the father figure here and teach you how to tie a tie in record time so you can stop being a little slob and wear a tie. Also, I very rarely wear a tie. I wear it once every couple of years, but I know how to do it like an expert. So this is what I posted on Twitter last year, and it's applicable now. Obviously, the story I told isn't true. I just overheard someone at the gym as I was repping out 130 talking about how they can't tie a tie, and that made me want to bring this topic up again. So enjoy, and please learn from this. It's not often you'll find me wearing anything other than a white t-shirt, but that doesn't mean that I'm some subhuman baby virgin boy that doesn't know how to tie a tie, so I'm going to teach you how to do it very fast. I don't know the anatomy of a tie, so I'm going to call it very plainly: skinny part, fat part. You start by draping it over your hand, then you want to take the fat part, drop it over the skinny guy. So you go chode over slim jim, flop it down. From here, you want to supinate your hand, poopinate your elbow, then you want to come behind the fat guy and execute a backdoor reach around with a McTwisty and drop it over this hand. Let's see that again in slow motion on the Jumbotron for the sports fans at home. Bang, bang, then right here, a little breakdance move, turn it around, and then just drop it back over your other hand. And then you have this contraption going on, this unholy concoction. It's called the Garshaspian Finkelhorn. From here, take the skinny part, go over your neck, push it through the anus, pull it out the other side, and then from here, it's just smooth sailing. Pull down.
The JJ, it's vagina word. Snooty or snooky or cookie or something. The JJ. Vagina. Whose ass. Vagina. Your vagina was very nice. Vagina. I don't think any man's gonna say, I don't like the vagina. Vagina. Of course you're gonna say, I like the vagina. Any man's gonna say, I like the vagina when asked. Vagina. She took her pants off in front of him. You see the little vagina right in front of you. Men appreciate, some men appreciate the sight of a vagina, even.